A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Makati Productions present Star Wars, The Old Republic, The Rogue Jedi, written by Dominic Grimm. Long before the return of the Sith Empire, decades prior to the rise of avarice, the Jedi Order stood unchallenged, guiding the Republic through an era of peace and prosperity. In the core worlds, the Republic flourished, its people thriving under the wise ruling of the Jedi Council and the Senate. Yet, the Republic's vision reached beyond the core as Jedi and their apprentices ventured into the Outer Rim, seeking to share their prosperity with the galaxy's farthest reaches. But on one such mission, an unexplained accident changes the destiny of a gifted young student of the Force. Cast adrift in a world far from the Order, he must forge a new path, one that will transform him into something the Jedi could never have foreseen: a rogue Jedi. Chapter 1. An ending. There is no death, there is the Force. The boy had been taught to believe those words. His earliest memories were of hearing the Jedi code, of playing in the temple with his brother and their fellows. Every game, every challenge carefully designed to prepare them for adulthood, to not only give themselves to the Force, but to be willing to let go and become one with it when the time came. It should have been easy. It should not have left him daunted. All life ended. That was the way of things, the way of the Force. Yet, in that moment, the boy was not quite ready to surrender himself to that fate. He refused to give up. There had to be a way out of this, a way to survive. He believed in the code. He believed that there was no death, only the Force. But that did not mean he would simply lay back and accept his fate. He had only seen 9 years. He refused to accept that that would be the full total of his life. He once again opened his eyes and searched his surroundings. The wailing emergency sirens had finally stopped. The crimson glow of emergency lighting still burned, but it would not last long. The section of the ship where he was trapped was likely on emergency battery power, and how long that would last he could not say. The bulkhead doors before and behind him had slid shut, saving him from explosive decompression, but those doors closing had only delayed the inevitable. When the power finally gave out, the lights and gravity would fail. The air trapped in here would last for a while, but not indefinitely. All around him the ship was breaking up. Every once in a while the deck shuddered beneath his feet. How long would it be until the ship's integrity failed? How long until a power conduit overloaded and blasted him into atoms? Fear again tried to rise in his chest. Part of him wanted to cry, to call for the masters, to beg someone to save him. It took everything he had to deny that desire. He might have been a child, but he was also to be a Jedi. A Jedi did not panic. Don't think about it, he told himself. You're not dead yet. As long as you draw breath, there's hope. A chance to live. He did not intend to waste that chance. To the unenlightened, it would have seemed he was doing nothing. He knelt before the bulkhead with his eyes closed. He willed himself to remain calm, to forget the fear he was feeling and the pain in his right arm. It had been burned when the bulkhead that had stopped him from reaching the escape pod exploded. It did not feel broken, but the pain was a distraction. Move past it, the voice of his masters echoed. The pain is of the physical world. You are not just flesh, you are a luminous being bound by the Force. Use the Force. The boy reached out, focusing his will. He was trying to save himself. He could do nothing to restore the doomed ship, but he was not without options. He was not sure how long he had lain unconscious, but one thing was certain: his brother was still out there somewhere. He could feel it. Now he simply had to reach out through the Force and contact him. It should have been easy. The bond between identical twins was strong. Yet for some reason, the Force remained silent. The boy frowned. His brother was not reaching out. His call for help was going unanswered. Why? Brother, he whispered into the sea of light that was the Force. Hear me? Brother. Brother. Silence. only the faintest spark that his brother still lived, but far away. Despair threatened to rise again. Did his twin believe him dead? Had he been hurt during the evacuation? Was he unconscious? Was that why he did not respond? The boy remembered running, alarms blaring overhead, the ship beginning to break apart. Master's claw and Belagas guiding them toward the escape pods. There had been time. Enough time. He had stopped to help another child. He had lost sight of his brother. Then the ship lurched, throwing him down. By the time he gained his feet, the others were already inside the escape pod. He saw his brother reaching out, yelling for him to hurry. The boy had run. He had almost reached them. Almost. A tremor in the force. The deck plate flew up. Pain. Darkness. He awoke alone. Trapped. Sealed in. Running out of time. Despite his training, despite everything he had been taught, the young boy sniffled. There is no death. There is the force. But he did not want to die. Not here. Not like this. He was supposed to shine the light of the force on distant worlds. He was supposed to return to the temple. He had been approached by Master Venery about becoming a Padawan next year. His life had been planned, a future certain. Now gone. Another rumble beneath his feet. The deck was warmer. Not hot. Yet, he took a breath and tried to stay calm. Panicking would only waste air. He drew upon everything he had learned. He reached for the force. Some masters could slow their hearts, preserve their breath, extend their time. If only he could. A whisper. Cold. Tempting. No one is coming. Save yourself. Give in. Let fear become power. Open the door to survival. The boy stiffened. The dark side. The quick path. The easy path. The trap. If he embraced it, would he have the strength to live? He imagined tearing the wreckage open, hurling the debris aside, calling for help across the stars, dragging his rescuers toward him. And if they refused to come, he could punish them, crush them, make them regret abandoning him. No. No. Never. He shoved the thought away, chest trembling. The darkness offered damnation, not salvation. He would not yield. He sat again. The deck warmer. His arm throbbing. He breathed in deeply. I am here, he whispered. I'm still alive. Help me. Help. Silence. I am here. Help. He did not know how long had passed. Time slipped away in meditation. The ship shuddered. Light filled the viewport behind him. He rose. He ran to the window. A large, boxy freighter drifted into view, its running light sweeping across the wreckage. He gasped, then laughed, then cried. Yes, he whispered. Yes. Salvagers. Better than anything he could have hoped for. They would take him somewhere civilized. Somewhere with the comm station. Somewhere he could contact the temple. He smoothed his robes, trying to look presentable. He looked like a grease-stained refugee. But alive. Another bang at the blast door. Voices. Tools. He stood straight, hands at his sides, trying not to tremble. The door popped open in a cloud of steam. Footsteps. Voices. Greetings. He began. I'm. A gauntleted wrist slammed into his jaw. Stars. Pain. Floor. He blinked up. A giant in armor loomed over him. A Mandalorian. Oh no. Killers. Raiders. Butchers. Live one, the giant grunted, lifting him by his tunic. Iron fingers closed around his throat. He kicked weakly. He could not breathe. Then, turn him loose. A woman's voice. Hard. Commanding. Noon-eye. Turn him loose. Now. The pressure vanished. He collapsed, coughing. He looked up. Two Mandalorians stood over him. The giant. And a scarred woman with red-streaked hair, yellow armor, and cold eyes. A boy, she muttered. A Jedi pup, the giant snarled. Let's kill it and be done. Do you fear him, Targo? She asked mildly. The giant fell silent. She studied the boy. Where are the others, pup? Alone, he whispered. They left me. She nodded slowly. Abandoned. Thought as much. She turned aside. Just as you were when I found you, Targo. The giant growled but stepped back. The woman looked down at the boy. I'm Mother Nuna. That is Targo. We're salvaging this wreck. She smiled thinly. What to do with you? You could let me go, the boy offered. Drop me off at the first planet. She laughed. I could also leave you here and let space take you. He said nothing. Her smile softened. I don't abandon children. Half my crew were foundlings. He finally noticed the others, young men and women, humans and aliens, most hardly older than adults. Your order won't pay for lost pups. They'd arrest me the moment I stepped foot near them. But you need food, water, transport. He nodded. I'm no slaver, she said, but I'm no charity either. You earn your keep. Everyone works. Do your part, and you live. He hesitated. A Jedi apprentice, working with Mandalorians. But he wanted to live. He nodded. Good. She reached out and snipped off his Padawan braid. It fell to the deck. Can't have you wearing that. No need to provoke Targo further. He swallowed. What am I doing? But he had chosen life. Coop, she barked. Where are you? A boy hurried in, dark hair, blue eyes, cheerful smile. Yeah, Mom. Take him to Ives. When he's patched up, show him around. He works with you now. Sure thing, Co-op said brightly. Nuna gestured. Off with you, lad. The boy followed Co-op through the corridors. Targo glared from above. Don't worry about him, Co-op said. He won't go against Mom. The boy found that difficult to believe. Other crew members passed by without interest. Apparently, he wasn't their first stray. Coop grinned and offered his hand. I'm Gabe Cooper. Friends call me Co-op. What's your name? The boy hesitated. But he needed their trust. Jazz, he said. Jazz Darbin. Coop's grin widened. Welcome aboard, Jazz. Hope you survived the experience. Jazz smiled weakly. If this boy could survive here. Maybe he could too. He was going to be a Jedi, after all. He could do this. Yes, he could do this. Chapter 2. The Rescue. You really get to teach me that. Jazz smiled as he continued to meditate, or rather, tried to meditate. Coop may have been one of his best friends, but he did have his flaws, chief among them the understanding that meditation was about focusing on the Force, not the physical world. Oh well, if anything, he had taught Jazz how to deal with distractions. He kept his eyes closed and continued his controlled breathing. You know the breathing techniques, he reminded his friend. You already know how to meditate. Though he could not see Co-op's face, he knew that the other boy was frowning. Yeah, but stuff doesn't float around the room when I meditate, he said glumly. That is one trick I haven't learned yet. Nor would you, Jazz thought. All the meditation in the galaxy would not make Gabe Cooper Force sensitive. He knew that, of course, but that did not mean Co-op wouldn't comment on it from time to time. There were those in Clan Nuna who would have preferred that Jazz forgot his Force sensitivity, that he forgot his Jedi training entirely, and that he focused on his work and place within the clan. Jazz Darbin couldn't do that. The Force was everywhere. It surrounded him and bound him. He could no more forget about the Force than he could stop breathing. It was part of who he was. Despite their rather interesting beginning, Clan Nuna had been good to him, Mother Nuna had been good to him. They were not like the Mandalorians he had read about in the archives. They didn't ravage planets or prey on innocent civilians. For the most part, the clan kept to itself. Jazz did not know all the details, but he did know the clan had been exiled from Mandalore. Some clan struggle had broken out, and Mom and her kin had been on the losing side. They had retreated into space to try to rebuild what they had lost, seeking out materials and foundlings to rebuild their numbers. For the most part, they were salvagers, searching the various hyperspace routes for anything they could use to make the clan strong again. They also recruited heavily, taking in the lost and unwanted. Most of these were children, children that struggled to survive on the various stations and backwater worlds the clan visited. Jazz had lost count of all the children they had taken in the last 4 years. Some remained on ship, while the younger ones were taken into safe houses to be raised and taught the way of the clan. In time they would join the crew, just as Jazz had. It was not the worst way to live. He took another deep breath and opened his eyes. The objects that had been floating around him clattered to the floor. Coop lay in his bunk watching his friend. They had been roommates now for almost 4 years. The two had grown comfortable in each other's company. Jazz picked up the things that had moved during his meditations. Mom didn't care that he practiced his techniques, but she did ask that he not leave a mess. She also cautioned him about who saw him doing them. Most didn't care, but a few of them, namely Targo and several other pure Mandalorians, still viewed him as an enemy. They tended to view anyone with Jedi knowledge as an enemy. As his roommate, Co-op had seen it all at this point. When Jazz had first arrived, he had been extremely curious about the Jedi way and had many questions. Even though he had only been a Padawan, Jazz had tried his best to answer. Gabe had heard many wild tales about the Jedi, both from the clan and from his life before. Not that his friends spoke of what he had been before all this. He had been born in the Republic. James knew that much, but little else. Coop did not talk about his family. In fact, he seemed to radiate pain every time someone mentioned family. Jazz did not know why, but he had come to like Co-op over the last few years. He respected his friend's privacy. When the time came when he was ready, he would tell Jazz about it. If the Force was willing. Jazz sighed and sank down into his place on the bottom bunk. As he lay there, he could feel the gentle rumble of the ship beneath him. Normally the sound would be much louder, but they were running on low power, hiding. Jazz frowned. It seemed like they were doing that more and more lately. The Republic had assigned a new officer to patrol the hyper lanes where Clan Nuna operated. Captain Rakis was a Mon Cala and could be as cold as the oceans from which he had come. The Fish, as he was called here, had a special hatred for those that hunted on the space lanes. Pirates, smugglers, or salvagers, it did not matter. Rakis hunted them all, and it was rumored he was not above destroying a ship if he got the opportunity. Jazz knew of at least 2 vessels that had vanished, one a smuggler, one a fellow salvager. The Nuna crew had received a distress call from the latter claiming it was under attack by a warship, but by the time they arrived, the ship was nothing but wreckage. The weapon's signature suggested military-grade arms, Republic weapons. There was nothing the clan could do. There had not even been enough left of the ship to salvage. The sight had surprised Jazz. He had always been taught that the Republic was a beacon of hope, a light in the darkness. That one of his servants would destroy a ship just because they did not like the people on board seemed terribly dark. Jazz was not sure what to make of that. 4 days ago they had been liberating some goods from a droid freighter that had been damaged passing too close to a nebula. They had almost been done when Rakis' cruiser arrived. The Mon Cala had said nothing, no warning, no demand that they surrender. He had simply opened fire, blindly. It was only after they tried to flee that he contacted them, ordering them to stand down or be destroyed. Knowing the man's history, Mother Nuna had not complied. Their ship fled, leading the Republic vessel on a merry chase. Finally, they took sanctuary in an asteroid field. You could say what you wanted about their pilot Dahmer, but that man knew how to fly. The Republic cruiser was too big to enter, but that did not mean they had given up. Rakis deployed probe droids to search the rocks for his quarry. The metal composition of the rocks helped shield the clan vessel from Republic scanners, but they still needed to be careful. Now the cruiser sat off their starboard bow, waiting for them to come out. It had become a waiting game now, Mother Nuna versus the Republic captain. It remained to be seen who was more patient. Some of the crew wanted to try and make a run for it, but Mom overruled them. The Republic ship had them outgunned at least 4-1. For the moment, hiding was their best move. For almost 3 days now they had hidden. Something would have to give soon. Their food and fuel reserves were not limitless, but then again, neither were the Republic vessel supplies. He could not afford to wait forever either. He no doubt had other places to be. How long until his superiors contacted him and told him to return to his patrol? So far Rakus had not called for reinforcements, but that was not surprising. The fish would want as few witnesses as possible if he decided to blow Clan Nuna to atoms. How long do you think the fish is going to wait? Coop asked him from the top bunk. Who could say? As long as his superiors allow, I suspect, Jazz replied. Coop snorted angrily. If he was going to do something, I wish he would just do it already. This waiting is torture. At least we are all still alive, Jazz answered. True, the other boy agreed. I'm just saying there are other things I'd rather be doing right now than hiding in a field of rocks. He sighed. What do you think Rhonda is doing right now? Jazz smiled. Rhonda Halcyon was the daughter of a ship mechanic that helped Clan Nuna sometimes. The pretty little blonde was 14 and pretty as a picture. Coop would not admit it, but he fancied her. Yet so far he had not worked up the courage to talk to her when the clan visited her father. She is probably out with Firmus, Jazz said dryly. The bunk above him shifted as his friend sat up. Firmus, he said. Firmus. The guy is as dumb as a Hydra spanner. Why would Rhonda want to go out with him? Jazz laughed. I don't think she would, he replied. The girl is too smart for that. But then again, that doesn't explain why she talks to you every time we stop. Ha ha, Co-op grumbled. Jazz could imagine him shaking his head and chuckled. He was not above having a little innocent fun at his friend's expense. No one had ever said a Jedi was forbidden a bit of friendly teasing now and again. Coop sighed. One of these days, Jazz, he said, one of these days you're going to be interested in some femme, and I'm going to go out of my way to torture you over her. Jazz chuckled. Unlikely. He may have been a 13-year-old boy, but he was also a trained Padawan. Desire and passion were forbidden. That fact had been drilled into him since he had been a youngling. He felt kinship with others and could form friendships, but that was not the same thing. He sighed. In the last few months he had sensed interest from several of the girls that served with them. Wyla was the daughter of one of the crew's warriors. She had tried to get his attention several times. Then there had been Sala. She worked down in engineering, a sweet girl to be sure, but shy. During salvage missions she often tried to get put on the same team as Jazz. He tried not to encourage her, but he did not want to hurt her. He did not want to hurt any of them. He saw her as a sibling, just as he had the girls he trained with in the Jedi Temple. He did not want to do or say anything that would make things awkward. Jazz put the thought of the girls out of his mind. He found himself reaching out with the Force, trying to sense what the Republic ship might do next. He found himself thinking about the possibility of contacting them, letting them know he was here. If the clan were taken into custody, he would finally be able to find his way back to the Republic, back into the Jedi Order. I don't belong here, he thought. He was friends with these people, but a Jedi owed more to the galaxy than he did to himself. He had a duty to perform. He had a responsibility. Shouldn't he do everything in his power to get back to that? As he reached out with the Force, he tried to probe the Republic vessel. He hoped another Jedi might be on board, that he could make contact with them. Another Jedi's presence would make this easier. It would also check the fish's aggression. Jazz did not want to see the clan hurt. He gasped. For one fleeting moment he made contact with the mind of Captain Rakus. He sensed the man's desire. He was aware of the Nuna ship, aware of what they had been doing. Jazz sensed no mercy in the captain and a dark desire to see the ship destroyed, whether it surrendered or not. He also sensed satisfaction. One of the probes had gotten lucky. A second vessel was inbound, smaller than the cruiser, with enough firepower too. Jazz shot out of his bunk. His quickness shocked his roommate. James. What the? Jazz did not respond. He did not have time. He flung open the hatch and darted into the corridor. I have to get to the bridge, he thought. I have to warn them. No alarms blazed overhead. Why would they? What Jazz felt had come through the Force. The alarm in his head was enough. Make a hole, he shouted as he rushed past his fellow crewers. Most of the people here were seasoned fighters. They knew how to get out of the way quickly when they needed to. They need to, Jazz thought. We have to get out of here now. He moved faster than he ever had before. He even tried to call on the Force to speed him on his way. How much time? He could not say for certain, but now that he knew of the threat, the Force continued to call out, warning him. They were all going to die. He cleared the ladder to the cockpit with a single leap. The hatch slid open, and he nearly fell on the way in. Targo looked up from the weapon station. His helmet hid his face, but not his emotions. Sounds of surprise came from the various stations. No one was allowed up here when the ship had gone silent. It was Targo who responded first. His dislike of Jazz had not lessened. "Get out of here, runt," he shouted. "No kids on the bridge during combat situations. You know that." He did, but this was different. Mother Nuna turned away from the helm. She had been looking over Domar's shoulder, hoping for a new course when the fish finally chose to leave. "We don't have that time now," Jazz knew. They were out of time. "Jazz," Mother Nuna said. "What is going on?" "The fish knows we're here," he gasped, out of breath from his run. "He has a ship moving in from behind us. They are going to pin us between them. They are going to destroy the ship." Mom frowned. No doubt she was considering what he said. Mother Nuna was no fool. She was willing to consider all possibilities she needed to if the clan was going to survive. She gave the young boy a questioning look. "That is Bantha Poodoo," Targo growled. "The kid has lost his nerve, or he is trying to give us away." "I'm not," Jazz gasped. "I swear." Mom stepped away from the helm station and went to his side. She pinned him with that hard gaze of hers, the one that had turned many of their clan to jelly. "How do you know this?" she demanded. I felt it," he replied. "Jedi tricks," Targo spat. "None of that now," Mother Nuna said, cutting him off. She continued to stare at Jazz, considering what he told her. "Why would you tell us?" she said in a small voice. "Mom, we don't have the—" "Why, Jazz?" The boy shook his head. They did not have time for this. The other Republic vessel could be here at any moment. He could feel the danger approaching. "She won't do anything until I answer her question," he realized. "Fine," he would answer. "I don't want you to die," he said quickly. "I don't want any of us to." Mother Nuna nodded. Her decision was made. "Bring the power back online and spin up the hyperdrive," she ordered. "We're leaving." Jazz sighed. "The little rat is selling us out," Targo spat. "He wants us to give up our location. He wants them to find us." "If you believe that, then stay ready on the weapon systems, Targo. We don't need to hold that ship off for long, just long enough to clear the rocks and make the jump." She turned back to Jazz and pinned him with a hard stare. "You better be right about this, boy." He nodded. He was. He was sure of it. He stayed at Mother Nuna's side as the ship prepared to get underway. The Republic cruiser had detected their power signature but was not moving to pursue. They don't need to, Jazz thought. They think they already have us. Contact. Contact at point 65. The crewer on the scanners called out. Republic assault frigate moving in. It's trying to get in behind us. Jazz let out the breath he had not realized he'd been holding. An assault frigate. A ship just small enough to make it through the rocks, he thought. Not strong enough to kill us itself, but if it had caught us unaware, damaged our engines, and forced us into the asteroids, we would have been space dust. "Time until it is in weapons range?" Mother Nuna asked. 2 minutes until weapons range. Mom nodded. "Status on the hyperdrive." 1.5 minutes, Mom. Mother Nuna cursed. It was a race then. It was at that moment that their communicator crackled to life. A harsh, gravelly voice filled the bridge. "This is Captain Rackus of the Galactic Republic to unidentified ship. You are to power down your shields and prepare to be boarded. You are in violation of Legal Code 3 section." The comm officer cut him off. The ship rumbled beneath them as they continued to move away from the rocks. Still the Mon Cala held his fire. The frigate was moving in. There was a loud rumble beneath their feet. The ship lurched, slowing slightly. "Report," Mother Nuna asked. "The frigate is trying to lock on its tractor beam," the nav officer shouted. "But I don't get it. We are too big to be pulled in." Jazz watched as Mom went to the nav console, looking at what was happening. "They're not trying to pull us in," she said. "They are trying to lock us down. Hold us steady." Her eyes narrowed. "They're going to set us up for the fish to blast us to pieces." Jazz could not see what she saw, but he could sense what was happening through the Force. The Republic cruiser was moving, its weapons hot and ready. Rackus had no intention of taking them alive. He was going to blast them to bits. "Time to jump," Mother asked grimly. 30 seconds. "I don't think we are going to make it." "Stow that talk." Lights flashed outside the viewport. The cruiser was still out of range for a clear shooting solution, but it was closing in. "Dahmer," Mother Nuna said, with the testy edge in her voice. "We are almost there," the pilot promised. More flashes. The ship bucked underneath them. "Dahmer," she repeated. "Almost," he said. "Domer. Now." The pilot pulled back the levers as the ship finally cleared the last asteroid. The stars turned to lines as the ship leapt forward. The swirling blue of hyperspace filled the viewport. Jazz let out a sigh of relief. They had done it. They were safe. Sounds of relief and celebration filled the bridge. Whoops of joy and pats on the back. Targo's T-visored helmet remained focused on Jazz. As always, the mask gave up nothing of what the big Mandalorian was thinking. His emotions remained cold and hard where Jazz was concerned. Perhaps they always would. Mother Nuna patted Dahmer and the nav officer on the shoulder. Both had earned their shares today. Finally, her eyes found Jazz Darbin. He shifted uncomfortably under her hard gaze. "You have the bridge, Targo," she said before heading for the hatch. "Jazz, come with me." The boy winced. Of all the crew, Mom was usually the hardest to read through the Force. He felt both gratitude and disappointment. He understood both. She was grateful for the warning, but not pleased to see he was still clinging to the Jedi way. She had hoped he would have moved past it by now, that he would come to embrace his new life as a member of the clan. Part of him wanted to. He was grateful for what they had done for him, for rescuing him, for welcoming him into their world. But at the same time, he was bound to the Force. Such a bond was not easily thrown away or forgotten. He followed behind her, not sure what was going to happen in the next few minutes. He did not want to disappoint her. She had been good to him. Yet he could not change what he was. He was a Jedi. It was what he had been born to be. Chapter 3. The Beginning. Jazz fidgeted as he finally found his way into Mother Nuna's quarters. In all the years he had been here, the young man had never needed to come to this place. Despite his resistance to what Mother Nuna and the rest of the clan were trying to teach him, he had never been told to come before her, never told they needed to speak privately. Though he was not afraid, he was concerned. He knew how the others felt about his Jedi training, how they hoped he would let it all go and embrace his life and roll within the clan, as so many others had done before him. He could shoot a blaster, but it never felt right in his hands. The wrist rockets and flamethrowers common among the clan skirmishers always felt clumsy to him. He liked the smart rope, but most of his clanmates saw his use of that as an insult. If he was not willing to use every tool in the Mandalorian arsenal, he should not be able to use a single one. When he did train for combat, he preferred to work with the Blade Masters. They might not have been Jedi, but they did know the way of the sword. Their forms and discipline were different from the ones he had studied. The basics they taught were similar to the Shicho of the Jedi, but beyond that, the fighting styles of the Mandalorians were far more aggressive. It felt strange training to fight in such a way, wrong somehow. "You are too much of a Jedi to ever be a Mandalorian, pup," Targo had told him once. He meant it as an insult, but Jazz did not see it that way. He was too much of a Jedi. He could do nothing about that. Jazz could not change what he was. He could not change how he had been brought up before finding his way here. The Jedi, the teachings, they were a part of him. He could no more abandon them than he could stop breathing the air. He was grateful for everything Mother Nuna had done, everything the clan had given him, but he could not, and would not, give up the Force. He couldn't. The light was not something he could simply forget. It was a part of him, and it had always been there. It had always been there, and always would be, until the day he drew his final breath. It was the way of things, the way of the Force. Mother Nuna's quarters were not simply a living space. They were a look back into the history of the Mandalorian woman and her long, storied clan. A Beskar representation of the skull of the legendary Mayosaur decorated the back wall. Around it sat many trophies and banners taken during the glories of the clan's past. A weapon rack adorned with blades and blasters stood to the left of her desk, the simple black surface reflecting Jazz's image back at him. It was as clear and shiny as a deep black pool. The reflection that looked back at him was far different from the one he had seen when he had first been rescued by the clan years ago. A boy had been brought aboard all those months ago, but it was a young man that now stared back at him. Jazz Darbin was not quite sure what to make of that. Had he stayed in the temple, his life would have been very different from what it had been up to this point. Now, he could no longer say if he would be welcome there. The things he had seen, the things he had done. Perhaps it was too much for someone who had hoped to be a Jedi Knight. Perhaps he had been corrupted and was no longer worthy of ever holding that title. He feared that he would never know. Mother Nuna arrived a few moments later. Beyond the viewport, hyperspace continued to swirl. Jazz stood patiently waiting for Mother Nuna to make her decision, what she was going to do with him. It would not take long. She was never one to hesitate when a hard choice had to be made. He did not think she would hesitate now. The scarred Mandalorian woman took a seat behind her desk. Her eyes were cold and unreadable. When Jazz tried to sense her emotions, all he felt was distance and curiosity. He was not sure what to make of that. She sat back in her chair, evaluating the young man in the shirt and coveralls. He looked no different than 100 other human boys found in the galaxy. Looks, Jazz knew, could be deceiving. Mother Nuna sighed. He felt a sense of disappointment. He frowned. He had not wanted to disappoint her. Despite what he had endured, he owed her much. He had never desired to disappoint her. "What am I going to do with you, boy?" she asked. "You continue to resist." Jazz shrugged. He did not want to disappoint her, but saw no way not to, not at this point. "I can't change what I am, Mom," he said. "I'm sorry, but I just can't." She nodded. "I had hoped we had gotten you early enough. I had hoped you would have been able to let go of what you learned from your Jedi masters, to embrace what it meant to be a member of Clan Nuna, to take your place among the ranks of the Mandalore." Jazz did not answer. He did not want to lie to her, and anything besides admitting he had continued to follow the will of the Force would be a lie. He did not want to do that to her. "When we found you, Targo told me I was wasting my time with you, that you would never accept us, and that you would find a way to either flee or betray us the first chance you got. He said you would never see us as family, but as those who took you from your home, your people." Jazz sighed. "I'm grateful for what you gave me, Mom. I'm grateful you saved me all those years ago." He shook his head. "I never wanted to disappoint you, but I fear that is the only thing I can do. I never wanted to make you regret your decision to take me in." The older woman nodded. Jazz expected to feel anger from her at that moment. Perhaps she would seek to punish him for his choices, try to force him down the path she wanted him to go. She did none of those things. In fact, she felt no anger at all, only a sense of gratitude and weariness. She pointed to a large case in the corner. A suit of Mandalorian armor stood proudly on display, its amber surface polished to a mirror shine. "That armor you see belonged to my father, the head of Clan Nuna. For many decades, other clans looked at us with a mix of respect and fear. We fought for our people and our Mandalore for generations, giving our lives and our blood to advance our people and our place in the galaxy." She smiled then, a sad smile. Nuna fought with Mandalore the Indomitable. He helped break the craft lines. Another of my ancestors fought beside Mandalore the Ultimate when we took Terrace and Duro. We were honored then. The glory we once should have kept my family safe until the stars burned out. but it was all gone within a single generation. Mother Nuna shook her head. Have you ever heard the tale, young Jazz? Do you know what happened to our clan? I can't say I have, Mom. I must confess, most of our clan does not trust me. If you were to don a suit of armor, they might, she suggested. Many here would think that an insult, he said. A Jedi pup clad in Beskar. I would probably get my throat slit for my arrogance. That sounds like a threat Targo would make, she said. Has he ever threatened you in such a way? Not in so many words, Jazz said with a shrug. But he has made his point many times. As far as Targo is concerned, I will never truly be a part of the clan. Mother Nuna sighed. Not everyone is destined to wear the armor, she said. My brother was not, or at the very least should not have been named head of the clan. When our father died in battle, he took up the mantle of leadership. As the younger sister, I fought at his side. Back then, Clan Nuna were purists. We did not believe in removing our helmets, not around strangers. I had not seen my brother's face since his 13th birthday, and he had not seen mine since my own. A hard choice, Jazz said. Mother Nuna shrugged. It was the way, she said matter-of-factly. We were fighting a splinter faction of Clan Order. Once our holdings had belonged to them, and they felt it was their destiny to reclaim what had been lost. My brother believed us invincible. He had grown up on stories of our family's many accomplishments. He thought the past made him great, invincible. Jazz flinched. I take it he was not. No, she admitted. He was not. The Ordo had made an alliance with Clan Vizsla. They lured us into a box canyon on the surface of Conquer Dawn. When we flew inside, they sprung the trap. They fell upon us with superior numbers. Vizsla heavy troopers and skirmishers smashed our lines. Wrist rockets and grenades rained down on us. I tried to reach my brother, to try to form a wedge of fighters, to punch through and escape. She sighed. He did not listen. He saw the trap as cowardly. All he could think of was that if he fled, all of Mandalore would call him a coward. He fought on, and I, the dutiful sister, fought beside him, right up until the end. Mother Nuna's eyes narrowed. We were both wounded, captured. 150 Nuna went into that canyon. Only 6 came out. She shivered. The Ordo knew who we were, that we were both purists. They took our helmets, left our faces bare for all to see. Then they granted us our lives. They said we were not worth killing, that our exile would serve as a lesson to their future enemies. They put us on a broken-down ship and sent us away, warning us to never return. They declared that Clan Nuna was dead. My brother and I were to live our lives in exile. From the pain in her voice, Jazz suspected what had happened next. Where is your brother now? He could not live with the shame of his defeat. He took a job with no chance of survival. I had been off-world at the time, looking for foundlings, trying to rebuild what we had lost. I was not there to stop him. I was never there to stop him. Mother Nuna sighed and ran her fingers through her gray and red hair. Part of me wanted to join him. That was a lean time for us. The few survivors that still clung to the idea of Clan Nuna crammed into a ship barely big enough for 10, much less 23. Yet we did not break. The honor and history of our clan was strong. We stuck together, in spite of my brother's death. The clan looked to me to try and rebuild. Dying a glorious death in battle was not enough. It fell to me to rebuild, to ensure Clan Nuna survived, that we endure it. Mother Nuna smiled. That was 10 years ago. Now, after years of struggling, we finally have the numbers and weapons to begin reclaiming our place once again. The fish missed his chance to destroy us. He will not get another. It is time we start living like Mandalorians again. The next generation of our clan soldiers are ready. Now they just need to be tempered, bloodied. We will fight and earn our place on Mandalore again. The clan will finally get to go home. And you will be able to return, he said. Reclaim your honor and place as the new head of the clan. Mother Nuna laughed at that. Her smile remained, but it was sad. I can't go back, Jazz. My shame remains. My enemies saw my face. I can never show it again under the sun of our homeworld. Then why do all this? He asked. If not to have the chance to return home, why? If anyone would understand, boy, I thought it would be you. I did not spend the last 10 years building just so we could be cast out again because of my failure. Targo will lead the clan home. I shall continue my journey, my exile. I will find the lost and the weary, and offer them a new life, a life of honor and Beskar. Jazz shook his head. He could not believe what he was hearing. You spent 10 years restoring your clan, but can never be a part of them when they finally return home. It is the way, she said. A sad laugh escaped her lips. She rose and went to a chest beneath the great metal skull on the wall. She opened it up and began to dig inside. You had chance today, young Jazz. You could have tried to contact that Republic cruiser. You could have tried to escape, to return to your people. Yet you chose to stay. You chose to save the lives of the clan, to preserve it. She looked over her shoulder at the boy. Tell me, Jazz, was that Jedi compassion or Mandalorian honor? He blinked. He was not really sure of the answer. All he knew was that if he had done nothing, they would all have died. The Mon Cala captain had not cared who was on this ship. He saw only enemies. He would not have shown Jazz any more mercy than he would have shown the others. It had not been much of a choice. He had friends here and did not want to see them harmed. I'm not sure what my motivations were, Mother, he confessed. All I knew was that I had to protect this ship. These people. He smiled weakly. I couldn't just sit back and let you all die. The old Mandalorian nodded. Eventually, you will have to make a decision. Jazz, you could have a life here, if you want one. If you let go of the past and embrace the future, you would find a clan that would fight beside you. That would die for you if needed. She drew a small bundle out of the back. It was wrapped in brown cloth, about as long as a human forearm. She nodded. You saved lives today. Our lives. The clan rewards such service. If you are not meant to wear the armor, allow me instead to thank you by offering you a chance to blaze your own trail. She put the bundle on the desk in front of him. He looked down upon it, unsure what it was. Open it, she said. See if it can help you decide your future. He did as she bid. He opened the bundle, and his eyes widened when he saw what was inside. Oh, Mother, it is beautiful. She smiled. It has been in the clan for many years. I'm not sure when it was taken, but it is time for it to cease simply being a trophy in this room. It is a weapon. It deserves to be in the hands of a warrior, one skilled in its use. It should be striking for something, not simply gathering dust in an old chest. Jazz held it up. The hilt shone like polished gold. A black leather strap was wrapped around the activator, likely to absorb the perspiration of the user. Through the force he could feel a bit of its history. There had been a time this weapon had seen much use. It had served great ideals. Peace and justice had been enforced by the one who had forced this. They had fought for others, shielded the weak and the innocent. They had fought until the very end, when they finally entered the Force, and the weapon came to Clan Nuna, and now, it had come to him. For the briefest of moments, he felt daunted. You will never be worthy of this. You are not the boy you were, the one who dreamed of being on the council, of being Master Venery's apprentice. This, it is a weapon of the Jedi. You are not worthy to wield it. The thought made him wince. He almost set it back down and wrapped it back up, almost handed it back to Mother Nuna. This was an honor, but, he frowned. Am I worthy? Mother Nuna chuckled. His hesitation amused her. What good is a sword if it is never used, Jazz? She asked. He looked up at her. When he was a youngling, he had dreamed of possessing such a weapon. Imagined the great deeds he would do with it, the many adventures it would protect him and others on. One of my masters once said that a sword that never needs to be used is the best one. She laughed. Sounds like something a Jedi would say, she said dryly. A sword does not need to be bloody to be used, she reminded him. Sometimes, seeing it is often enough. He nodded. She had a point. Yes? Now he smiled. Did a Mandalorian just admit that sometimes only showing a weapon was enough? I won't say anything if you don't, she replied. He nodded. A smile lit up his face. He could do that. He tightened his fingers around the hilt, feeling the weight. It felt right. It felt right. He rose and turned away from Mother Nuna, his captain, his mom. He ignited the blade. A violet-colored beam emerged. The lightsaber hung gently in his hands. I will keep it, he promised her. I will wield it with honor. I know you will, boy, she said, both for the clan and for those who need it. He nodded as he peered down into the violet light. For the briefest moment, he almost touched the future. What it was, he could not say. It slipped away too quickly. But one thing was for sure. He had come into this room expecting things to end. That he might be cast off the ship. Have to leave his friends, his family. Now, he knew the truth. It was an end to the beginning. His beginning. You are ready, a voice whispered in the back of his mind. Jaz Darbin smiled. Trust in the Force. Chapter 4. The Pilgrims. The sun sets, and darkness rises. The eternal night returns, strong and hungry. In the darkness, only ambition will guide you. As the light fades, only service will save you. To serve the champions of the night is a blessing. Prepare for the coming, as the sun sets, forever. Amen. Amen. The 20 acolytes and 6 priests shouted. The first speaker and his hand stood silently, waiting for the echo to fade. It was the traditional end of the day's services. Jaz listened as the priest finished his sermon. It had taken him some time to work up the courage to come and hear, to see what all the fuss was about. It also wasn't as easy as it once was. At 10, he had crawled through the vents with ease. Now, almost 5 years later, it was a tight squeeze. His days of vent crawling were over, he suspected. Fortunately, he had one last good crawl in him. Praise the Force. He was too big to turn around, so he had been forced to crawl backwards. Not easy, even with the Force as his ally. Still, he managed to pull it off and make it out of the vents. He sighed in relief, grateful he hadn't gotten stuck. That would have been an embarrassment he'd never lived down, and he would have had to explain why he was listening in on the services of the clan's latest clients. Mom might not have been pleased. What he heard didn't ease him. If anything, the warnings in his heart grew stronger, whispers carried through the Force. Do these people truly think like this? Do they truly want to serve the darkness? Maybe he was wrong. Maybe the first speaker's definition of darkness was not the Jedi definition. One could hope. One could only hope. He quietly replaced the vent cover and left the chamber, grateful he hadn't been noticed. Do not worry about it, his conscience whispered. Mom knows what she is doing. She wouldn't lead them astray. He trusted Mother Nuna. He trusted her choice to aid these people. He hoped his fears were wrong. He stepped into the main corridor. No acolytes in sight. Good. Their guests had requested exclusive use of the forward hold. They wanted to prepare for the next stage of their journey, to pray, fast, perform their rituals. Mother Nuna had granted that request. The crew was ordered not to disturb them, though Jaz was beginning to wonder if it would have been better if they had. These people were not like others the clan had worked with. They were different, perhaps dangerous. Jaz Darbin worried. He feared they had made a mistake this time. He hoped they would endure the consequences. They called themselves the Sunset Collective, a religious group traveling the worlds of the Outer Rim. Jaz had never heard of them, but that wasn't surprising. The Rim was vast. New faiths appeared every week during the Age of Expansion. Most were harmless, spreading the word of their deities. The Republic welcomed many of them. Religious freedom was one of the era's cornerstones. The Jedi were also interested, curious about how others perceived, and in some cases used the Force. Jaz frowned. Of course, there were exceptions. Religions involving the dark side were prohibited. That law had stood for 3 centuries, Revan's law. Revan's betrayal still echoed across both Jedi and Senate. His rise, his forging of a Sith army, had shaken the galaxy. The Sith, though extinct, remained a cautionary tale. Dark side religions were outlawed. That didn't mean they were gone. They simply went underground, hiding in the Rim and unknown regions. Shadows always found places to hide. Such religions were dangerous and unpredictable. Jazz was starting to suspect the Sunset Collective was one of them. He continued down the corridor, passing brothers and sisters. Most greeted him now. Acceptance had taken years, but after almost 6 years, he had it, even without taking the creed or donning armor. Most of the clan respected his skill. He had proven himself on missions. It was all he could ask for. Jazz was 15 now. Still small for his age, but no longer the runt he'd once been. He had trained in the Force and in combat. He had mastered Shicho and moved on to other disciplines. He was fast and athletic, traits that served him well. The Mandalorians were not Jedi, but they understood Jedi combat. They had needed to. Jazz learned what he could. The Blade Masters shared knowledge with him. They taught him how to fight a lightsaber with other weapons. They praised his skill and focus. He was trusted with guarding the foundlings and ships when warriors were away. A task he performed with seriousness. Some mocked him, Targo and Kellic Bob most of all. Nursemaid, they called him. Jazz kept calm. Mother Nuna had asked this of him. Protecting the clan's future mattered. This was the way. Part of that duty was protecting the children. That was why he had checked the collective. Some acolytes had been talking to the younglings, trying to sway them. Jazz didn't like that. The clan was contracted to protect the pilgrims, not surrender its children to them. He was heading to Mom to report this when he ran into Gabe Cooper. Coop grinned, his attempt at a mustache still looking like a dirt smudge. "Well, you're in a hurry," Co-op said. "I need to see Mom," Jazz said. "There might be a problem with the collective." "She might not have time," Co-op warned. "Targo and Ellis are with her. They're fighting again." Perfect. Ellis Nuna, third in command, had been one of the few Nuna not unhelmed during the clan's fall. Jazz trusted Ellis. On Ren Var they had fought together and survived. Ellis had embraced him as family afterward. Targo had resented it. He resented many things, including Jazz. And now, Targo had been the one to bring the Sunset Collective to the clan. Their pilgrimage from the Rim to Corellia had come with a huge payment, too big to ignore. But Jazz now wondered whether they should have. As he and Co-op reached Mom's quarters, Ray's voices spilled out. Targo's bellow was unmistakable. Neither boy dared interrupt. "I don't need to tell you the risk, Targo," Mother Nuna said coldly. "Our clan will not be welcome over the skies of Kuat." "We aren't welcome anywhere," Targo growled. "But that will change. The credits will restore us." A pause. "Surely you see the value in that." "You think I don't?" Mom snapped. "Our return is always on my mind." "Then don't stand in the way." Another voice, Ellis, cut in. "We should make sure we have a clan left to return." A harsh laugh followed, Kellic Bob. "What's the matter, Ellis? Scared of the big bad pups?" "Caution is not cowardice," Ellis replied. "Not from where I'm standing." Jazz winced. Calling Ellis a coward was dangerous. Bob was reckless. The sound of heavy footsteps approached. Jazz and Co-op turned. 2 members of the collective walked toward Mom's door. The first speaker and the hand of the faith. They ignored Jazz and Co-op completely. The first speaker was a blue-skinned Pantoran. Refined, wealthy, leader of the collective. The hand was his opposite. A towering Tunroth woman, stronger than any Mandalorian aboard, with the lightsaber at her belt. That lightsaber had drawn Jazz's attention from the moment he saw it. A Jedi once. Not anymore. She had mocked him when they first met. "So you're the Jedi stray they picked up." She had laughed. "Can't say I'm impressed." She had told him she'd been a knight. Told him she'd been abandoned. Told him he should stand with them or get swept away. Her reverence for the eternal night disturbed him deeply. And now, she stood before Mom's door and pounded with her massive fist. "Open up." The first wants words. The door opened. They entered. Before Jazz could even think about staying till over here, the hand turned, raised a palm, and the force slammed into both boys. Jazz barely shielded them in time. They skidded across the corridor. Coop gasped. The hand grinned. "Get lost, boys. Adults are talking." The door shut. Jazz glared after her. Trouble. All of them. Trouble. Jazz returned to his duties. Even with his worries, work remained. Coop worked beside him as usual. They were inspecting the shuttles for hull damage. Not glamorous, but necessary. And fit for two boys who refused to take the creed. Jazz knew his own reasons. Coop had his too. Recently, Co-op dreamed of leaving the clan one day, buying a ship, becoming a smuggler. Creative shipping, he called it. He wanted Jazz to join him. Part of Jazz was tempted. It would let him move through Republic space, see how the Jedi Order fared today. But he doubted they would take him back. He'd lived outside the law too long. Likely they'd send him to the Agri Corps, take his saber, strip him of everything he had trained for. Maybe it would have been a peaceful life, but it wasn't his path. Not anymore. Not with Mother Nuna facing whatever the collective brought among them. Coop was unusually quiet. Too quiet. What is it? Jazz asked. What's wrong? Coop sighed. So that's what it feels like when someone attacks you with the Force. Jazz winced. Technically, it wasn't an attack. More of a warning. But still. He understood Co-op's fear. Facing a Force wielder made ordinary people feel helpless. I'm sorry you had to feel that, Jazz said. I'm sorry I didn't think to shield us sooner. Would that have worked? Coop asked. Maybe, Jazz said. She's a knight. I'm not. She has far more training. Jazz shivered. Coop still didn't understand the Force. He saw Jazz levitate things, but that was small compared to what could be done. The hand was strong. Dangerously strong. I don't like her, Co-op said. I don't like any of these collective Murglacs. Mom should have said no. Jazz agreed. They should have avoided this job. JAS. Cooperative. Ellis strode toward them, green and yellow armor unmistakable. Front and center. Now. They winced and hurried over. Ellis' visor focused on Jazz. The hand says you were spying, he said. She says she felt your presence. Jazz winced. He could lie. He didn't. I was listening, he admitted. I wanted to see what they were doing. Ellis nodded. Coop asked, did Targo go thermal? Targo and Bob tried to convince Mom to throw you in the brig, Ellis said. Said you were jeopardizing the deal. No surprise there. What did Mom say? Jazz asked. She left the punishment up to me. Jazz blinked. Your choice? Yes. And the first speaker. He was amused. Said all were welcome to hear their word. Said there was no need for you to hide. Jazz frowned. Comfort and safety. Sure. Mom was willing to drop it, Ellis added. But Targo wouldn't. And he accepted the hand's accusation immediately. Coop scowled. And that doesn't strike anyone as odd. He demanded. Since when does Targo trust outsiders over us? Coop, Jazz warned. Don't coop me. Jazz is family. How is the word of a stranger worth more than a brother's? Coop, Ellis shouted. Enough. Coop fell silent. Others were watching now. Ellis sighed. Is Mom going to punish me? Jazz asked. No, Ellis said. No. Why? Because I told her you were checking on them under my orders. Jazz froze. You covered for me. Yes? Why? Ellis sighed. You're not the only one uneasy about this job. I should have asked you to watch them from the start. You are the stealthiest among us, and I know they've been talking to the foundlings. Ellis shook his head. If not for Targo's push, we wouldn't have taken this job. He looked hard at Jazz. When you listened, what did you hear? What did you feel? Jazz told him everything. The sermon, the darkness, the Force warning him. Ellis nodded. I'll bring this to Mother Nuna. It isn't much, but it's something. He rested a hand on Jazz's shoulder. Be careful, brother. When we reach Kuat, more of them will board. We need to stay alert. Jazz's eyes narrowed. Ellis expected danger. If the collective turned hostile, they wouldn't stand a chance. Not against Mandalorians. But Jazz knew darkness didn't always strike with blasters. And the hand was no ordinary foe. Watch each other's backs, Ellis repeated. They nodded. They always had. And they always would. Jazz and Co-op returned to work, checking shuttles. There was nothing else to do. Nothing would happen until they reached Kuit. He hoped. Jazz, Co-op said as they walked. A worried frown pulled at his mouth. Yeah. Coop exhaled. I have a bad feeling about this. Jazz nodded. Yeah, he said. Me too. Chapter 5. Darkness. JAS. Coop's scream filled the air as the platform they were on finally gave way. The repulsor lifts failed, and it began to spin and tumble. The skies of Kuit became chaos, explosions, cries of fear, and the sound of Mandalorians taking to the air, their jetpacks flaring as everything collapsed around them. Jazz tried to hang on, to keep from being swept off the spinning platform. While at the same time trying to hold onto his friend, he used the Force to slow the other boy's descent, giving him time to find something to hang onto. Gabe Cooper wrapped his arms around the closest security railing. It gave the computer that controlled the platforms just enough time to regain control, to slow their descent. Jazz Darbin shook his head. All around them people were dying. The Force was wailing like an injured child. It has all fallen apart. He knew they had underestimated the Sunset Collective, and now they were paying for it. This should not have happened, the boy realized. It is all our fault. The ship had arrived on Kuit with no problems. The first speaker and the Hand of the Faith had left them at the spaceport to gather their followers before continuing on their journey. Ellis had kept Jazz and Co-op close while the Collective's leaders were away. Both the Collective people and Targo had now identified the two boys as troublemakers. The Mandalorian third officer wanted to make sure that did not cause any problems. Targo had stayed close to Mother Nuna. She had found out about what the Lady Hand had done to Jazz in the corridor, and she was not happy about it. Targo did his best to convince her not to worry. The Tunneroth had behaved rashly, but no real harm had been done. Not for lack of trying, Jazz realized. Had he not acted when he did, both he and Co-op could have ended up in the infirmary. Regardless of his personal feelings on the matter, Targo had promised to keep an eye on the Hand of the Faith, make sure that she remembered that just because they were paying for Nuna aid did not mean that they had free rein to do whatever they liked. Targo had promised to see to it. After all, he had made this deal. He could guarantee the Collective would not step out of line again. When the first speaker and the Lady Hand returned several hours later, they brought back 30 more acolytes and many storage crates. Ellis had been a bit concerned about that. It was questionable if they had the room to take on so many new passengers, and besides, he did not know what sort of capabilities that these new Collective members possessed. He was not sure about taking them aboard without knowing more. It was Mother Nuna's final call, but she had always listened to him. He hoped that she would listen now. When asked about it, the first speaker had been dismissive. The Mandalorians had nothing to worry about. Most of the Collective's acolytes would be staying behind when the ship left. The Collective did not require the transport of all of the new arrivals. They were only staying a short time to receive his blessing and instruction in what came next. Then they would be leaving. They would be following the main group later. They would require an escort to the drive yards. It was a massive ring of ship production facilities that orbited the planet. The acolytes that stay will be taking possession of several ships we have just purchased, the first speaker had explained. Once these new vessels are completed, they will join us at our new temple. I must bless our vessels in the name of the Eternal Night to ensure our safe passage. Jazz knew that it was common practice for most religious groups to seek to bless ships before they headed back out into the void. The Collective was not the first religious group to ask to take the tour for that reason, and since they had ships of their own under construction, it was within their rights to see what they had purchased. The Kuiti had not been entirely pleased to hear that, particularly the yard security chief. The priests were one thing, their Mandalorian bodyguards were quite another. Again, the first speaker had done his best to reassure them. Clan Nuna was simply here for his brothers and sisters. They saw to the pilgrims' protection. They offered no trouble, and would continue to do so. Jazz was not quite sure, but he thought he saw some credits pass between the Collective's leader and the security chief. After that, permission had been granted. They would be allowed to take the tour, though he was usually left behind on such missions. This time Ellis asked if Jazz would join them. The third officer felt safer having people he knew he could trust come along. Dressed in crew overalls, with his lightsaber safely sheathed up his sleeve, Jazz had agreed to join the tour. The 3 hover platforms used for the tour would carry 10 collective acolytes and 5 Mandalorians each. 2 priests known as the 5th and 6th Words of the Faith would travel with the first 2 groups. The third would be led by the first speaker himself, who in turn would be protected by Mother Nuna and Ellis. Targo had asked to stay behind, though he did send his apprentice along. Bob was going to make sure that Jazz and Co-op caused no trouble. Targo's reasoning made Jazz roll his eyes. Like he and Co-op were any real threat, they were not even wearing armor. What trouble could they seriously cause? Mother Nuna led the way, with Ellis and the first speaker at her heels. Jazz and Co-op would be riding with Kellic Bob and the 5th Word. The priests were ushered through security with barely a glance. All focus was on the Mandalorians. The KDY security was very interested in them. All eyes were on the Mandalorians and their weapons. The Kuati were right to be careful. One of the security men nodded to the first speaker. The blue-skinned priest had nodded back and made some sort of gesture before him. The guard smiled slightly and went about his business. Jazz frowned. A shiver ran down his spine. He had watched the priests and their followers closely. Most of those going on this tour were members of the new arrivals that had come aboard this morning. Most of them were young people between the ages of 18 and 20, all human. The masked priest, the one they called the 5th Word, said nothing. He simply held his ceremonial staff and watched, as silent as a shadow. Kellic Bob guided the newcomers to their seats, while occasionally shooting Jazz and Co-op suspicious glances. The feline-like Mandalorian was in full battle armor today. The helmet he wore had been modified to fit his wide cat-like head and features. The T-visor of his helmet was so dark that you could not see his eyes. But he was watching Jazz and Co-op. That much was certain. From what Jazz was guessing, the Togorian would have preferred that the 2 boys remained on the ship. Blessed be the eternal night upon you, brother. Jazz turned to see a young collective acolyte smiling at him. She was pretty, he supposed, dark-haired with large brown eyes. My lady, Jazz said, bowing. The girl giggled. Oh, I'm no lady, she laughed, merely a willing hand in the service of the eternal night. Her smile was wide and friendly. Are you new to the faith? Are you here to be blessed by the eternal night as well? Jazz's brow furrowed. He thought that the first speaker was doing this to bless his followers' ships. I'm here to help protect you, Jazz informed her. I'm a member of Clan Nuna. The girl beamed. Oh, so we are allies then. That is good. The eternal night needs all the help it can find to ensure all is ready when it finally comes. Jazz was not sure what to make of that. He could sense the girl's fervor through the Force. She was excited to be a part of this, which seemed odd. It was just a tour of a shipyard. Wasn't it? They all took their places. Once all were seated, the platforms began to rise. They climbed higher and higher. An energy shield appeared over the platform's open roof, sealing them off from space. The platforms were based on the same principle as the maintenance skimmers, the ships that the Kuati used to move about their shipyards. Controlled by pilot droids, the platforms would take them up and allow the group to see the various ships that were now under construction. Jazz had never been to the drive yards before. He could not help but be in awe. The yards themselves were enormous, a literal planetary ring of dry docks, construction cranes, and mineral processors. He could not help but shake his head. It was amazing what the Republic and its people could produce. Amazing. The platforms dipped lower. He could now make out that some of the ships were enclosed in force fields, likely the same kind used in the various launch bays of larger vessels. These protective coverings allowed the workers to do their jobs without the need of bulky spacesuits. 2 large ships were now below them. Jazz assumed that these were the vessels the collective had purchased. From here it looked like they were nearly completed. Few workers moved about the hulls. As they entered the protective bubble of the shield, the platform lowered its own shield, once again exposing them to the open air. A voice came out of the walls next to them, the droid pilot explaining what they were seeing, telling the visitors about the ship they had purchased and what it could do. The girl who had spoken to him earlier stood up. She looked down at her wrist and smiled. She wore a small armband, a green light was blinking on it. She looked at Jazz. "Thank you for watching over us," she said, her voice warm and sincere. He had no time to move, no time to react. The girl sprinted away from her seat and leapt over the side of the platform, down toward the shipyard. Jazz leapt out of his seat. Coop had been sitting next to him. His own eyes were wide with disbelief. What the? Jazz was moving. He did not stop. He was motion and instinct. He reached down trying to grab the young acolyte with the force, to stop her fall. Time seemed to slow down. He saw the look on her face as she fell to her death fell toward one of the shield generators. The girl was smiling. She shouted out her final words, words of glee and liberation. For the night. The girl tore at the front of her robes and kaboom! She exploded against the shield generator. Electricity arced up and away from the yard as secondary explosions began to break out over the dock. For a few seconds the shields failed. Workers shrieked as they were lifted up and blown out into space. The shockwave threw Jazz back and started the whole platform spinning. Jazz hit the deck hard. Stars exploded before his eyes. He could not believe it. What was going on? Jazz was not sure how he had managed to find his feet again, but somehow he managed. The droid piloting the platform had been able to stabilize their fall. Jazz was dizzy. He felt something warm flowing into his eyes. He wiped at his face and looked out over what was going on. What was happening with the other platforms? The tour had turned into a war. He could see 6 of his brothers and sisters in the air. They flew in formation, each carrying one of the acolytes. At first Jazz thought they were flying them to safety, but as he watched he realized the truth. One by one his clanmates dropped their cargo. The acolytes fell. And all exploded when they found their targets. He tried to find Mom, tried to find the platform she was on. The other 2 were moving off quickly, heading outside the shield, heading to other docked ships. Jazz's eyes narrowed. They were heading for other targets. Jazz cursed himself for a fool. Mother, he thought, what have you done? Get down. Coop shoved him out of the way as 2 of the collective's acolytes tried to seize them. The force field that protected the platform kicked on again as the dock's main shield failed. 2 blaster bolts flashed above them. Jazz heard screaming and cries of pain. The platform itself had become a battle. He watched in horror as Kellic Bob gunned down one of their own. The 5th word twisted his staff, pulling out a part here and snapping one into place there. The priest now held an axe of some sort. He shrieked out a war cry and lunged at a young Mandalorian trooper named Digger. The blade sliced through the boy's neck, not beheading him, but killing him just the same. Digger fell without a sound. Kellic Bob had another of their brothers at his side now. He was trading fire with another of their brethren, his former brethren. No, Jazz thought. This can't be happening. No. One of the acolytes lay dead at Jazz's feet, gunned down by either Digger or one of the other loyal brothers. Jazz looked down in horror at the young pilgrim. Beneath his violet robes was a vest rigged with explosives, high-yield detonators if Jazz remembered his explosives training correctly. Immediately he understood what was going on. This was no mere visit. This was a terrorist attack. Jazz's eyes narrowed. And Clan Nuna was helping. Or rather Kellic Bob and a few of their brothers were helping. Jazz did not need much help putting one and one together. The Togorian followed only one man's lead. Targo, he thought. Targo, you son of a hut. Damn you. Jazz. Through a cloud of anger he could hear Coop's voice. J.A.S. He blinked. His friend knelt before him, eyes wide with fear and disbelief. We got to get out of here, Coop said. We got to get out of here. We got to find Mom. Jazz looked up. The other platforms had moved off. He was not sure which one Mother Nuna was on. An electronic squeal behind them drew his attention, Two of the remaining collective pilgrims had pulled the droid pilot out of his socket and were in the process of destroying him. Jazz still counted 7 of the terrorists, including the 5th word. He had no time left to decide what to do. He and Co-op looked up to see Kellic Bob standing over them. He had one of their brothers with him, the one that had helped him kill Digger and the others. The Togorian laughed coldly. "Mom's not here to save you now, you little shuttas," he purred, raising his blaster. Jazz could imagine the self-satisfied smirk on the alien's face. Bob had always been so smug in combat, always eager to brag after each engagement. "Targo said to say hello to you both," Bob said, "and goodbye." His blaster came up, pointed right at Jazz's head. Bob's ally had his sights set on Co-op. It is over, Jazz thought. Time seemed to slow down again. It should have been over. Jazz did something in that moment that he had never done before. In the last few years, he had avoided conflict, stayed true to his Jedi ideals, engaging in direct violence only during training. They are going to kill us, Jazz realized. They are going to kill us. They may have already killed Mom. Jazz's eyes widened. They may have killed Mom. That was all it took. That one little thought. Shock vanished. In its place came something more, something hot and cold at the same time. Anger. Rage. Jazz had no defense against it. In that moment, surrounded by killers, he let go. He brought his hand down with an angry roar. The Force responded. It felt his rage and answered. Power flowed into him, more power than he had ever felt before. He did not hesitate. He used it. Time sped back up. Bob was still standing over him holding a blaster. He never got the chance to fire it. Jazz got to him first. The Force shockwave he unleashed was unlike anything he had ever done before. Seats tore away from their moorings. The deck beneath their feet flowed like water. The blast hit everyone around them, leaving only Jazz and Co-op untouched. The collectives were blown back. The speed of their flight was not enough to trigger the energy shield to stop them. All 7 acolytes found themselves in the cold vacuum of space. 2 managed to trigger their vests, but the explosion was nothing in the void. The platform rocked from it, but that was all. Bob and his ally were also thrown. Their armor could survive the void for a short time. They used their rocket packs to stop their flight. Jazz glared angrily at the only one who had not been thrown back. The 5th word of the Sunset Collective remained before them. He spun his blade, challenging Jazz to try and attack him. The 15-year-old smiled. Love to, mate, he thought. Love to. He drew his lightsaber from his sleeve. He ignited the blade, bathing himself in violet light. The priest lunged at him. Jazz brought up his blade and blocked the attack. Then, he gasped and started choking. Bob had come down behind him. He fired his smart rope, wrapping it around Jazz's neck. The alien pulled tight as both the priest and Bob's remaining Mandalorian ally charged at Jazz, both armed with blades. Blaster fire rang out. Jazz heard an angry Togorian yowl. Bob's grip on the rope came away. Jazz pulled the rope off and whirled back to engage the 2 enemies in front of him. "I got your back, Jazz," he heard Co-op call out. "I got your back." Blaster fire drove the priest and his ally back. Good, Jazz thought. Now I can really concentrate. His former brother was the more dangerous of the pair. Jazz knew how skilled Clan Nuna troopers were. He did not waste any time. The traitor was distracted, backpedaling, and trying to avoid Co-op's blaster, thinking that Jazz would leave him be and attack the priest, giving him a chance to get behind the young man. Jazz did not do what he expected. He would deal with the 5th word, but first, he used the Force to push the priest back. When the Mandalorian ally tried to dance around Jazz, he reversed his spin and came up with a vicious upward strike. Jazz knew right where to put the blade. He had been training with the Nuna for years. The lightsaber caught the Mandalorian under the arm, where the pauldron and breastplate met. There was no Beskar there, only leather. The trooper's arm came away. Before the warrior could respond, Jazz struck again, this time with a spinning Adaru strike at shoulder level. The traitor's helmet and head came away. They flew over the edge of the platform and vanished into the void. The body toppled and fell over the edge as well. The sight should have horrified Jazz. He had never killed anyone before today. Now he had. It did not feel that bad. In fact, he felt good. Powerful. He was. The Force whispered in his ear. You are under attack. Defend yourself. Jazz dropped down, barely avoiding losing his head to the collective priest. He spun and engaged the masked zealot, blade against blade. The robed figure used that axe like he had been born with it in his fist. He was fast and strong. He tried to force push Jazz. It was a good attempt, but one the boy would have been able to block even during his days as a youngling at the temple. The fifth word surprised him. It was clear that the priest had at least some training in the Force, perhaps from the Tunroth. It gave him speed, strength, and balance. Jazz grinned. It was not enough. He may have only been 9 when he had left the Order, but in that time he had learned how to use the Force, to see it as more than a bludgeon. This priest did not know how to do that. He was all fire and no ice. Jazz could feel the man's emotions and his limited power. He was not even using the Force to shield himself. How very foolish, a voice, much like his own, whispered. Teach him the error of that. Make him bleed. Jazz did just that. He reached out with the Force and grabbed the priest. The 15-year-old's anger made him strong. He lifted the priest in the air, pulling his limbs out and away from his body. He did not have the strength to tear him apart, but he did not need to. He just needed to hold him in place. Jazz's eyes narrowed. Why are you doing this? He shouted. The priest said nothing. Why? Again the priest said nothing. The anger struck Jazz again. He could not stop himself. He raised his lightsaber. May the Eternal Night accept me, the priest said. His words did not stop Jazz. From the top of the head to between the man's legs, he sliced the fifth word in half. Whatever armor the man had beneath his robes, it had not been enough. Jazz let the body parts fall to the deck. He was panting. His vision was tinged with red. Don't stop now, the sly voice within him said. You still have one last victim to deal with. Jazz smiled. Make him scream. Jazz turned to the back of the platform, where Co-op had Kellic Bob contained. The Togorian looked up when he saw Jazz approaching. He had no doubt seen what the boy, the nursemaid, the nanny, had done to his allies. Bob did something then that Jazz would not have believed before that moment. He threw down his blaster and yielded. I give up. He shouted, hey. I give up. Jazz sneered. I don't care, he hissed. Jazz flung out his hand. Bob hit the side of the platform with enough force to damage his rocket pack. The device sparked and started hissing. Jazz leapt on him with an angry snarl. He tore the Togorian helmet from his head and flung it down beside him. The alien stared up into Jazz's eyes with pure disbelief and terror. No, he said, raising his large paws. Don't kill me. Please, kid. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Jazz grabbed him by the collar, pulling him into a standing position. What is going on? Jazz snarled. It took everything he had not to gut the cowardly creature right there. Not my fault. Kellic Bob sobbed. IT was all Targo's idea. IT was Targo. Yeah, we get that, Co-op said. Coming up beside Jazz, he had his blaster in hand, still pointed at the Togorian's head. But why? What is Targo planning? The alien's eyes were wide with fear. He had likely never faced a Force user in combat before, and he had always thought Jazz weak. He knew better now. The collective wants this place wrecked, Bob cried. They want to destroy it. They say it's a threat to the return of their Eternal Night. They paid Targo a fortune to help set all this up. So I guess there is no temple on Corellia, Jazz said. This was all a scheme to attack KDY. IT isn't my fault. The alien whined. The collective promised to help Targo reclaim our spot on Mandalore. They say they have powerful friends coming. Friends that could use a strong ally on Mandalore. Who is coming? Jazz snarled. I don't. WHO. I don't know. I swear I don't know. The alien was almost sobbing now. Disgusting, Jazz thought. What about Mom? Coop asked. What is going to happen to her? The first speaker is going to kill her, Bob wept. Her and Ellis too. We were going to take over the clan. That's all I know. I swear that's all I know. Jazz let him go. Kellic Bob fell at his feet, sobbing and begging for mercy. Jazz snorted. He could barely contain his disgust for this thing sobbing at his feet. Kill him? The voice was sly and seductive. Kill him? Make him answer for his crimes. Do it, young Jazz. Do it. Jazz started to raise his lightsaber. Jazz. He looked over at Cooper. His friend looked almost as scared as Bob. It is over, Jazz, he said. Put the sword down. Do not let him stand in your way. Embrace your power. Let it flow. The voice was louder now. Kill him too. Let no one stand in your way. Jazz blinked. What? Kill Co-op. He shook his head. No. Never. He lowered his weapon, but he did not take his eyes off Bob. He felt. Jazz shuddered. He felt dirty. At the Jedi Temple, his masters had warned him about the dark side. They had told him how powerful it could seem, how it begged you to use it, how once you let it in, it twisted everything you were. But those warnings had always been distant, abstract. Now he had felt it. He had given in. The darkness had made him strong, but at a price. Jazz looked down at the lightsaber in his hand. It had never felt so heavy. He had never felt so unworthy. He wanted to throw it over the side. He wasn't worthy. He knew he should never use the Force again. Not if it could lead him back to that. Not if it could turn him into something terrible. He looked down at Kellic Bob. The coward disgusted him, but the rage was gone. He is nothing, Jazz realized. Let him live with that shame. Get out of here, Jazz spat. Why, what? Kellic Bob stammered. I said get out of here. Now, Jazz growled. Take your helmet and fly. Go. You can't do that, Bob gasped. If I'm captured by the Republic. You should have thought of that when you betrayed your clan, Co-op said. Get out of here, Bob. He raised his blaster to the alien's head. Get out of here before I finish what Jazz started. Kellic Bob scrambled to his feet. He grabbed his helmet. Jazz could feel the alien's panic. He was part of a conspiracy to destroy a Republic shipyard. If the Republic caught him. You can't do this to me. Bob shrieked. You can't. I'm a member of Clan Nuna. Targo is our leader now. Jazz had heard enough. He slammed his boot into the Togorian's chest. Kellic Bob yelled as he went over the side of the platform. Jazz and Co-op rushed to the edge. Bob had managed to get his helmet on and fire his rocket pack, but the rockets were damaged. He wobbled toward the far end of the shipyard. He would make it to the structure, but nowhere else. Jazz shook his head. More merciful to kill him, he thought. But mercy wasn't something he felt. Damn, Co-op said. Looks like he's going to make it down safely. Jazz glared at him. What? Coop said. Are you honestly going to say you didn't want him dead? Jazz sighed. He had wanted Bob dead. That was the problem. Coop moved to the controls, pushing buttons and pulling levers. What are you doing? Jazz asked. Going after Mom. What else? Jazz frowned. He did not know. Jazz, Co-op said softly, Buddy, what is it? Jazz shook his head. I shouldn't come with you, Co-op, he said. I'm dangerous. I know, right? Coop grinned nervously. That's why I need you to come. We can get Mom and get out of here. We? He stopped. Jazz's expression scared him. What is it? I gave in to my anger. Co-op, Jazz whispered. What you saw, what I did, that was the dark side. Yeah, Co-op said. So? Jazz stared at him. Coop did not understand. He might never understand. It is evil, Co-op. It could turn me evil. Worse than Targo. Worse than Darth Revan. You're being a little dramatic, aren't you? Jazz's eyes narrowed. I wanted to kill you, Co-op, he said quietly. For standing in my way. I almost did. Coop froze. Really? He whispered. Jazz nodded. I can't use the Force anymore, Jazz said. If I do, I'm not sure what will happen. Coop stared at him. You know, I don't know everything about this Jedi stuff, Co-op said slowly, but I know this, you owe Mom a lot. She took you in when she didn't have to, just like she did with me. I know that, but... No buts, Co-op said. I'm going to save Mom. And I need you. I need your help. I need your powers. He gave Jazz a stern look. You want to quit using the Force forever? Fine, but wait until the clan is safe. Okay, Jazz. Jazz winced. He knew the risk. He knew the danger. The dark side was a slope, and he had already stepped onto it. One step became 2. 2 became 10. And then one day you looked in the mirror and saw a monster. Jazz, please, Co-op said. Mom needs you. I need you. Jazz sighed and looked down at his lightsaber. Fine, he said. One last time. But if I lose control again, cooperative. You have to stop me. Promise me. Jazz, promise me. Coop swallowed hard. Sure, pal. Whatever you say. Jazz Darbin closed his eyes. Praise the Force, he thought. He gave Co-op a weak smile. Okay, Co-op. Let's do it. Let's go get Mom. Chapter 6. The Way. This is our fault. Jazz looked down as the damage done. The fires burning, the ships left broken and untethered. For several kilometers in both directions, the Kuat Drive yards was burning. And it was all our fault. We brought the Sunset Collective here. We gave them the cover they needed to get within the shipyards. Security had been so worried about the Mandalorians that they had not even glanced at the priests and what they were carrying. Even if the first speaker had managed to pay off a few of the guards, if not for Clan Nuna, someone likely would have caught on, might have stopped them. Jazz Darbin shook his head. It was all our fault. Despite the damage their platform had taken during the battle, it had been able to move much swifter than one fully loaded with people. Coop piloted after the other 2 platforms, hoping to reach Mother Nuna in time. As the 2 boys watched the platform closest to them dip down and plunged into the shipyard, heading straight for a Republic cruiser in dry dock. The ship had been powered down, relying on the yard shields to protect it. The platform moved just slow enough to pass through the shield, pass through and slam into the ship, its mass and momentum more than enough to snap the cruiser in 2. Jazz watched in horror as the platform exploded, and with it the broken cruiser, and anything else that could explode around it. A series of chain explosions detonated within the shield detonated and burned until the shield generators finally failed. The loss of air put out the fires, but the damage had been done. Debris and bodies spun away from the wrecked section of the shipyard. It was more damage done by the Collective, another sacrifice to their eternal night. Again, Jazz felt the cold sense of anger reaching out to him, and with it the darkness. It all for so much. He could hear the call so clearly now. He wanted to save Mom. It could help. He wanted to destroy the Collective. It could do that too. He wanted to have Targo's head on a plate. It could do that. He could do that. It would be a pleasure. He tried not to listen, to focus on his duty, on repaying Mom for saving him all those years ago. Coop was not wrong. He owed the Mandalorian chieftain everything. He would have died if she left him there. He would repay that debt. Coop spotted the last platform. It had finally come to a stop. It was moving on repulsor lifts only. Jazz reached out with the Force. He felt no trace of the Collective. Their acolytes were gone. He felt no aggressive feelings at all coming from the platform, only desperation and the will to survive. Jazz smiled. I found Mom, he shouted to Co-op. She is still alive. Gabe Cooper nodded and brought the platform about, moving it towards the other remaining platform. Jazz was not sure what was going on, but he was certain she was there. It was at that moment that the Force cried out. It was a warning of danger, a warning of death. Above them space seemed to shift, a shimmer of pseudo-motion as something big emerged from hyperspace. A Republic cruiser now appeared above them, answering a distress call from the yard. Jazz's eyes widened. We got to go, he told Co-op. We got to go. Laser blasts flashed around them as the warship opened was targeting the only platform that was still a threat, the only one still in motion. It was targeting their platform. The boys only had a few moments to react. As they had made their way towards the other two platforms, Co-op had suggested that they take the rocket packs of Digger and their other slain brother. Both he and Jazz had trained with them a little. Even though neither boy had sworn to the creed, they still had the training. As it turned out, that was good. They needed that training now. Jazz pulled Co-op away from the controls, but only when they were back safely inside the dock shields. They dropped the platform's shields and both boys leapt into the void. Republic weapons found the doomed platform a few seconds later. It exploded violently, throwing shrapnel and wreckage as it blew apart. Jazz had reached out with the Force again, trying his best to shield them. He tried to remain focused on his sense of calm and his desire to save Mom. He tried to hold the anger in check, tried to keep it from rising. He did not doubt that the dark side would have helped, but he knew now not to feed that particular beast. He would not like what happened if he did. He and Co-op skimmed close to the shipyards, using the shields to both protect themselves from the Republic ship, the vacuum, and to reach Mom. So far, KDY security had not turned off the shields in this section of the yards. It gave the boys what they needed to reach their goal, a goal that would have been unattainable without it. Neither Jazz nor Co-op wore helmets. They would not have been able to reach the platform without the shield. As for the platform itself, it still floated in a stationary position, but slowly losing altitude. Flashes of red light suggested blaster fire was being exchanged on board. Jazz considered that a good sign. Mother Nuna was still alive, and if she was still alive, she was still fighting. They still had a chance. They could still save her. The platform continued to sink. Soon it would be inside the shield that would be their window. Jazz and Co-op both struggled with their jetpacks. These rigs were designed to carry Mandalorians in full armor. The two boys did not have the weight to properly compensate for it, and it made the packs too sensitive to their movements. As the platform finally dipped down inside the shield, Jazz could finally hear the blaster fire. He had expected to find Mom and any other survivors dealing with the Collective or Targo's traitors. Instead, she was facing a different enemy. Two security skimmers had attached to the platform. A squad of 6 KDY security men in heavy armor was trading blasts with the surviving Mandalorians. Jazz recognized the familiar sight of Ella's helmet as he bobbed up to fire and dropped back down. For the moment, the security forces had not noticed Jazz or Co-op. They had not realized that the two boys were approaching. Jazz and Co-op did as they were taught. They slowed their momentum and came down behind the KDY forces. It was not the most pretty of landings, or the most silent, but they made it. The security men spun around and tried to attack. Jazz was ready. For the second time that day, he ignited his lightsaber, the violet blade bathing the KDY people in his light. For that one brief moment, everything seemed to stop. Jazz stood before Co-op, shielding him. The KDY men looked upon the 15-year-old wielding a lightsaber with a mix of shock and horror. Jazz held his blade before him, holding up the Shiicho guard, and waiting for what came next. "Get back in your skimmers," he shouted, his words directed at the security soldiers. "Leave now." The men stood there, paralyzed. "Leave now," Jazz repeated. A blaster shot flashed towards him. He blocked it with his blade. "Dark Jedi," one of the KDY men shouted. "Dark Jedi," another cried out. "Kill him! Kill him! Dark Jedi!" Jazz almost spun around, ready to meet this new threat, and then he realized what was going on. They were not talking about any of the Sunset Collective people. They were talking about him. The realization shocked Jazz, but only for a moment. The blasters of the KDY people all swung towards him. He had no more time to simply stand there gawking. He acted. The security men were caught off guard. Jazz used the Force to rush them. Before they had a chance to fire off enough bolt, he was within their group. He did his best to pull his shots. He could have taken heads or limbs, but chose to cut blasters instead. His blade hummed as it moved back and forth, destroying the security force's weapons. Their weapons gone, the troopers tried to rush him, to pin him down and get his lightsaber. He did not let that happen. He was moving too fast. He used a series of small force pushes to throw them off balance. Without the dark side, he did not have the power to simply throw them off the platform, and would not use it if he could. He did not want to kill these men for simply doing their job. Not that he was completely defenseless without the Force. He had spent almost 6 years training with Clan Nuna. He had learned hand-to-hand combat techniques. Coop and he had both learned them. Gabe Cooper moved in to back him up. He used his blaster but only on the stun setting. Jazz had been adamant of not killing anyone. Coop did not even complain about it. Jazz suspected that his friend did not wish to kill anyone either. There had been too much death today already. Their attack, their distraction paid off. No sooner had the two boys engaged that Ellis leapt out from where he had been hiding and came to their aid. The Mandalorian third was far more skilled than two boys, Force-sensitive or not. As one, they forced the 6 soldiers back into one of security's skimmers. It would be a tight fit for the 3, but it was better than letting Ellis or Jazz kill them. Jazz was surprised by Ellis' restraint, but he should not have been. This attack was bad enough. Clan Nuna had not come here to expand on the tragedy that had happened here. Once the 6 men were inside, Ellis triggered the door control. Jazz cut through the maglocks that were holding the skimmer onto the platform. It disengaged and began to tumble away. Someone must have fired the maneuvering thrusters because it did not slam into the docks below. Jazz looked around searching for any more enemies but finding none. The 3 of them had done it. They were safe for now. Ellis turned to the 2 boys, his expression hidden behind his helmet. Through the Force, Jazz could feel his gratitude and his pleasure at not seeing the 2 boys dead. "Brothers," he said, placing a hand over his heart. "Brother," Jazz and Co-op said in unison, returning the salute. "It is good that you are okay," Ellis said, his eyes falling at the now empty security skimmer. "We have a way out now," he said. "It is best that we use it." "What about Mother Nuna?" Jazz asked. "Yeah," Co-op said, "we have to get her out of here." Jazz felt a ripple of pain through the Force, Ellis's pain. No, he thought. Oh no. The 3 found Mother Nuna leaning against the frame of the platform. Her pale yellow armor was blackened at both her shoulder and at her waist. She held her side as blood ran from beneath her fingers. Her gray and red hair was damp, her skin pale and clammy. She looked up the 2 boys. A smile came to her lips. "My boys," she said warmly, "I'm glad you made it." Jazz and Co-op fell to their knees before her. Jazz reached out with the Force, wondering if there was something that he might be able to do. Mother Nuna had always been so strong. She had been a beacon in the Force. She had been a pillar of strength for her clan. Now that beacon was dim, he could feel it flickering weakly in the Force. Despite years of Jedi training, despite his acceptance of the harsh realities of Mandalorian ideas, Jazz felt his eyes sting. A single tear ran down his face. "Mom," he thought. "Oh, Mom." Mother Nuna was in little pain. He saw Mandalorian troopers med pack at her side. Such packs were not meant to save a trooper's life, but to give them the strength they needed to finish the fight. Mother Nuna blinked. Her eyes were glassy from the painkillers. "Is there anyone else?" she asked Ellis. "Are we alone?" "It was just Jazz and Co-op," he informed her. "I saw no one else." "Damn," Mother Nuna winced. "I had hoped for better news." "We secured a skimmer, Mother," Ellis informed her. "We are not trapped here." The older woman nodded. "Good," she murmured. "Very good." She looked upon the boys. She could see the pain on their faces. No doubt she could guess what they were feeling in that moment, what they were thinking. Mothers were like that. It did not matter if the child had not come from her body. Mothers knew. "Don't worry," she told them. "My death will not be mundane as this." She looked up at Ellis, her eyes turning cold, commanding even. "Ellis, get these boys out of here. Get in the skimmer and go." "Mom, we can't leave you," Jazz said. "Yeah," Co-op said. We came here to save you. We came to bring you home." She gave them both a sad smile. "I was never going home," she said. "I accepted that fact long ago." She shook her head. hissing in a mix of pain and anger. The first speaker, he stabbed me. I was too slow, and then, Morn and Venick tried to kill me. I tried to shield her, Ellis said, but I was too late. I was too late. Not your fault, Mother Nuna said. She smiled at her third, trying to show him there was no blame. She turned to Jazz. You know how this ends, don't you? Jazz nodded. He had tears in his eyes. Yes, you knew. He could feel it. Save her. Co-op shouted at him, use your powers. Use the Force. Save her. Jazz shook his head. I can't, I'm no healer. Coop glared at him, his anger starting to rise. Coop, don't, Mother Nuna said, raising her hand. Don't blame Jazz, this wasn't his fault. She hissed, wincing in pain. It was mine, she gasped. It was all mine. Targo betrayed us, Jazz informed her. Bob confessed everything. He knew that the collective had come here to attack. Mother Nuna nodded. Then your duty is clear then, she said. All of you. She looked at Ellis, her pained eyes burning with determination. Do not let this cowardly massacre be my legacy, she growled. Do not let it be what our clan is known for. Ellis nodded. I will not let it end this way, Mother, he said. I promise. She looked at Co-op and Jazz. She smiled sadly. You were never meant for this life, neither of you. I'm sorry, Co-op said. Me too, Jazz said. Don't be, Mother Nuna said, raising a bloody hand to their faces, touching them both. You will need to find your own path, both of you. I know you were already looking, Co-op. Don't be afraid of where it might lead. I won't, he said. I promise. Her eyes fell on Jazz. You will have the hardest journey, I fear. What you did here today will be noticed. You will not be able to hide among us anymore. Jazz Darbin sighed. He knew that she was right. Dark Jedi, the security men, had called him. The Order would hear of this. They might even think he had a part in the attack. The Council would send his hunters looking for him. If he had ever wished to return to the Order, that path was likely gone now. He was on his own, perhaps forever. Strangely enough, that did not scare him as it might have once. He would need to find his own path. The Force would guide him. The platform rumbled beneath them. The Republic ship was moving again, seeking to get over them. No more security skimmers approached. The captain of that ship had probably heard from KD-Y Control right now. They were probably not going to take any chances in dealing with the Dark Jedi. Their weapons were probably locking on right now. Mother Nuna struggled to rise. Jazz and Co-op went to her side. She pushed them away once, but after her second attempt to stand failed, she allowed them to help. They guided her over to the console, the one that controlled the platform. The droid pilot had been smashed to pieces, but the console still blinked. It still had power. Mother Nuna nodded. You can't leave now, boys, she told them. I have one last mission to complete. I will give you as much time as I have left. No, Co-op said, reaching out for her. Mom. Ellis and Jazz stopped him. Don't make this any harder on her than it already is, the Mandalorian third told him. Jazz looked at her, at the woman who had saved him, the one who had seen him as more than just some stray. You will cover our escape. She nodded. Not very Mandalorian of you. She laughed. Her laughter turned into coughing, but she still did it. She wiped the blood from her mouth on her arm and gave him a saucy grin. To protect my clan, to give my life for it, that is Mandalorian. She smirked. This is the way. This is the way, the three standing before her repeated in unison. She nodded grimly, checking the controls. Don't let this farce destroy my clan, she ordered. I'm counting on you boys. All three nodded. Ellis took Co-op by the shoulder, gently guiding him away and towards the skimmer. Jazz remained behind. He looked upon Mother Nuna one last time. Go, she murmured. Go now. He nodded and smiled at her. There is no death, he told her. There is only the Force. She laughed. I guess I'm about to find out if that is true. Yes, he said weakly. She motioned for him to go. She had tears in her eyes. Goodbye, he told her. Until we meet again. Jazz leapt into the skimmer as Co-op closed the door. Ellis was at the controls and disengaged the maglocks. The skimmer fell away from the platform. It was faster than the larger carrier. It sped away quickly. Jazz and Co-op watched out the back viewport, watched as the platform began to rise. Mother Nuna was at the controls. She was firing the repulsors, making the platform pull up and away from the shipyard. She wants no more damage done, Jazz realized. She does not want to add to what the collective has done here. He continued to watch, both through his eyes and through the Force. The warship continued to maneuver, closing in on the platform. A squad of fighters dropped from the cruiser's launch bay. They made for the platform. Mother Nuna had set it on a collision course with the ship, but it did not have the size or the mass to do any damage to a shielded warship. It is almost over, Jazz realized. It was almost time. The fighters closed in. Mother Nuna did not try to go evasive. There was no point. Jazz continued to watch. He could almost see Mother Nuna at the controls, guiding the platform higher and higher. She saw the fighters approaching but did nothing. She smiled and closed her eyes. A Mandalorian did not desire to be taken prisoner. If they were to die, they preferred to die in battle, with an enemy blaster or blade at their throat. The fighters locked onto the slow-moving platform and fired. It was hit once again, and a third time. The repulsors and engine system overloaded. The platform and Mother Nuna vanished in a flash of golden light. Sparkling debris began its long descent down into the atmosphere of the planet Kuat. Ellis and Co-op sat up front, both in pain, both mourning. Jazz was mourning too, but it was different for Jedi. He believed, even if they did not, Mother Nuna would become one with the Force, and one day they would all be together again. He smiled. He would miss her, he would mourn, but he was happy too. They would meet again. It was the will of the Force. He nodded. This is the way. Chapter 7. My Chieftain. I challenge. In the name of the Code of the Clans, and in the traditions of Mandalore, I challenge. The words had been out of Jazz's mouth before he could stop them. He had heard them spoken several times before, normally in the presence of Mom or Ellis. He had never thought he would say them himself. He never thought he would risk it. He was not a fighter, but in that moment, seeing Targo standing before the clan, declaring himself their leader, Jazz had had no choice. Challenge, Targo hissed down at him. Challenge. You have no right to challenge me, you little pest. I'm the leader of this clan. You are not even a full recruit. You have never sworn the creed. You've never. A challenge has been made, Ellis shot back at him. The rules of the old way are quite clear. Any clan member can challenge another, whether they be soldier, recruit, or novice. Jazz has served this clan well for years. He is a part of it, whether you like it or not, Targo. Ellis made the man's name sound like a curse, which in that moment it was. The new leader of Clan Nuna glared down at the three new arrivals. Jazz stood behind Ellis, with Co-op backing them up. Jazz shook his head. He had never expected anything like this to happen. Coop had warned him many times over the years that eventually he would have to stand up to Targo. The Mandalorian second had never accepted him, and one day, Jazz would have to defend his place in the clan. Mother Nuna would not always be there to defend him, or remind Targo of his place. Jazz glared up at the larger man. That day had finally come. Mother Nuna was gone, the clan was in peril, and he had made a promise, the same promise that Co-op and Ellis had made. He would see it through. He now found himself standing in an open field, Ellis and Co-op acting as his seconds. It was here that the challenge would take place. Across from them, Targo stood as his allies tended to him, readying him, and his armor for battle. Are you sure about this? Ellis asked Jazz for the 10th time. Jazz shrugged. It has to be done, the young man reminded him. The Mandalorian nodded. I could. No, Jazz said quickly. He heard Ellis sigh beneath his helmet. Jazz, I can. No, Ellis. Jazz. I made the challenge. I have to see this through. Again, Ellis nodded. He was still not happy about that. As third of the clan, Ellis could have taken on this challenge himself. He could have fought Targo, fought him as Jazz's champion, but Jedi Boy would not allow it. For too long, Targo had looked at him like he was nothing, looked at him like he was unworthy of being a member of their clan. Today, Jazz would prove otherwise. He would prove it to everyone, and for the memory of Mother Nuna. He had made the challenge. He would see it through. After the attack on the Kuat Drive yards, Clan Nuna had retreated to their fallback spot, a small moon in a nearby system. They knew enough not to remain there long. By now word would have gotten back to the Republic. In a couple of hours, Republic warships would be combing the nearby systems, hunting for the Mandalorians that had staged an attack on the shipyards. Memories of the Mandalorian War still haunted the Republic, the tales of cities sacked and worlds burned. The Republic would not sit back and let a single rogue clan bring back those dark days. Clan Nuna would not be able to stay here. The clan needed to be gone before they arrived. Fortunately, for Jazz and his two allies, the clan continued to follow protocol. They were still at the fallback spot when Ellis and the two boys touched down in a stolen shuttle. The clan was awaiting the arrival of any survivors. A stolen shuttle had not shocked anyone, especially after Ellis had given them his clearance code. Jazz had not really wanted to take it, but the three had had no choice. If they were going to catch up with the others before they disappeared, they could not afford to wait. Jazz had begrudgingly agreed. He had even used a bit of forced persuasion on the guard at the hangar bay, convincing him to let them enter, and then to leave his post. Both Ellis and Co-op had been surprised to see that. It was not an ability Jazz liked to use, and at first he had not been sure that he would even have had the strength to make it work. It had been so long since he had done it. The Force was with him today. It had worked, and they had their ship, and after Ellis had disabled the transponder, the three had managed to make a safe getaway, vanishing into hyperspace before the Kuat security could scramble any response. That had been the easy part. What was to come next would be far harder. None of them could say how many of the clan that Targo had on his side, who had willingly joined him during his coup. They all recognized that they were likely walking into a trap, but they had no choice. They had all promised. Mother Nuna's legacy would not be tarnished like this. Targo would not profit from his betrayal. They would stop him. The clan would be saved. They had arrived to find Targo addressing the rest of their clan. He expressed shock over what had happened, shock and anger. Jazz listened to some of what he had to say. It was a pretty speech, inspirational too. It was also a total and complete lie. Targo's tale painted the Sunset Collective as the victims, that the powers that be had not wanted them in the Republic, and that they had chosen to attack the Pilgrims while they had been on their tour of the shipyards. According to Targo, the clan had risen up to protect their clients, but in the end it had not been enough. Only a few of the collective had escaped, and the Mandalorians had needed to damage the Republic's precious shipyard to make sure that they were neither followed nor challenged by the security forces that had behaved so dishonorably. Those of the clan who had not participated in the attack were visibly shaken, especially by the fact that Mother Nuna was apparently among those the clan had lost. Targo used that shock to his advantage. He had been in the process of whipping the clan into an anti-Republic fervor when Jazz and company had arrived in their stolen shuttle. Jazz's eyes had narrowed as he regarded Mother Second, her former second. Targo's treason was as heinous as it was cowardly. He would be damned before he let the man profit from it, before he dragged the clan into a conflict that they could not win. Ellis had confronted them with what had happened, and Targo had spat back that the young third did not know what he was talking about. The new clan head was equally angry by the presence of Jazz and Co-op. He tried to use their presence as proof that Ellis was being manipulated. He tried to spin it like Jazz had rejoined the Republic, that he had used Jedi sorceries to ensnare Ellis' mind, and that Co-op was his willing accomplice. Targo demanded that the two boys be seized. Ellis stepped up and defended them, repeated his tale, what had happened at the shipyard, and what had happened to Mother Nuna. From many of the shouted questions and gasps, it was clear that not everyone here was on Targo's side. The second had not rid himself of everyone that might oppose him. Jazz took that as a good sign. The clan was still in shock. They were not sure what to believe just yet. They still had a chance to protect Mother Nuna's legacy to bring the clan home with honor. Targo once again tried to rally the clan to him. He spun a good tale, telling of the treachery of the Republic and the new strength that the clan would have with continued friendship and alliance with the Sunset Collective. That the blow that Clan Nuna had struck this day would go a long way to reminding not just Mandalore but the galaxy that Clan Nuna was neither weak nor forgotten. The first speaker of the collective had offered them his support. He would fund their operations and allow Clan Nuna to launch guerrilla raids against other Republic targets, and that by doing so, all of Mandalore would see that the fighting spirit of their people was not dead. That Clan Nuna would be the spark that would reignite the Mandalorian inferno in the galaxy. A new age of clan of expansion was about to begin, and he would lead them to it. He would make them all a clan of legends. Ellis fired back by reminding them that Clan Nuna did not have the numbers to go to war, and even if it did, the other clans were in no position to back them up. Those that had first cast Clan Nuna out still held great power on Mandalore, and they would make sure that no help arrived to help a small renegade clan. They will let us die, Ellis shouted. They will do it because it is not in the best interests of Mandalore to aid them. They will rally behind me, Targo had spat back. I'm the warrior that our people have been waiting for, the one who will reignite the flame of a reborn Mandalorian empire. For too long our people have been without a Mandalore to lead them. I shall take up that mantle and lead our people to our destiny. That is not what Mother Nuna wanted, Ella said. The clan is not a sword for your personal glory, Targo say you will. Mother Nuna was a coward. Targo roared. She did not have the strength to lead us back home. She'd had her helmet taken, her face revealed for all to see. She was nothing. She deserves to be nothing. I am a traitor, Jas shouted. Targo snarled as his eyes fell upon the boy. She is not here to protect you anymore, pup. It is time that you. It was in that moment that Jas had issued the challenge. The clan had been shocked, but after Ellis reminded them of the old ways, they had accepted Jas' challenge. Any clan member could challenge anyone else. It was the way. In days past, other recruits had challenged inept leaders. It was known. Mandalore the Undeniable had risen in such a way, and he had united all the clans under him. He had been one of the first to dream of an empire among the stars. Jas did not see himself in such a light. He did not want the clan, only to preserve Mom's legacy. It was for her that he was doing this. It was for her that he would win. Ellis offered him some armor. He refused. He had never sworn the creed. Seeing him in armor would insult the clan members that were on the fence right now. He could not afford to do that. Besides, armor would only slow him down. Speed would help him win this challenge, not wearing heavy armor. Coop offered him a blaster, but again Jas refused. He was decent with the blaster, but far better with the blade, and besides a lightsaber would do far better against Targo's armor. If I can get him in close, Jas thought, this battle will be over very quickly. He glanced up at the preparing Targo. The large Mandalorian's visor gaze was focused on his young opponent. Jas could almost sense his eagerness. He had long desired the chance to put Jas Darbin in his place. Mother can't save you anymore, Runt. That is what Targo was likely thinking at that moment. He might even have thought that Jas' challenge was playing right into his hands. Maybe it was. Jas took a deep breath and blew it out. His fear and doubt went with it. If he lost this challenge, he would die. He did not doubt it. Targo would show him no mercy, but that was fine. There was no death. There was only the Force. If Jas died, he would enter the unifying force. He would join all those that had come before. He was not afraid. His hand drifted to his lightsaber. He found himself thinking about Mother Nuna, the look on her face before they had left her, what he had promised. Jas nodded grimly. He would not lose this challenge. He would not. Targo stood across the field, be tended to by his own seconds. That T-visored gaze remained focused on the one that he had hated for so long. Jas could understand. He had never liked Targo. The Mandalorian had never trusted him, always belittled him, and now, after everything he had done. Jas shook his head. He was so close to hating Targo say, But if he did, he might very well be lost. Hate was the path to the dark side. It might be what he needed to win this fight. But if he used that power again. A shudder went through his frame. What would he become? Targo is no fool, Ellis reminded Jazz. He will use his ranged weapons. He won't want to get in close, not until he is sure that you are defenseless. Jazz nodded. Try to exhaust him, get him to use his grenades and blasters, avoid them, and make him waste his rocket pack. Ellis chuckled coldly. Coop says you're lethal with that blade of yours. Prove it today. The young Mandalorian looked up at his former superior. Kill him quickly. Jazz nodded grimly. That was the real trick, wasn't it? The challenge would not end until one of the combatants was either dead or unable to defend themselves. Another Mandalorian would not balk at killing Targo, but if Jazz killed him, if he killed him in anger. He took another deep breath. Could he do that? In the distance, Targo pushed his seconds away. The large warrior stepped forward, checking his wrist guards, all the tricks and weapons built into them. Ellis nodded and motioned for Co-op to move away. It is time, he murmured, pulling the other boy away. He looked one last time at Jazz. Good luck, little brother, he said, and if you should fall, die well. Jazz nodded grimly. This is the way, he murmured. This is the way, Co-op, and Ellis repeated. Jazz drew his lightsaber and stepped forward. A hush fell over the field of battle. The time for preparation was now over. It was time for the battle to begin. Jazz drew his lightsaber. He did not ignite it, not yet. He began to advance. He tried to reach out and touch the Force. Be with me, he thought. Be with me? You should never have come back, pup, Targo growled. You will find no mercy here. Jazz smiled. Hopefully you fight better than your apprentice did, he called out. Kellic Bob fell begging for his worthless life. If Targo was insulted, he did not show it. He simply took another step, and then another. You should not have come back, he repeated. Jazz shrugged. We'll see. He ignited his lightsaber. The Force seemed to ripple out from it. Jazz could feel the eyes of the clan upon him and upon Targo. He dropped into a fighting stance, an Adaru guard. Targo Say lunged forward. Jazz shifted his blade, prepared to meet the large man's attack. As he did, Targo suddenly shifted tactics. He fired his jetpack as he stepped back. Targo shot into the air. He fired his pistols in rapid succession. Jazz parried the blasts and began to advance. Targo fired his wrist rockets. Explosions churned up the ground around the young man. He spun in the air, pirouetted, and came up ready to use the Force to meet the next attack. He would send Targo's next round of explosions back at him. He would shove them down the large Mandalorian's throat. Targo shot forward, his bulk becoming a missile. Jazz tried to sidestep. Too late. Targo raised his right arm. His smart rope snagged the boy's wrists. Targo fired his jets and shot into the air. Jazz Darbin was yanked off his feet. He found himself flying behind his opponent. He tried to cut the smart rope, to free himself before he got any higher. He could use the Force to slow his descent. He was sure of it. Targo again surprised him. He cut his rockets and dropped like a stone. Jazz was suddenly falling. Targo grabbed him as they fell, his hands wrapping around the boy's shoulders. The visored helmet came forward, too quick for Jazz to avoid. The world turned white. Something snapped in Jazz's face. He tasted blood. Targo struck again, head-butting the boy a second time. Jazz was left disoriented. He did not know which way was up or down. He lost his lightsaber. Targo kicked him away. He fired his jetpack. Jazz Darbin was yanked through the air. He came down hard, yet even that did not stop him. He found himself being dragged over the plain. He bounced and skidded against the ground. He struck the hard ground again and again. Jazz tried to regain his composure to stop this. He somehow found his feet. He was still being dragged, but at least he would not be breaking bones with every skidding turn. He tried to focus on the smart rope. In that moment, it was his entire world. There was nothing else, just him and the cord. The Force let him do the impossible. The cable snapped. Jazz Darbin tumbled and somehow turned it into a forward roll. He found himself back on his feet. He was battered, bloodied, and unarmed, but he was back on his feet. He shook his head, trying to clear the cobwebs. He did not have long. Targo banked hard and flew back at him. He reached out to grab his opponent, to pull him back up into the sky. Or maybe slash his neck with the blade built into one of his gauntlets. Jazz did not give him the chance. He gestured, and the force responded. A geyser of dirt shot up before the missile that was Targo say. It threw him off course. He tried to bank away again. Jazz did not let him, not this time. He leapt into the air. His hands found the larger man's neck. He wrapped his arms around him as the Mandalorian tried to shoot skyward again. Not again, Jazz thought. Not this time. Let go, you little rodent. Targo snarled. Let go. Jazz did not obey. He tightened his grip. I got you now. Targo killed his jets again and let them fall. He tried to reach around and hammer his foe. Jazz folded his knuckles and jabbed at his enemy. The blow caught Targo Say in the throat. The Mandalorian gagged. He began to struggle, trying to get some distance between himself and his smaller opponent. He managed to break Jazz's grip, but the boy did not fall away. He held onto the larger man's armor. Targo kneed him in the gut and struck him in the jaw with an elbow. Jazz responded with another shot to the throat. Targo got his chin down. It blocked most of the blow, but during the struggle he must have hit something he should not have. Targo's jetpack fired again, but this time they were too close to the ground. Jazz, either by luck or the force, managed to maneuver his opponent beneath him. Targo Say struck the ground, his head bouncing once, twice, 3 times across the rocky terrain. He lost his grip on Jazz. The boy rolled away as the Mandalorian continued to skid across the ground. Something in his rocket pack finally broke. A loud angry pop filled the air. The jets cut out. Targo tumbled to the ground. He gasped and grunted in pain. Jazz stood before him. He reached out with both his hand and the force. His lightsaber flew into his grasp. He ignited the blade with a hiss. Gasping, Targo staggered to his feet. His T-visor cracked, his helmet dented. Rodent, the Mandalorian spat. Weakling. Jazz's eyes narrowed, his temper starting to flare. No more flying, he shouted. No more explosives. No more tricks. He spun his blade defensively. Let's finish this. Targo's left arm shot up. Jazz spun away. A jet flame leapt towards the boy, but even that was not enough to stop him. No more tricks, he thought. We finish this now. He ducked forward beneath the blast, slicing at the larger man's legs. Targo backpedaled. He drew a wicked-looking viper blade from his belt, while a longer, larger blade popped from one of his gauntlets. He stabbed forward. Jazz parried the blow and pushed forward, getting inside the larger man's guard. Targo had no choice but to fall back. He backed up as Jazz chopped, slashed, and stabbed out with his lightsaber. The air turned purple with the spinning blade, his hum filling the air like a swarm of angry wasps. Targo Say was incredibly fast for a man of his size. He managed to get past Jazz's guard. He backhanded the boy, sending him staggering back. He slashed out with his longer blade, but found only air. Jazz's head snapped back. The boy was no longer thinking. If he took the time to think, he would be dead. He let the force guide him, guide his blade. It made him fast and strong. Targo Say was not happy with that. He roared like an enraged rancor. He slashed and stabbed at his opponent. Jazz danced around the larger man's weapons, giving him no chance to think about using his flamethrower, grenades, or rockets. He is no match for you, the darkness within the boy whispered. He is nothing. Jazz smiled with bloodied lips. Finish this folly. End this. Kill him. Damn you. Targo roared. Die. No, Jazz Darbin thought. Not today. When the end came, it was quick. Jazz was ready. His foot lashed out. He thought to sweep the larger man's leg, but instead his foot found his knee. Targo had lost one of his leg bracers. It had come away during his skidding crash to the ground. Jazz's foot struck hard. The kneecap snapped. Targo cried out in pain. He stumbled. The Mandalorian drew a blaster. Jazz sliced through it with his blade. He turned his spin into a kick. The helmet saved Targo from a broken jaw, but he fell hard to the rocky ground. "No," he bellowed angrily. "Not you." The cracked T-visor glared up at the boy. "Not by you." Jazz sneered at him. "You brought this on yourself," he hissed. Jazz's hand shot forward. The force sent Targo safe flying. He bounced across the battlefield, his armor saving him from more than a few broken bones. Jazz did not let up. He had tolerated Targo for too long, far too long. The time had come to end this. He leapt on top of his foe, pinning him to the ground. Targo tried to swing out with his long blade. Jazz brought his elbow down where there was no armor to protect the other man's arm. He heard a satisfying crack. Targo howled. It was a howl that was cut short. Jazz's fingers tightened around the larger man's throat. He began to squeeze. Jazz Darbin glared down at him. The first time they had met, Targo Say had choked him, lifted him up, and threatened him with death. It had been a long time. He had waited such a long time to repay the favor. "You are dead," Jazz hissed. Targo coughed and gagged but did not respond. His eyes never left his enemy, the one he hated most of all. It only enraged Jazz further. "I can't do it," he realized. "I can't kill him. I can't seize the clan. Ellis will support me." The realization excited him. He could have the clan. He could lead them into a new future. In that moment, the Force offered Jazz Darbin a vision, what was to come if he followed this path. It was intriguing. He saw himself years from now, clad in Mandalorian armor as black as the void of space, and the heart that beat beneath that breastplate was far colder than that. He was both beautiful and terrible. Glorious. Jazz Darbin would be gone. He would not be that weak boy anymore. "I will lead them back to Mandalore," he realized. He would lead them back, and becoming far more. One by one, Clan Nuna would conquer the other clans. All would swear an oath of allegiance to the chieftain of Clan Nuna. In time, Jazz would be forgotten. There would be only Mandalore, Mandalore the Dark, Mandalore the Wicked. The clans would be united again, and when the time came, Jazz shuddered. What? He saw a vast fleet emerging from the shadows, an army whose time had come round at last. He swallowed hard. No. The throne in his mind's eye was made of shadow, and upon that throne sat something that was not alive or dead. It was a shadow, and it was hungry. Mandalore the Wicked would welcome it with open arms. It would make him even stronger. He dropped to his knees, pledging the clans to the shadow, binding them to it forever. They would be slaves, and he would be the slave master. The shadow would make him. No. Jazz shook his head. No. The vision faded. He found himself back on the battlefield, his hands around Targo's throat. The warrior was no longer struggling. Jazz took an unsteady breath. He was hurt. His nose was likely broken. It was over. Targo was beaten. He had won. He heard footsteps behind him. Ellis and Co-op, through the force he could sense the rest of the clan approaching. It was time. All he had to do was kill Targo, and he would be clan chieftain. The path that he saw would open up before him. The violence of the Mandalorian life would draw him down the dark path. He would become a servant of evil. He would be a servant of the shadow, that monster on the dark throat. He shivered. Impossible, he thought. That darkness had ended years ago. It had died with Revan and the triumvirate that had replaced him. The Sith were gone. They were extinct. They could not come back. Jazz pulled his fingers away from Targo's throat. The man moaned weakly. He still lived. Jazz frowned down at him. It was more than he deserved. It is over, Jazz murmured to himself. Not just the fight, he realized, but everything else. Jazz shook his head. His time among Clan Nuna was done. He could no longer stay here. Jazz. Coop's voice brought him back. He nodded. Yeah, he said to his old friend. I'm here. Ellis nodded down at him. Jazz could feel the other man's respect. My chieftain, he said, snapping to attention. All around them, the other clan members followed suit. My chieftain. Jazz shook his head. No, He realized, that is something that I can never be. It was something that I was never meant to be. He stumbled to his feet. Clan Nuna, he croaked, you honor me. He spat blood and shook his head. But it is a role that I cannot accept. There was a murmur of confusion among the group. They had not expected that. Most warriors tried their whole lives to become chieftain. They won't understand, Jazz realized. I must make them understand. I have not sworn the creed, he said. I don't think I ever will. But in this moment, as both my first and last official act as your chieftain, I can ensure the future of this clan. He nodded as he looked over his brothers and sisters. A clan needs a chieftain, a warrior capable of leading them into a new era. His eyes fell on Ellis. You need a true Mandalorian, a true chieftain, and he stands before you. Ellis Nuna. Jazz dropped to his knee. My chieftain, he called out. The rest of the clan looked around, but then he felt the shift, the acceptance. As one they agreed. Every clan needed a leader. Clan Nuna now had a good one. Ellis was the one who would lead. He was worthy. He was ready. The clan accepted what Jazz had said. As one they shouted out their approval. My chieftain. Ellis looked down on his battered and bloody friend. Jazz nodded. You know what is needed, he thought. Accept it. You must. Ellis sighed. I accept, he said. He stood taller, stepping into his new role. I accept. Chapter 8. Farewell. Where will you go? Jazz smiled slightly. It was a good question. A very good question. And at the moment, Jazz Darbin did not know. Coop says he has a line on the job. Jazz informed the new chieftain. He says that they are looking to hire on more people. Jazz glanced around his quarters on the Nuna ship, the one he had shared with Co-op all these years. His friend had already cleaned out everything that he had wanted to take with him, and Jazz had never been one for keepsakes. Everything that he had been since the clan had found him years ago was now in a single backpack. Someone would have called that sad, but not the young man who had grown up in these quarters. It had been home. Despite being away from everything he had known in his first 9 years of life, this place had become his home. The clan had become his family. He felt a brief twinge of regret. He would miss this place. I will stay with Co-op for a time, see how it goes. Ellis sighed. Even with his face hidden behind his helmet, Jazz could tell that he was not impressed. The people that Co-op means to work with, you do know that they are smugglers, right? Jazz laughed lightly. Who knows, the smuggler life may be right for me. Ellis said. The young warrior crossed his arms over his chest. He did not wish for Jazz to go. If it was not for the young recruit's actions, Ellis probably would have been dead, and Targo would be preparing to lead the clan in some foolish scramble for power. Jazz had stopped that. I made a promise, Jazz thought. Mom did not want her legacy stained in blood and deception. In hindsight, it had been a stupid move on his part. Had Targo won, he would have cemented his control of the clan, maybe even have used the victory as proof that he was superior and that Jedi were too weak to stand against him. But that did not happen, Not all the clan agreed with that victory, of course. The Force had been his ally during that fight. Perhaps it was the only reason that he was still here. Some in the clan might have called that cheating, that he had an unfair advantage. Then again, how was it unfair? Targo had his armor and weapons. Jazz had the Force and his lightsaber. Despite his victory, Jazz had spent 3 days in a Kolto tank after that fight, broken ribs, dislocated shoulder, and more cuts and abrasions than he really wanted to think about. In the end, it had not been about weapons. It had been about strength, and that was something that the people of Mandalore knew a lot about. The Mandalorians respected strength, and Jazz had finally proven his to the entire clan. That proof brought respect. He had challenged the chieftain and won. He had been a chieftain himself for about 30 seconds. He understood why Ellis would have liked him to stay, but that was the problem. Jazz understood it too, and he was fairly sure where that path would lead him. The vision of him as a Mandalorian warlord, it haunted him. If he stayed, he would need to swear the creed and become a full soldier, and if he did that, he was lost. The violence of clan life would pull him in that direction, towards becoming the dark warrior he had seen. He was sure of it. It was for that reason that he needed to go. He did not wish to become something that would cause so much harm. He would have liked to stay with the people who had become his second family, but in staying, he would likely destroy everything they wanted and believed in. It is why I have to go, he thought. It was a road that Jaz Darbin would never walk. If you stayed, you could be my second, Ellis offered. The others would listen to your counsel. You have proven yourself to them. Jaz chuckled, even after turning down the chance to be chief. Especially for that, the chieftain said, strength is not always about wielding power. Sometimes you need to know when to let it go, to let it pass to those who can wield it better for the greater whole. There are tales of such warriors throughout our history. They were the bridges that helped define our clans and guided our greatest leaders. Jaz nodded. Again, he was tempted. He could stay. Under those conditions, he could advise Ellis, help him understand the light in the path. Were the Jedi not teachers? Were they not supposed to serve as an example? What might be if the galaxy found the true balance? The two of them could make something of their clan. They could become an example for every clan in the galaxy. They could return to Mandalore. Jaz could show the troubled world the light. Clan Nuna could be a guiding light for the other clans. They could? He stopped himself right there. He reached out with the Force to try and see what might happen under such circumstances. No visions came to him, but they did not need to. Jaz knew what life was like within the clan. He could guess what would happen. He could be a guide, but that path would be resisted. How would it not be? Many Mandalorians still hated the Jedi. They would be hesitant to any guidance he could offer. Some would likely resist, violently. Yes, he could show them the path, but that would not change the fact that the clan's enemies would resist them. If anything happened to Ellis, then Jaz, his second, would be right back where he had started from, on the road to becoming a warlord, a monster. If Ellis died by an enemy's hand, the clan would expect vengeance, and it would fall to his second to carry it out. Yes, Jaz knew what would happen then. No, as tempted as he was, he could not do it. He would not risk being the trigger of a new round of Mandalorian wars. Jaz smiled at the new leader of Clan Nuna. Mother chose you well, he said. You speak eloquently, and even have me reconsidering my plan. But that just proves what Mom thought about you. He walked up Ellis and put his hands on the other man's shoulders. You are ready for this. Mom knew when the time came you would be ready. He stepped back. You don't need some Jedi runt telling you what to do. Ellis sighed. Perhaps, he said. Still, it is not fair. You won a great victory. You should not have to leave your home because of it. The chieftain shook his head. Even in defeat, it seems that Targo won. You are leaving us, just as he always wanted. Jaz snorted at that. Yes, he was leaving, but it was not because he had been cast out. He was leaving to protect the people he had come to care for. It was funny. During his time at the Jedi Temple, all of his lessons had suggested that the Mandalorians were nothing more than hired thugs, warriors whose concept of honor was tainted by the dark side. The Jedi had not understood. There was violence in the clans, that was true, but their honor was not tainted. It was simply different from what the Jedi accepted honor to be. It was easy to look down from the temple's high towers and criticize, but if one actually got down in the mud and the blood and took a truly hard look at what was going on, they would have seen a different picture of the sons and daughters of Mandalore. They would see the value of the Mandalorians. They were not mere thugs, but warriors trying to find their way in the universe. They took in the lost and the weary, and gave them direction. They had faced the harsh reality of their world, and later the galaxy, and they had endured. They had stumbled in the past, been manipulated, but that was no failing. They were still trying to find their way. When the clans had been defeated, they did not stay broken in the mud. They got back up. They rebuilt. They endured. Even the staunchest of Jedi Masters should have been able to respect that. The Mandalorians were a strong and honorable people. Of course, there were exceptions to every rule. Jaz frowned. Targo. He had let his ambitions blind him. He had thought war and an alliance with dark forces was what was needed to bring them home. He had been wrong, and he had been punished for it. The thought gave Jaz Darbin pause. He hoped that he had done the right thing. 2 weeks after their duel, the clan had found themselves on an ugly no-name moon in a distant star system. The planetoid was far from the major trade lanes, with enough water and food to survive for quite some time, but it was also a cruel and dangerous world, a world of lethal predators and harsh weather. It was here that the clan had carried out the sentence that had been passed on the traitor, Targo say. It was here that the fallen warrior would begin his exile. By defeating him in single combat, Jaz had won the right to determine his foe's fate. He could have called for the man's execution. He could have died by firing squad, or put out the nearest airlock when the ship had first left atmosphere. Jaz had not done that. Targo's sentence was to be cast out of Clan Nuna, never to return. His helmet was taken, and his face revealed for all of his enemies to see. By the code of the clans, by the purest philosophy that Targo had practiced, he would never be allowed to put it on again. His enemy had unmasked him, just as Mother Nuna had been unmasked. He would never be able to stand on the surface of Mandalore and claim his honor was intact. It was an insult of the First Order, but that was the whole point. Some might have called the sentence that Jaz had passed over him as foolish, as a Jedi's mercy, but that was not it. Mercy was the farthest thing from Jaz Darbin's mind when he chose exile for his old enemy. He did not deserve a clean death, not after everything that he had done. Being forced to live unmasked, that he had needed an enemy's mercy to survive, that would gall Targo more than anything else that Jaz could have accomplished. No, life was not a mercy. Not in this case. Targo would be forced to live with his defeat, his failure, for one as proud as he. That was the ultimate punishment, the cruelest stroke. It would not make up for Mother Nuna's death, but it was a start. It was a start. Jaz and Co-op had stood close to Ellis when the time of the final sentence was passed. The clan gathered in the main hold of their ship to see the prisoner begin his sentence. Targo had been marched into the hold by 2 armed guards. Despite his intimidating size, he seemed diminished by his defeat, his cruel hard features revealed for all to see. Brown-haired with a receding hairline and broken nose, Targo no longer seemed the monster he had to Jaz when he was a boy of 9. As was the tradition, Targo was permitted to bring with him only what armor and weapons he had had on him when he had finished the duel. 2 grenades, a vibroblade, a flamethrower with a nearly exhausted fuel tank, and a pair of pistols, one whose power pack was completely drained, the other damaged when Jaz had sent him skidding across the ground. Those weapons had been packed inside a single survival case, along with a basic medical pack, and a small holdout blaster with a single shot. The holdout had been Co-op's idea, something he had heard about ancient sailors being set adrift by their comrades. A cruel mercy if things got too bad for the prisoner. Targo had limped into the hold. He had been permitted only basic medical attention after the fight, just enough to make sure that he would not die of his injuries his first few days on the planet. His kneecap had been shattered, his arm broken. Targo would likely walk with a limp for the rest of his days, and his left arm would never be as steady as it had once been. All because of his defeat, because of Jaz, at least, that is how Targo likely saw it. He glared up at his clan brothers and sisters. Ellis had given the chance for any of Targo's followers to join their leader in exile. If they still believed him the best one to lead them, they would be permitted to accompany him, to help him survive. Not a single soldier took up that offer. Targo Say's dream of clan leadership had apparently died with his defeat at the hands of young Jaz Darbin. That did not mean that Ellis had forgotten about those followers. A few soldiers had returned with Targo after the good job. They would be watched closely and discreetly in the coming months. If they tried anything, if they wanted to continue Targo's agenda, or find a way to free him later, they would be disappointed. Ellis would not show any mercy to such traitors. His response would be swift and final. As the new leader, Ellis looked down at his former superior. Targo glared angrily up at him. "Do you have anything left to say before this sentence is carried out?" Targo sneered at him. "You're dead." He spat, This clan won't last 6 months without me. The Republic will hunt you down and kill you for what you've done. We have been hunted before, Ellis said dismissively. We will survive. Targo spat on the deck and glared up at Jazz, his eyes burning with hate and disdain. You should have killed me, Runt. You think that I'm going to forget what you stole from me? You think that I'm just going to let you go on like nothing ever happened? Jazz said nothing. He had nothing to say. For so many years he had been intimidated by this man. No more. He had defeated Targo in battle, and if he needed to, he would do so again, if needed, permanently if that is what the Mandalorian wanted. You should focus on surviving the next few days, Jazz advised him. You are going to need all your strength. Targo spat on the deck again. Don't worry about me, I don't die easy, pup, and one day you will find out just how strong I am. He looked around at his brothers and sisters, the ones he had betrayed, and now felt that they had betrayed him. You will all answer for this one day. You will all pay. Ellis gestured to the guards. He had heard enough of Targo's venom. The guards raised their blasters as the boarding ramp lowered, revealing a hot jungle surface. Even over the tick and hiss of the ship, the distant cries of animals could be heard in the jungle. Targo sneered and picked up his survival pack. The weapons case would not unlock until the ship had left the atmosphere. Until we meet again, he shouted angrily, and we will meet again. Targo Say limped down the loading ramp, his damaged armor clinking against the survival case that the clan had offered him. No further word had been said, none were needed. Targo Say was no longer a member of Clan Nuna. His days among them were done. Jazz reached out with the Force. What he sensed did not surprise him. Hate and rage, that was the only thing left in Targo Say. That, and the desire for revenge. If he ever escapes this place, Jazz did not have to think further on that. He knew what would happen if Targo ever escaped his exile here. He nodded grimly. And on that day, if it ever comes, I will be ready. Targo did not look back as the loading ramp began to rise. He limped into the jungle, carrying his meager supplies, trying to hold on what was left of his tainted honor. Jazz shook his head. Despite everything, he hoped that the man would find peace one day, that he would realize his mistake and try to move on from it, to find redemption. The part of him that had touched the darkness scoffed at that idea. Creatures like Targo Say never learned. He would die seeking vengeance, and if he came after Jazz or the rest of the clan, that is what would happen. The chance of life was only offered once. If he came back, he would find no reprieve. That was the way. Justice. Things had started to return to normal after that, or rather, as close to normal as an exiled clan of Mandalorians ever got. Jazz returned to his duties, but at the same time, was now asked to sit in with Ellis during meetings with the clan's leadership. The change had surprised him at first, as had the respect that the veteran soldiers that now served as Ellis' advisors showed him. It seemed that Ellis was right. Respect had been earned. The group retreated to the far outer rim, looking to escape Republic scrutiny. They spent the next few weeks salvaging and offering their services for a price. The rim worlds cared little for what happened in the core. With the age of expansion, all eyes were turned outward. It was easy for Clan Nuna to get lost. Of course, they still needed to make the occasional supply run. One of those runs were to a space station loosely affiliated with the Republic. They brought back a recording that confirmed what Jazz had suspected all along. His time with the clan was done. The bounty puck had come from one of the guild offices on the station. The reward of 30,000 credits for the head of the Dark Jedi that led the raid on the Kuat Drive yards and murdered a group of religious pilgrims. Though grainy, clearly captured from security footage, it was clear that the Dark Jedi that they were referring to was none other than Jazz. The puck gave no mention of the Sunset Collective or of Clan Nuna. A small favor, that last part. It was likely that the Republic was considering the clan just hirelings, manipulated by some dark side mastermind. Jazz shook his head. A dark side mastermind. Right? After naming Ellis his successor, he had toyed with the idea of returning to the Republic. He had thought of going to a Jedi enclave and turning himself in, though he could not say what kind of welcome he would get if he did so. He had been missing almost 6 years now, He was not even sure that they would take him back. Most of the senior Jedi would likely see him as being contaminated, that he had been outside the Order for too long, and was no longer fit to continue his training. If he had had any thought of taking the risk and going back to the Order, seeing that Puck changed his mind. The Order could not simply take him back now. He would likely be put on trial for the Kuat Drive Yards attack, provided that some bounty hunter or Jedi Shadow did not kill him outright. Jazz had sighed when he finished reading the information on that Puck. The legacy of Darth Revan endured. It had been almost 2 centuries since the Dark Lord's defeat, but the memory of what a Dark Jedi could do still remained, as did the desire to make sure that it never happened again. Jazz was no fool. The Kuat would be looking for someone to blame. He suspected that a fair trial would be unlikely. Too many credits had been lost when the shipyards had burned. As for the Jedi, they would likely not intervene on his behalf. He had been away too long. Many of the masters would see sacrificing him as the right thing to do, to make sure the Republic remained happy, and the Kuat had the justice they desired. 9-year-old Jazz Darbin would not have accepted that evaluation. He simply would have wanted to go home. 15-year-old Jazz had become far more realistic, or cynical. He had come to understand that life outside the Order was not black and white and good and bad. He did not see how returning to the Republic would do anything but see him used as a scapegoat. It was galling, but he accepted that harsh truth. At the same time, he could not stay with the clan. No one here would turn him in for the bounty, at least he did not think so, but what of the people that the clan dealt with? What of the merchants that they traded with, who had seen Jazz in the past? Eventually, hunters would come looking for him, and if they did not, the Jedi Shadows certainly would. These were the Order's best hunters, men and women that had pledged their lives to stop the spread of the dark side and its artifacts. Would a Shadow listen if he told them what happened? Would they even care? They would likely see him as an anomaly and view him as a threat because he had been raised among a violent Mandalorian clan. They would likely terminate him as a precaution, to make sure that he did not become a champion of the dark side one day. All he knew was that the clan would suffer. He did not want that. He would do what was necessary. If the Republic was so interested in him, so be it. He would lead the hunters away, and then he would vanish. He considered leaving on his own, but Co-op would not hear of it. As Mother Nuna had known, his old friend had no desire to swear the creed. He had grown interested in the creative shipping business. When Jazz had first mentioned going off on his own, leading the hunters away, Coop would not hear of it. You will just get yourself killed if you go off alone. Maybe, Jazz said with a shrug. What is the alternative? Coop flashed him a cocky grin. Come with me. I finally heard back from Rhonda. Her crew has some openings. His old friend laughed. They could use a guy with your skills, old buddy. Jazz frowned. Randa's people still work off of Ord Mantle, right? That is a Republic world. Yeah, but they also spend most of their time jumping from world to world. Co-op reminded him we will be on the ship for days, months. He chuckled. Besides, who would think to look for a Republic fugitive within the Republic? Most people would expect a fugitive to make for the farthest planet orbiting the farthest star, and never look back. Jazz considered that. Yeah, he said dryly, no one would be dumb enough to hide in plain sight, especially on a Republic planet. I would not call it dumb, but... Coop smirked. I think you get the idea. Jazz nodded. He did. From what he had heard from Co-op, Rhonda Halcyon's people were no that much different than Clan Nuna. They were not killers or slavers. They simply took advantage of the Republic bureaucracy. Certain worlds had high tariffs on goods that could be purchased far more cheaply in the core. Most people did not want to pay those tariffs, and were willing to pay a little more to get those goods. That is where the smugglers that Rhonda joined came in. As long as the cost was still below the Republic tariffs, business could still be done. Jazz nodded again. It was not the worst idea, he supposed. He would have to be careful. Still, he would be far away from the clan, and if any Jedi Shadows came looking, no one here would know where he was. It was not a perfect solution, but at least he would not be totally alone. Coop was a friend. He did not think that his old friend would betray him. "No one can know my past," he said. "As far as the crew is concerned, I'm just another normal recruit. They won't hear anything from me, buddy, that is for sure." Jazz smiled. He accepted that, both that, and the new life that Co-op was offering. Jazz the smuggler. It would take some getting used to. "So you will come?" Coop asked, his eyes lighting up. "Come on, Jazz. It will be nice having someone around to watch my back." Jazz smiled. Knowing Gabe Cooper, he would need all the help he could get. "Okay," Jazz said, taking his friend's hand. "I'm in." Both Co-op and the shuttle were waiting when Jazz and Ellis arrived on the hangar deck. One of the clan's supply ships. It had more than enough fuel to make it to the nearest inhabited world. From there, Jazz and Co-op would be able to get transport to Ord Mantell. It had been arranged through Rhonda, who had arranged it through her captain. She had spoken highly of the two boys. Their presence on Ord Mantell was expected. Jazz nodded thoughtfully as he looked at the shuttle. 6 years ago, he would have wanted nothing more than to get into a shuttle and go back to a Republic world. He had wanted so bad to return to the Order and to his training. Now, he wondered why that had been so important. The Jedi were doing good, but being a member of the Order was not the only way to do so. Jazz wanted to believe he had made a positive impression on this clan. He wanted to believe that he had made Mother Nuna proud. He turned back to Ellis. Despite his nerves, he was already proven to be a good leader. Jazz would not be surprised if the clan was back on Mandalore within 5 years. The clan had gained more than it had lost, and now, with Mother Nuna dead, there was nothing holding them back from going home. Jazz wished them well. Ellis stopped him before he boarded the shuttle. He stopped them both. He embraced both Co-op and Jazz one by one. "Never forget who you are," the young chieftain advised. "You may not wear our armor, but you are of our clan. We do not forget our brothers. This is the way." "This is the way," Jazz and Co-op repeated. "Take care of yourselves," Ellis said, "and if you must fall in battle, die well." "Same to you, buddy," Co-op said, grinning. "Me, I'm hoping from dying at an extreme old age." "Then may you find that as well," Ellis said. "Fair travels, Gabriel Cooper." "I hope you find what you are looking for," Jazz Darben. "And you as well, Ellis of Clan Nuna. May the Force be with you." "And with you, little brother," the Mandalorian replied. "Always." Chapter 9. Don't. Another world, another cantina. Jazz Darben stumbled out into the night, nearly tripping over an inebriated Duro in the process. He somehow managed to find the street without ending up flat on his face. Behind him, music blared, glasses clinked, and spacers laughed. The revels were in full swing and would probably be for the rest of the night. For the moment, no one was going anywhere. The entire city of Zuzux was under lockdown, which meant that Jazz and his crew had nowhere to go. None of the off-worlders did. By order of the local government, no ships could leave. Sometime tomorrow, some Port Authority officials would be coming to offer the captains a chance to purchase travel passes, but that would be on a case-by-case basis. It would also be expensive. Jazz did not doubt that. In such situations, things were always expensive. Things were a little tense in Zuzux tonight. Not that Jazz could say why. Something was going on with the people in power. Trouble was brewing. Jazz could feel it. He could feel it, but he chose to ignore it. In the last 3 years, he had learned to live by a simple rule. It made his life as a smuggler far easier. Don't get involved. Those words had served him well. He took a deep breath of the evening air, trying to clear his head. He could taste the salt on his tongue. Zuzux, the capital city of the planet, was built on a coastline. He liked the sea air. Maybe it was because he spent so much time on a ship, breathing only the recycled variety. Fresh air was something that he treasured, and it was just what he needed to clear his head. Though he had drank very little tonight, the locals smoked some type of plant that had strange effects on the sentient mind. Jazz had not partook of any himself, but just being in the smoky room, where so many beings were, had given him a taste of its effects. It was not unpleasant, he supposed, but at the same time, he did not care for it. Jazz preferred to keep his head clear. The world that he lived in now was hardly safe. It did not pay to get distracted. He took another deep breath and let it out slowly. He wiped at his nerve skin jacket, trying to remove the sand that seemed to get everywhere here on Bantoon. It was an attractive world by human standards, tropical with white sandy beaches and clear blue seas. The Bon, as the locals called themselves, took great pride in their world and their walled cities. The walls were a holdover from the planet's more warlike past, back when each enclave had been a city-state and they had fought for dominance over each other. That infighting had ended long ago, or so the guidebook that Co-op had found at the spaceport terminal had claimed. The noble houses had long ago formed a council of lords and commoners. It was they that represented the various cities and provided guidance to the higher-ups. The most powerful of those lords had been named High General, and his wife the Queen, thus establishing the matriarchy of the Bon, the system that had ruled since the unification. The lords fought and protected their worlds while the Queen Mother and the ladies of the court governed and spoke for the people. Since that time, Bantoon has spoken with a single voice, the result of their first contact with off-worlders. Jazz was guessing the experience had not been pleasant, considering how far locals went to keep themselves separated from any visitors. The spaceport itself was walled off, with no off-worlder allowed in the city proper after dark, the only exception being if the spacer had an invitation from one of the lords and ladies, something that few ever got. First contact had happened less than 500 years ago, not that long ago considering how long that the Republic had stood. Bantoon was a new player on the galactic stage, a Madrim world but too far away from established trade routes. If not for the age of expansion, the whole planet might have continued to exist in isolation, but now, everything had changed. The galaxy was starting to take notice of the little world, take notice and seek a piece of what the Bon had to offer. They were quickly becoming important thanks both to their genetic technology, which was said to be second to none, and to the planet's 6 moons, moons rich in crystal and ore. Both the galactic medical industry and the various mining guilds were very interested in this planet, so much so that Bantoon was already being considered for full status in the Republic, not just as the province of a larger system, but to have their own senator and a full seat in the galactic government, or so the book Co-op had found claimed. Good for them, Jazz thought, but not really his concern. Don't get involved. The business of senators, high generals, and queens had little to do with him. He was a smuggler, or rather, an independent cargo consultant. He laughed at that last part, something that Co-op had said when they first entered this life. It did sound better than smuggler, he supposed, and far less likely to attract attention, and that was what Jazz Darbin wanted above. Don't attract attention, and don't get involved. Those were words to live by. Currently, he was working for the Titus Trading Group, a gang of loosely independent smugglers out of Ord Mantle. Coop's girlfriend, Rhonda Halcyon, had introduced the two boys to Ganner Titus, the boss of the small outfit, who in turn had hired her on as a mechanic at their main base. They had been fortunate. The group had been looking for more crewers when they had left the clan and decided to seek their fortunes in the greater galaxy. Their experience with Clan Nuna had allowed them to move quickly through the ranks. Their days of harvesting and repairing failing technology were useful to their new employer. Smuggler vessels were always breaking down, and they were always looking for hired hands to help maintain their equipment. Jazz and Co-op had fit right in. Titus had noticed Co-op's ambition early on, ambition that he had not really shown during his clan days. Jazz suspected that had more to do with Rhonda than anything else. The two had been flirting on and off for years, and now, finally they had a chance to truly be together. Coop worked hard to impress her, to show her he was more than just some space rat who had decided against becoming a Mandalorian trooper. He had big plans. Jazz was just along for the ride, but he would do what he could to help. After all, what were clan brothers for? The two boys had gone out on many missions together in the last 3 years, working their way through the ranks of the organization. Coop had been made a bridge officer after his first year of service, with Jazz working as his aide. His friend had a knack for dealing with the people that the group worked with, He always seemed to recognize when someone was trustworthy or trouble. He claimed to have a sense for it. When Co-op did want to take a risk, he always consulted his friend first, asking that Jazz use his special talents to help troubleshoot the problem before they dove in head first. Normally, Jazz would have said no, using the Force for personal gain was not really the Jedi way. He had told his old friend that once, and Co-op's response had been telling. "You were never a Jedi, Jazz, why not do what you want?" It was a good question, but it was also a slippery slope. Jazz was doing his best to keep from sliding down it. What advice he offered had served them well, and now after only 3 years of service, Gabe Cooper had command of his own ship. He was a captain in the organization, and Jazz was his first office. They and their small crew were now making their first real run for Tintus. It should have been easy, or so the boss had assured them. Of course, that was before the locals locked down the spaceport, and all the trade goods that Co-op had picked up through their sources here were now stuck on a grounded ship. Stuck and vulnerable. If the locals looked too closely at those goods, things might get complicated. Nothing on board was illegal, technically, but it did carry high tariffs for being shipped off-world, tariffs that the group had no intention of paying. The trip would not have been worth it if they had. Hence, why their client had turned to smugglers, Co-op had promised they would be discreet. Now, here they were, locked down. It was not something that Jazz, or anyone else on their crew, wanted. "We're going to need to find a way out of here," he thought. He just didn't see how. Coop wasn't worried. This was not the first time they had been stuck on some backwater, and he seemed to think that in the morning they would find some eager customs agent looking to make a little extra this month, someone willing to pocket a little extra money. The Tintus group always kept a few credits aside for greasing the wheels of bureaucracy. It was just a matter of finding out which of the band's people that they could turn to, who wanted to pick up a few extra credits this month. Jazz was not so sure. It was true, they had been locked down before, but this felt different. Jazz could feel it in the Force, a current of malice running under the usual danger that flowed in such places. He hoped to avoid it. They had done so on other trouble spots throughout the galaxy. He wanted to do that here. He had studied Bantoon on the way here, much as he had done on the other worlds they had visited. Some of the people they had worked with over the years had found that funny. They did not understand why the young man was so interested in knowing everything about where they were stopping. He, of course, had only one answer. It was necessary. Every time he visited a new world, he made sure to check if the world hosted either a Jedi enclave or an office of the Bounty Hunters Guild. As far as he knew, the price on his head was still live. The Kuati had not forgotten the damage done to their shipyards, and Jazz's image was still being circulated in law enforcement channels. Jazz had done what he could to change his appearance. He lightened and grew out his hair, grew a short goatee. It might fool the average bounty hunter, but if another Force user found him, he would not have been surprised to find that the Jedi Shadows were still keeping an eye out for the boy wielded a violet-bladed lightsaber, not that he was a boy anymore. He had turned 18 a few months back. By the law, on most worlds, he was considered a man now. It had been almost 10 years since the Jedi ship he had been on broke up. Almost 10 years since he had been considered a member of the Order. That realization was a bit shocking. He sometimes wondered what his life would have been like had he stayed with the Order. He had been on track to become a Master Venere's Padawan. To be a student of a member of the Jedi High Council was a great honor indeed. Had he stayed with the Jedi, he likely would have been coming close to taking his trials by now. He and his twin would have likely been so close to becoming full Jedi Knights. The thought made him frown. He tried to reach out to Sai from time to time. He had tried to get a sense of his brother, let him know he was alive and okay. Jazz never got a response back. The Force connection that he had shared with Sai was gone. Perhaps he had been too distant for too long. Perhaps Sai even thought he was dead. Had he mourned? Had he accepted that his twin had entered the living Force? Had he even cared? Jazz frowned. He tried not to think about such things. He tried not to be bitter about what could have been. Bitterness could turn to hate if one was not careful. He sighed. He may not have become a Jedi Knight, but he had built a life for himself. He had friends. He was standing behind them and doing his best to help them succeed. Was that not the Jedi way? But is that all that I will ever have? He wondered. Is that all I'm capable of? Why was he still trying to walk the Jedi path? Why did he continue to keep his distance from people? Why? He was not the only one who asked that question. Some had even tried to help him, give him a chance to start living what they called a real life. Rhonda and Co-op had recently got him to try dating. It had seemed strange that they would care, but Jazz had given it a shot. The young lady that they had set him up with was okay, he supposed pretty and intelligent. She was another mechanic working for the group. Jazz had been polite, but he had felt no spark between them. Coop had always talked about how much he desired Rhonda, how his feelings for her were like an inferno inside his head, his chest pounding like some ancient war drum. How much he wanted to spend time with her, and how, despite the need to be off-world, he would miss being at her side when he wasn't. Jazz had not felt that for the young girl. Jana had been her name. He had not wished to hurt her, but there was simply nothing there. They spoke cordially to each other ever since, but never talked about going out again. Rhonda was a little disappointed. According to Co-op, she worried about his friend. She did not want him to remain so alone when he did not have to be. Jazz was touched by her concern, but it was not necessary. Jazz still had his connection to the Force, the compassion that the Jedi had taught him. There was no passion. There was serenity. He had accepted that fact years ago. It was neither tragic nor sad. Jazz may not have been a Jedi, but the Jedi way was still a part of him. It was not something he could just toss away. He could have had more, but it was not something that he coveted. To have a woman, to take a wife, to have children, he had never really ever considered that. He simply tried to be the best he could be, to make the best use of his skills. He would keep to the code. He would try to remain in balance. His head had finally cleared when he heard the first scream. He doubted that anyone else had heard it over the ruckus coming out of the cantina. Jazz's eyes narrowed. He had heard something he knew he had. It had sounded like a bottle breaking and a high-pitched scream, a cry for help. He frowned deeply. Forget about it. Don't get involved. He knew that was what he should do. The galaxy was a dangerous place. Bad things happen all the time, and given what he was sensing on Bantoon right now, something bad likely was happening. Go back inside and forget about it. Have another drink, he thought. It is none of your concern. The galaxy will spin on just fine without you sticking your nose in other people's business. He might have done so, had he not heard the cry again, a shout for help that not only rang out through the air, but also through the Force. He did not think it was the cry of another Force sensitive. He would have felt that, but it was not just the cry of a mundane either. He tilted his head slightly. The Force sometimes moves strangely around certain people. Destiny was drawn to them, even if they could not feel it. That flow could be felt. It created ripples in the Force. That is what Jazz was feeling at that moment. A ripple in the Force, a tremor, likely caused by someone who meant more than what they realized. That ripple drew his attention. He turned like a cat hound, drawn by the scent of prey. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. It was the smart thing, but he was not thinking about what was smart right now. What he was sensing in the Force, it intrigued him. He had not felt anything like it, ever. He was curious. Even though he knew that he should just leave it alone, he was curious. He found himself drawn away from the cantina, out into the fading light of a Bantoon dusk. His hand went to his right sleeve. His lightsaber was there, hidden in a specially made holster. Jedi did not approve of hiding their weapons, he knew. Most considered a hidden lightsaber as proof that someone was falling to the darkness, or being led astray. He did not think that was the case. He hid his weapon because he was not trying to draw attention to himself. He was not trying to be a symbol of law and justice. His choice had nothing to do with the darkness. He had not drawn the weapon in combat since his duel with Targo. If he was truly in danger of going to the dark side, he would not have hesitated to use it. Surely that was proof of something. What if you have to use it here? His conscience warned, are you prepared to deal with the consequences? He frowned. Don't get involved. Walk away now. He could have. He should have, but he did not. The Force was guiding him. That is what it felt like. He would not ignore it. He moved slowly, yet deliberately. He took on the tread of a seasoned hunter. His years with Clan Nuna had paid off. He had not simply lived with them, but embraced some of their teachings. He knew that he could never stand among them, but that did not mean that he had not adapted some of their skills and habits. He could be a hunter when he needed to be, and that was what he was right now, a hunter. His heartbeat quickened. He was on the trail of some prey. He was a silent predator. He drew closer, closer. It was then that he found them, both the source of the ripple in the Force, and what had caused it in the first place. It was in a short alley off one of the docking bays. It was to here that he had been drawn. He frowned. This will not do, he thought. This will not do at all. There were 3 of them, 2 thugs, and an older man in an official-looking uniform. All 3 were human, but that is where the similarity ended. The older man was heavy-set and graying. He had a pencil-thin gray mustache and cold dark eyes. The thugs were likely off-worlders. They wore garb similar to many of the pilots and traders that had been stranded here. All 3 radiated cruelty and arrogance. The 2 thugs were armed with clubs, but they also had blasters on their belts. If something went sideways, Jazz would have to move quickly. He did not want to hurt them, but he would not let them hurt their victims, not anymore. The victims in this case were 2 young people, a boy and a girl. Their clothing suggested that they were locals. The cut and decoration suggested that they likely came from well-off families. The boy was on the ground, holding his head. Blood ran a cut beneath his scalp, turning his blonde hair an ugly pink. Jazz could not get a look at his face, though he was trying to regain his feet. The girl. She was something else. She was young, perhaps 11 or 12 standard years old. She wore a uniform of some sort, perhaps belonging to some school or academy for young people. Her long blonde hair was done up in a braid that fell down the back of her neck. She leaned over the boy, trying to shield him with her body, defending him from being struck again. She was looking at her would-be attackers with wide, clear blue eyes. Jazz could sense her fear, but also a sense of anger and determination. The girl was not panicking. She was scared, but defiant. It was her that he had sensed. The Force swirled around her, marking her as more than just another person. What is this? He wondered. Who exactly are you? The boy groaned as the men began to close in again. The girl shouted again, causing yet another ripple in the Force. No one else responded. They were staying away, just as Jazz should have been. Don't get involved. The girl could have run, could have left her companion. Perhaps she should have run, but instead she remained where she was, trying to shield the injured boy. She had no weapons, but still refused to flee. Brave little thing, Jazz thought as he closed the distance between himself and the 2 youngsters. You will be coming with us now, girl. The older man growled, clearly the leader of this pack of thugs. You should not have tried to flee. Stay away from us, the girl shouted back. Stay back. The 2 thugs chuckled. Clearly, they did not see the girl's anger as threatening. They probably thought they had this completely under control. Jazz eyed them coldly. He was about to show them just how wrong they were. Leave now, his sense of caution shouted inside his head. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. Sorry, Jazz Darbin thought. Far too late. Jazz cleared his throat loudly. He had no intention of surprising them. One of the thugs and their boss turned. The third kept his eyes on the boy and girl. The girl looked up. She did not say anything, but she did not need to. Jazz could hear her plea for help in the Force. He would answer it. The thugs did not try to attack him. They looked at their leader, and the heavy-set man shook his head, keeping them back at a safe distance. Jazz frowned. So they aren't stupid. Oh well, he would just have to handle this delicately. He could do delicate. The clan had taught him well. The leader of the group glared at him. It appears that he did not like being interrupted. Be gone, Spacer, he growled at Jazz. This does not concern you. Jazz shrugged. Technically, that was true, but at the same time, he was here now. He might as well make the best of it. What is going on here? He demanded. The leader glared at him. This does not concern you, he repeated. Return to where you came from. You want no part in this. Jazz nodded. The man was right, but at the same time, he was not one to give up easy, and he did not like bullies. Targo had been a bully. He really did not like that. That boy looks like he needs medical attention, Jazz said conversationally, not failing to acknowledge how one of the thugs was trying to skirt around and get behind him. Sorry, fella, he thought. That is not going to happen. How was he going to handle this? He had already broken his one rule. Now he had to decide how best to finish this. He could have drawn his lightsaber, tried to scare the three off, but that might just invite violence. He would rather this not go any worse than it already had. Of course, a lightsaber was not his only weapon. The Force was still with him. He may not have been a Jedi Knight, but he had continued to train with the Force, used the lessons he had been taught as a youngling. He had kept those lessons up, sharpened those skills. He did not have the training to handle a fully trained Jedi, but he did not need to. These men were thugs. He was pretty sure he could handle them. Jazz smiled and reached out to the Force. He could feel its power. The light gently wrapped around him and filled him up. This girl is not the one you are looking for, Jazz said, putting the full weight of the Force into his voice. You should move on. The kid is not the one we are looking for, one of the thugs said in a monotone. We should move on, find her, the second added. The gray-haired leader glared. What are you fools talking about? The girl is right here. Damn, Jazz thought. The leader was not as weak-minded as his hirelings, and in speaking up he had broken the spell Jazz had woven around his two henchmen. Damn it. The thugs shook their heads and looked up at Jazz, sensing on some level that he had tried to manipulate them. Their anger and fury was now directed at him. He could sense it. Jazz sighed. He should not have gotten involved, but it was too late. He had little choice now. He shook his head. Let them go, he ordered. Just walk away, and you won't get hurt. The thugs looked at the leader, who was now sneering at Jazz. Do you have any idea what you have walked into, off-worlder? Do you know who I am? I don't need to, Jazz thought. The Force had told him what he needed to know. This man was going to hurt this girl and her companion. He wanted to. He was eager to. Jazz was not going to let that happen. Last warning, Jazz said flatly. Walk away, please. The older man shook his head. Young fool, he said with a smirk. Blast him. The girl screamed. Time slowed down. Jazz watched as the thugs' hands went to their belts, their blasters leaving their holsters. Fine, he thought sadly. I'm sorry. He reached out with the Force. His training took over. Snap hiss. The lightsaber slid from his sheath and was in his hand. The blade blazed to life like violet fire. He moved in quickly. He struck at the thugs' weapons. The blade sliced through the barrel of their blasters. Before the thugs could respond, he pushed out with his hand. The Force picked the two up and threw them hard against the wall, hard enough to leave them dazed and senseless. They slid to the ground. Jazz spun to meet their leader. He was raising his own blaster, his eyes wide, his mouth forming an O of surprise. I'm sorry, Jazz thought. I'm sorry. The leader fired once, twice, 3 times. The bolt struck Jazz's blade. He was too close to have any control over where they went. He was just trying to parry them away. A-R-G-G-H-H. The leader staggered back, grasping his throat. Jazz winced. No, he thought. I didn't want to do this. The leader stumbled back against the wall of the alley. The air smelled of burnt meat. He had been struck in the neck by one of his own blaster bolts. The skin blackened as blood ran between his chubby fingers. He looked at Jazz with terror in his eyes. He reached up, gasping, perhaps even pleading for help. Jazz knew there was nothing he could do. He could sense it. The man in the uniform slid down the wall, gurgling pathetically. Jazz shuddered as he felt the man enter the Force. He slumped down and fell still. Jazz watched as he passed, felt it. This is what happened when you chose to intervene in other people's business. He had not wanted to kill the man. He had warned him. Jaz Darbin shook his head. Too late now. Seeing their employer die was enough for his two hirelings. They dropped their clubs and fled into the night. Jaz was careful, though. He did not lower his blade, just in case one of them decided to come back and try to avenge their fallen leader, or their pride. He kept the blade up, his blade humming gently in the quiet air. The fight had lasted maybe 30 seconds, and now everything was still. Jaz looked down the alley at the two young people he had just saved. The boy was still down, groaning weakly. The girl stared at him with eyes wide with fear. The Force screamed with her terror. Her pale skin bathed in the violet light of his blade. Jaz winced, hating himself in that moment. The poor girl, he thought. She should not have seen this. He powered down his lightsaber, the hilt once again disappearing up his sleeve. He raised his hands, letting her see he was not armed. "It's okay," he murmured. "I'm not going to hurt you. I promise." The girl said nothing. Her mouth worked silently. She looked like she was going to bolt any second. Jaz held her gaze. He reached out with the Force, projecting both calm and compassion. "I'm not going to hurt you," he repeated. "You're safe." The girl whimpered. Hot tears filled her eyes and ran down her cheeks. Jaz took a step forward, and another. When he was close enough, he knelt down. "I want to check your friend," he informed her. "I'm not going to hurt him, or you." Jaz smiled. "I promise." The girl leapt forward. Jaz had expected her to push him down, to run by him and vanish into the night. That did not happen. The kid was in his arms. She wrapped her skinny arms around his neck, sobbing into his shoulder. Her embrace caught him by surprise. He tensed, not really sure what to do. Jaz Darbin was not really a hugger. He slowly, carefully, put his arms around her, holding her close. He was really not sure what to do. How did one soothe a scared child? The girl sobbed into his shoulder. She might have been saying something, but he could not hear. Her face was pressed against his arm. He did what he could to comfort her. "It's okay," he whispered. "It's okay. You're safe now." He felt the girl's fear begin to dissipate, the sound of his voice soothing her. She was. It was at that moment that he felt something cold press against his temple, a hard round muzzle as big as a human finger. He heard the sound of a blaster's safety catch being disengaged. Jaz froze. He couldn't move. The girl was in his arms, and the blaster was too close. The shooter did not even need to aim, not at this range. He was trapped. Don't get involved. He should have known. He should have left well enough alone. He could not see the shooter. They were too close, but the Force radiated with cold resolve and the willingness to kill. "BAM, Jedi," a cold, angry voice said to his left. "You're dead." Chapter 10. Get involved. The blaster pressed to his head did not waver. Both the will and the hand behind it were as strong as Mandalorian iron. Jaz did not move. It seemed that there was a price to pay for breaking his one rule. Don't get involved. He now found himself on his knees, holding onto the little girl with a weapon pointed at his head. He tried to think of a way out of this, but came up empty. The Force was useless at this moment, the weapon far too close. As a boy, he had heard stories in the Jedi Temple of a master who was so skilled in the subtle art of telekinesis that he could freeze the firing stud on a blaster, that no matter how hard the gunman tried, they could not press down, rendering the weapon useless. Jaz frowned. It was a skill that would have been most useful at that moment. It was also one he did not possess, and besides, from what he remembered, the master that possessed that skill had finally died when his power proved too slow, and he found himself gunned down. All things ends, he thought. Perhaps this is my ending. Strangely enough, he was not angry. He should have been furious at himself, but he wasn't. He could think of worse deaths than trying to save a child. It was just a shame that his actions would likely end in failure if this gunman was a part of the group threatening the girl and her friend. He had failed. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but he did it nonetheless. He had only one choice left. One plea left to give. He did not try to bargain or beg. He doubted that that would work. The cold resolve he was feeling from his enemy suggested that it would be a wasted breath. He said the words, hoped that they would not fall on deaf ears. "Don't hurt her," he said flatly. "Leave the poor girl alone." The blaster did not waver, but he did sense a slight shift in the force. A wave of concern washed over him, the sense of impending death lessened slightly. "Let me see those hands, Jedi," the gunman said. "Take them away from the girl. Nice and easy." The blaster dug deeper into his head. "Don't even think about hurting her. It will be the last thought you ever have." The words confused him. Me? Hurt her. He hadn't been trying to hurt the girl. She had embraced him. He had been trying to comfort her. Yet, that was not the only thing she said that haunted him. "She called me a Jedi," he thought. "I'm no Jedi." He slowly raised his hands. He felt the girl let him go. She stepped back and looked upon him, her blue eyes sharp and clear. He sensed no fear, which was strange. If they were under attack, should the girl not be afraid? She looked to his left, at the one holding the weapon. She wiped her eyes on her sleeve, still sniffling, but not afraid. "Step away from him, Vess," the gunman said. "We need to get going." The girl, Vess, frowned. "Don't hurt him," she said. "Please." "He was trying to take you," the voice responded. "He is a Jedi. He serves the Republic Senate." Jazz felt a sense of anger and distaste from his would-be killer. He can't be trusted. The Republic is why we are in this mess. Jazz considered what he was hearing. She has gotten it wrong, he thought, and yes, now that he had a chance to think, he realized that the person holding the blaster on him was a she. What she is saying doesn't make sense. The Republic doesn't threaten people. It offers a chance to be a part of something greater. As for the Jedi serving the Senate, that is not accurate either. The Jedi do not serve the Republic. The Jedi are advisors and teachers. The Order inspires people. It is meant to serve as an example. The Republic doesn't control the Jedi. "You truly believe that?" the cynical side of him asked. "You are still thinking like a Jedi youngling. In love with the Order and its doctrine, you know the truth." "Accept it." Jazz pursed his lips. It was true, he thought. He was not a little boy anymore. In the years he had spent outside the Order, he had heard things, seen things. The Republic expansion was not motivated entirely by altruism. There were profits to be made, and exploiting innocent worlds could be very profitable. The Jedi should have prevented such things from happening, but that was an oversimplification of the galaxy as a whole. The Jedi were sentient beings too. Sometimes their desires got in the way of doing what was right, or their ambitions colored their perception of the Jedi Code. It had been a bitter pill to swallow, but in the end, Jazz had. The galaxy, and the Jedi, was not as simple as he had thought as a boy. It was not black and white, light and dark. It was shades of gray, and sometimes those shades colored the Jedi as well. It was easy to believe that you were always right when you were sitting in the temple on Coruscant, being fawned over by young knights and apprentices that knew nothing else. The truth was rarely simple. Of course, this was not the real issue here, was it? These people thought him some Republic agent trying to hurt this girl. Why? What was going on? "I meant the girl no harm," he said. "I heard her scream and tried to help. All out of the goodness of your heart, Jedi." The woman scoffed. Jazz frown deepened. "I'm no Jedi," he said flatly. "And that laser sword you carry is just for show, He would have shaken his head if not for the blaster still digging into it. He sighed. This one was stubborn. He doubted if he could make her understand. "He isn't lying, Val," the girl said. "He tried to help us. He's nice." Jazz almost smiled at that. The mind of a child. It was no wonder the Jedi kept choosing younger and younger people to train as apprentices. Cynics like him had no place among the Jedi. Off-worlders are dangerous. Vess, the woman Val, said to her, "The Republic wants Bantoon. They will do anything to get it, including send their sorcerers to take it from us." The little girl's eyes narrowed. She was getting angry. He wasn't trying to. "I'm only trying to protect you," Val interrupted this man. "Stop it, Val," the little girl said, putting her hands on her hips. "Comply." Jazz felt the blaster shake slightly. A shudder had run down the woman's arm. He was not sure what had happened, but he felt something. A flash of pain echoed through the force when the little girl had said that final word. She continued to glare at the woman threatening him. Jazz could feel the force swirling around the girl. He did not know who this Vess was, but as he had thought before, there was clearly more to her than the eye could see. "Val, please," she repeated, "please put your weapon down. He is nice." The girl stood a little straighter, trying to look more authoritative perhaps. "Don't make me say the word again. Val, please." Jazz heard a heavy sigh. He felt the blaster come away from his head, and the woman threatening him stepped back. He took a deep breath and stood up. What is going on here? He wondered. What have I stumbled into now? He dusted himself off and got his first real look at the woman who had been threatening him. The woman, Val, was not much older than he was. He would guess she was in her early 20s, with an athletic build and sharp green eyes. Her dark reddish-brown hair was cut short, long only to about her jawline. She was dressed in black trousers and a short matching jacket. Beneath her coat he could just make out a shoulder holster. Her belt had several pouches, likely for ammunition or other devices. He recognized that she was carrying a collapsible baton and a vibroblade in her boot. They had only just met, but he could make a few quick assumptions about this woman, both from how she stood and how easily she had snuck up on him. She had had training, that was clear. Even lowered, she held her blaster in a firm grip, ready to snap it up again at a moment's notice. She was clearly comfortable being armed, and had no qualms about using the weapon she carried. Her stance, the way she stood at rest, was also telling. Growing up in the Mandalorian clan, Jazz had gotten used to seeing people move in heavy armor, and how they moved when they were not wearing it. This girl moved like that. She may not have been wearing armor, but the way she stood, the way she moved suggested she would be more than comfortable if she was. In short, he summarized, this was not simply some thug for hire. She did not have the swagger of such a person. If he had to guess, he would say that this Val was a professional enforcer or bodyguard, which would make sense considering how well-dressed the two young people were. Val continued to glare at him. She was clearly unhappy with this turn of events. The little girl, Bess, came up to her and touched her arm. "It will be okay," she said. "Trust me." Val sighed and shook her head. "This is a mistake," she said to the girl. "I'm only trying to protect you." It was at that moment that young boy groaned and tried to stand up. Jazz, Val, and the little girl turned. Val responded first. She walked over and helped the boy up. "Ulrich," she said, "can you hear me?" The boy groaned and shook his head, trying to clear it. "Yeah," he murmured. "Yeah, Chief, I can hear you." Val hissed and swatted him upside the head. The boy cried out in pain. What was that for?" "You stupid Murglak," she spat. "I told you to stay at the safe house. I told you to stay put until I returned." The boy shook his head, gingerly touching the cut there. "I had no choice," he said. "Lord Rudo showed up with his thugs. He knew the security code to enter. He knew them, probably the one for the safe room too." Val growled angrily, but did not strike the boy again. And a trio, to be sure. The girl, Vess, moved close to Jazz. She reached out and touched his hand. She smiled up at him. He sensed only warmth and trust there. He smiled back, causing her to look away quickly. At least someone here understood what he had tried to do. At least someone here did not think him an enemy. The boy leaned against the wall. He pulled out a small vial from his pocket and downed some of the pills inside. Jazz was not sure what those were. It was not really the right time to ask. "Is the ship ready?" Ulrich asked her. "Can we get out of here now?" Val shook her head no. "The ship is being watched. The crew have been taken into custody." Val hissed under her breath. "The lords aren't taking any chances. I've tried to get a hold of our allies, but not a single one has answered." She sighed heavily. "Looks like we are on our own." The mention of lords should have been enough to stop Jazz in his tracks. He should have wished them luck, and that the force be with them, but he did not. It was a stupid move on his part, but he could not help it. The force had called to him, brought him here. He would not step back now, not until he understood truly what was going on. Excuse me, Jazz said, drawing Val's attention, but it seems you are in trouble. He tried his most innocent smile. Maybe I could help. Val gave him an icy look. It was clear that she wanted to tell him off, likely even shoot him for sticking his nose in her business, but he could also sense her desperation. Whoever these three were, they were in a bad way. Maybe they could use a little outside help. Don't get involved. The phrase echoed through his brain, and once again, he found himself ignoring it. He had no real idea why. He had done his part when he had helped the girl and the boy. That should have been enough. Shouldn't it? Val was hesitant to answer, not that Jazz blamed her. She didn't know him, despite what he had done for her young charges. He did not blame her for being careful. The girl Vess was not so careful. We have a ship waiting for us, she said quickly. Val shot her an angry look, but that did not stop the young girl. A ship was supposed to take us to meet up with my parents. Their ship left days ago, but we got stuck here. The little girl smiled warmly. Can you help us, sir? Jazz frowned slightly. He wanted to, but this wasn't entirely his call. Val stepped forward and pulled the girl back, putting herself between the girl and Jazz. She was no longer pointing a weapon at him, but that didn't mean that trusted him. Before we go any further, she said, glaring down at her young charge, I think some introductions are in order, don't you? Jazz shrugged. Things had been moving rather quickly. Perhaps it was a good idea to slow things down. I'm Char Valentine, the young woman said. This Ulrich and his sister Vess. Hi, the girl said, brightly waving. Sir, the boy said. Yaster Cooper, Jazz said, bowing his head in greeting. He had been using the false name since leaving the clan. He and Co-op had similar features and looked close enough that they would likely be mistaken for actual brothers. He did not dare to use the Jazz Darbin name. That name was known to the Jedi Order. He had worried that had he continued to use it, it would have been only a matter of time until he was identified and openly sought by the Jedi Shadows. It was a necessary lie, and he was likely not the only one using one. He smiled. The woman had hesitated slightly before linking Ulrich and Vess. He was guessing that the two were not siblings. They had similar features, but he did not sense the connection he would have expected between siblings. Yes, she had tried to shield the boy, but there seemed to be a distance between the two. No, he did not believe that the Vess and Ulrich were brother and sister, but it did not matter. So they had secrets, so what? He had his own as well. He would not fault someone for keeping their own. I'm an officer on a trading vessel, he informed them. We are currently under lockdown, like everyone else. Val gave him a suspicious look. Since when does a Jedi Knight work as an officer on a trading vessel? The little girl's eyes lit up. You're a Knight? Jazz shook his head. I'm no Jedi, he said quickly, just an independent trader trying to make his way in the universe. Val snorted at that. Her lip curled into a sneer. She stepped over to the body lying in the alley, the one who had led the thugs. She leaned down and got a better look at him. She chuckled. Looks like Lord Rudo won't be reporting back to his superiors, she said with a smirk. How sad. Jazz tried not to blink. A lord, he thought. I killed a lord. He could just imagine the look on Co-op's face, and it was not pleasant. When the government people came in the morning, he did not think that a dead Bentu noble being found in an alley would go over well for the spacers here. This is what happens when you get involved, his conscience chided. Now you have brought down nothing but trouble down on your head. Hope you're satisfied. If Val was worried, she did not appear to be. She quickly went through the dead man's pockets. She picked up his blaster and took his identification. She even helped herself to his rings and some device around his wrist. Jazz watched this with distaste. You are robbing him. Val shrugged. I'm pretending to, she replied. When the body is found in the morning, I want this to look like Rudo was slumming with the off-worlders and paid the price for it. She actually smiled when she looked at Jazz. You did us a favor, Jedi. He's been chasing us for almost 2 weeks now. You saved me the trouble of crossing him off myself. So pleased to be of service, but as I said, I'm no Jedi. Good, Val said, standing up and dusting herself off. Then you can go about your business, no Jedi. We don't need your help anymore. Val, the girl said. We don't need outsiders, she said quickly. Vess pouted, but said no more. Val did not look at Jazz, and she said nothing more. Clearly she considered the matter closed. Jazz was not so sure. He looked down at the blasters that he had cut with his blade. Someone might put one and one together when they saw that, realized that this wasn't a simple robbery. He would need to dispose of them, make sure they weren't found. What do we do now, Chief? Ulrich asked Val. Jazz was fairly sure now that the woman was the boy's superior, not just a bodyguard. Back away, his conscience chided. You have already done enough. Don't get more mixed up in this you already have. We need to go to another safe house, Val said. Once we've ensured Vest's safety, I will find us another ship. Our travel pass should still be good. That got Jazz's attention. Travel pass. Do we know who to trust? Ulrich asked his leader. I'll find a local captain, she said. The nobles couldn't have bought all of them. We can. You have a travel pass, Jazz said loud enough for her to hear. Val turned, giving him a dirty look. This is none of your concern, not a Jedi. Maybe, he admitted, but I have a ship and a crew in need of a travel pass. Jazz looked down at the dead lord. Considering what has happened, I think I should be off-world as soon as possible. He gave the three his most innocent smile. Maybe we can help each other. Val glared at him, but the injured boy Ulrich did not seem so dismissive. The little girl looked eagerly at Jazz, shooting glances back and forth between him and her protector. Char Valentine winced. The woman was not stupid. She likely understood what was at stake here. You have a ship. I'm an independent trader, Jazz said dryly. Can't be one without a ship. Val sighed heavily. She clearly did not like this, nor did Jazz blame her. It was a bad situation, made even worse by the dead noble in the alley behind them, which was also his fault. It looked bad for both of them, maybe him, more than her, but it was a problem. She understood that. Okay, she said. Tell me more. You did what? Jazz winced. He would rather have had this conversation with Co-op privately in the captain's quarters aboard ship, but that wasn't really an option. They needed to get moving. The morning would be coming soon. Time was of the essence. They were sitting at a table in the back of the cantina. The other spacers covered up most of the noise, and those that didn't minded their own business. Jazz sat next to Val while Co-op and the rest of the officers of their ship sat across from them. Jazz did not really like that. His decision to help Val and her charges was not really his to make, but the chance to get a travel pass, to be gone before the local constables got a good look at their cargo. Wasn't that worth the risk? Wasn't that what a smart smuggler would do? We need transit to the Afon system, Val said to Co-op. Another ship is awaiting our arrival. You agreed to drop us off. We shall give you our travel pass, and you can be on your way. Jazz smiled at his clan brother. It is not a bad deal, Co-op, he said. You should, at the very least, consider it. Gabe Cooper shook his head. Despite being only 19, he already had a bit of gray at his temples, the effect of dealing with command decisions in the last year. His short goatee making him look older still. He shot Jazz a sad look. They had both agreed long ago not to play White Knights. It was bad for business. Now, Jazz had dropped a heap of trouble right on their doorstep. In short, the young captain wasn't pleased. Did you have to kill a noble? He asked his friend. Jazz winced. It wasn't intentional, he repeated. Couldn't you have done something else? Disarmed him or something? Jazz gave his old friend a sheepish look. He really had no choice. The guy was too close for anything else. His friend snorted and took a deep pull of ale from his mug. He didn't say anything else, which Jazz took for a good sign. Coop likely understood, but he was still not happy about it. Jazz had put them in bad position, a weak position. Coop hated making decisions from such a weak position. It was self-defense, right? Jazz nodded. The question had come from their comm officer. Tessa Calican was a curly blonde-haired girl from the Corellian system. She had grown up within the organization, both her parents having been with scientists since it started. She was usually the voice of reason on the crew, and she was not afraid to call someone on a boneheaded move. Jez thought her on his side in this. It would help make things easier. It was self-defense, Jez assured her. He drew on me. She looked at Val, who nodded. Tessa smiled at Jez. Sounds like you had no choice. He nodded. Maybe he had not, but that was the problem. Had he only not gotten involved? Well, too late now, he realized. Far too late. If someone is dead, we can't stay here, Shus cheeped nervously, wiping the Yuri juice from his whiskers. The Chadrafan was the ship's chief engineer and an absolute wizard when it came to fixing up and repurposing damaged tech. He also had several warrants out for him within Republic space. Not all of the technology he had fixed up and sold over the years had been his. It is why the scientist group had taken him in, protected him. His skills were too good to let rot away on some prison moon. Shusk was too valuable. The little bat-like alien looked at Co-op. We need to get out of here, Captain, now. Burr's going to have a fit, their navigation officer whistled. His name was Figrin, or Figgy for short. He was a Bith and had a knack for calculating hyperspace jumps on the fly. The alien's huge head did count for something after all. He was also a bit of a gambler, and that had become a problem in the past. Several sure-thing bets had come up bad for him, and Co-op had taken a chance and paid off his debts. It had earned them a skilled nav officer, but trouble still tended to follow the alien around. Jaz was not really fond of that. Burr is the muscle on this crew, Jaz reminded him, not the captain. He looked at his friend. We can't afford to be timid here. Burr was a human, and as Figgy had said, the muscle of their crew. He was a skilled marksman and knew his way around explosives as well. He was also a bit more mercenary than Jaz typically liked. He claimed he would do anything if the price was right, anything. Jaz did not like that. Val had looked at the two aliens, not really sure what to make of them. Bantoon was a human world, and given their feelings towards outsiders, not many aliens were allowed out in the city proper. Jaz assured her they would not be a problem, but as it turned out, he did not really need to. Shusk and Figgy were likely on board. It was Co-op that needed to be convinced. If you prefer not to help us, that is fine, Val said. I'm sure that I can find another captain to aid us. For a moment, Jaz had thought that Co-op would let it end like that he would send the girl on her way without further thought, and that he would take his chance with the local security forces when they arrived in the morning. Fortunately, that was not the case. Coop smiled. He still knew a good deal when he heard one. Not so fast, miss, he said quickly. I never said that I wouldn't help you, and, as my first officer said, we do need a travel pass. He flashed his most roguish smile, the smile that Rhonda loves so much. Val did not seem interested. She merely glared at him. Coop chuckled. I'm willing to do business if you are, he said, provided you don't mind traveling on a working freighter. Just get us off-world, and the pass is yours, Val promised. We may even be able to throw in some extra credits for your trouble. Coop's smile widened. And that, dear miss, he said warmly, is the magic words. He offered her his hand. You have yourself a ship. She glanced at Jaz, who nodded slightly. Coop might sound mercenary, but Jaz knew that there was a good man in there too, somewhere. He made a deal, he kept it. It was not only the right thing to do, but it was the smart thing to do. Honesty was good for business. Bring your party to Docking Bay 3, he informed her. We will be able to get underway as soon as you're aboard. Val nodded and took Co-op's hand. He seemed pleased with her choice, but that pleasure faded quickly. Coop winced. Jaz felt his discomfort through the force. Val was smiling, her fingers tight around Co-op's hand, squeezing it. Or crushing it. We have a deal, she said coldly, leaning in. Do not even think of betraying us. Despite the pain, Co-op chuckled. You don't have to worry about that. He promised a deal is a deal. She nodded and let go. She rose and went to fetch Ulrich and Vess. See you in the docking bay. She turned without a word. Coop looked down at his hand, shaking it slightly. Tessa, Figgy, and Shusk all looked at Jazz, who merely shrugged. Val was someone who did not like to be messed with. They would need to be careful. "You okay, Captain?" the Chandrafan asked. "Fine," he said, moving his fingers, making sure they weren't broken. He gave Jazz an acidic smile. "You have an interesting taste in women there, Jazz." Jazz looked away. That wasn't the reason he had done this. Coop chuckled, enjoying his discomfort. "Charming girl," he said. "Yeah," Jazz thought. "She is." Chapter 11. Next. The blast doors to Docking Bay 3 eased open. Jazz stood beside their guests as steam hissed from the sliding doors. The little girl, Vess, had not left his side since they emerged from the cantina. She stayed close to him, and had since he had come to her aid. Val stood close by and kept watch. It might have been his imagination, but it seemed to Jazz that Val was not overly pleased with the fact that the girl was staying so close to him. He didn't blame her. He wasn't sure what problem the woman had against Force users and Jedi, but in the end, it did not matter, did it? He sighed. "I'm no Jedi." The boy Ulrich brought up the rear, watching over both of the ladies. Jazz had realized that he had made an error. He took Ulrich for a boy, but he was older than he appeared. He was actually closer in age to Jazz and Cooper. He also appeared to be a subordinate of Val. He had called the woman chief several times, and each time she had glared when he had done and around Jazz and the rest of the crew. The look on Ulrich's face when she did glare at him suggested that she was his superior, and superior that wasn't too happy with her younger charge. Despite this, the two continued to keep a low profile. Val was dressed like an off-worlder, and the boy could have been mistaken for a student, like Vess. Char Valentine did not want people knowing she is someone official, and yes, Jazz was fairly sure now that she was someone official. The ease at which she gave orders suggested that she was a person who was used to being obeyed. Jazz Darbin had marked her as a mere bodyguard, but it seemed that it was more than that. Not that it mattered. They had provided the crew with a travel pass, which meant their ship could now leave. It was good for business, and that is what mattered. They had a delivery to make. It was best that they get to it. Coop smiled proudly as their ship came into view, the rest of their crew at his side. He had been wanting to take her out for a long time, and hoped that this run would be the first in many more for the Titus group. The ship was his pride and joy, Randus too, but that was to be expected. She and Co-op had been working towards this for years. Even during their days in the clan, he had been sending her credits or salvage, anything to get the ship up and running. It had been the work of almost a decade, but now it was finished. Their ship had taken to the stars. It was a P-26 freighter registered to the Titus Trading Group and owned and operating by Cooper and Halcyon Holdings, in other words, owned by Rhonda and Co-op. It was a sight to say the least. It resembled, in Jazz's eyes, like a giant clothes iron, boxy with a rounded, downward-sloping triangular nose cone. The main body was mostly cargo space, with the crew quarters centered over the nose cone. The command tower rose up like a handle, its rounded bridge screen giving the crew almost a full 360-degree view of what was around them. Its scarred hull was painted orange with brown highlights. The docking bay seemed to vibrate when they entered. Even from here you could feel the ship's repulsor lifts humming, warming up in preparation to leave. Coop had sent word ahead to Burr, who had made sure that everything was ready when the crew arrived. Jazz glanced over at Val, Ulrich, and Vess. He was curious about what their first take on the vessel would be. He knew how he had felt the first time he had seen the thing. To say that his response had been less than favorable would have been an understatement. Val shook her head. "Are you kidding?" she said, looking at Co-op. "You came here in that thing." The young woman shook her head. "What a piece of junk." Jazz chuckled. He sensed the amusement of the others. The rest of the crew was covering up their respective mouths, likely hiding their own laughter. Coop sniffed. "I admit, she is no Ebon Hawk, but she doesn't have to be." He grinned proudly. "She gets me where the credits are, and she is all mine." "She does look like a scrap pile," Tessa said. "Hey," Co-op said, looking offended. "But that is all part of her charm," Shusk said. No one would believe that this ship can fly, Figurant added, much less make her runs in record time. Aye. Coop glared at the Bith. Whose side are you on? He demanded. Our side, the alien said. We know what the ship is, but we also know that looks can be deceiving. She may not look like much, Tessa added, but that is the whole point. Yeah, just chimed in. Why else did you choose to call it the Co-op's Folly? The Co-op's Folly had an interesting history, or rather the class of vessel that it represented did. It should have been something great, but the galaxy had intervened. Now it was almost nothing. The perfect transport for a crew of independent spacers. The ship was 82 meters long and 54 meters wide. It was technically classified as a light freighter, but it could be modified to carry twice the amount of cargo that a tradition ship that its size could handle. Like other P-26 class vessels, it was designed with versatility in mind. Horse Space Systems had been looking to take over the intergalactic trading game with this type of vessel. The modular design of the ship wasn't pretty, but it was adaptable. Sadly, it never came to pass. Kui Drive Yards had purchased the production house that was building the P-26, and they promptly discontinued its use. KDY had his own ideas about freighter construction and had not intended to see those ideas questioned. Parts and services for the ships quickly became hard to come by, and extremely expensive. The few thousand freighters that had been produced were either scrapped or sold off to rim worlds that did not know how hard it would be to acquire parts for their new acquisitions. Rhonda had found this one rusting in a scrap yard on Ord Mantle. Her father had purchased it, likely thinking of selling off the parts that still functioned. He kept the frame and would have eventually sold it off to be melted down. He would have done it, but then his daughter had convinced him to hold onto it. Despite what had happened with KDY, the ship's hull and frame were sturdy and could take a beating. The problem had been the internals, and Rhonda saw that as a challenge. She wanted the ship to work on it, to both prove and improve her own mechanic skills. Of course, that was only part of it. She and Co-op had always wanted their own ship. They had talked about it. Now, they had a chance to have it. Her father had humored her. Maybe he thought she was dreaming, that she would never get a space worthy. She was determined to prove him wrong. She wanted a ship of her own. She was determined to have it. When she went out on her own, her father let her keep it. She had paid him a lot for it with her credits, sweat, and blood. She had worked for years to ensure that the frame was maintained and used her pay as a mechanic, and the credits sent by Co-op, to buy new parts for it, constantly upgrading and replacing its systems. It had finally been ready to fly 2 weeks ago, and would do so under Co-op's command. Jazz was no mechanic. He did not know all the details, but what he did know was that Rhonda had completely gutted and replaced most of the ship's systems. While he and Co-op had been serving Clan Nuna, she had been busy building her dream vessel. Randa's version of the P-26 now used easy-to-acquire Kuid and other fleet systems parts, while barely changing the ship's original profile. She had also modified the engines on the bulky transport, giving it both speed and maneuverability, without sacrificing its modular design. Not that she had access to any of the other modules, but it was still possible if the need arose. It was enough to sell her work to Tintus, to prove its viability. Having your own ship in an organization like Tintus put you on the fast track to advancement. Both Co-op and Rhonda had known this, and now here they were. Rhonda now had command of her own hangar back on Ord Mantle. She would handle repairs and upgrades, while Co-op and his crew brought in the credits. It was a simple arrangement, simple and profitable. There was just one problem. Their first job had seen that trapped on Bantoon. I wanted to call her the Fortune, Co-op informed their guests. Unfortunately, the name never took. He sighed. Call it a folly if you like, but don't doubt that she has it where it counts. He gave Val a winning smile. The folly will take you where you need to go, trust me. Val sniffed. She remained unimpressed. That remains to be seen, Captain, she said. Coop did not take offense. It was as Figgy and Tess had said. The folly was meant to be underestimated. Does it really fly through space? Vess asked. The little girl stared at the ship with a sense of wonder. "It does," Jazz answered. He smiled down at the girl. "It will get you where you need to go." She blushed and looked away. Jazz could not say why. He had merely answered a question. It was at that moment that loading ramp lowered. Burr emerged from the ship, wiping his hands with a rag. "Everything is loaded and ready to go, Captain," he said. "As soon as we load B-10, we can be." He paused when he saw Val and her party. "What is this now?" he asked. "We taking on passengers?" "Yeah, Burr," Co-op answered. "These good people have allowed us to use their travel pass, provided we take them where they need to go." Burr looked at the three, his hard-eyed blue eyes settling on Val. She did not quail or look away. She met his gaze and did not back down. Burr sneered. "Locals," he spat, shaking his head. "Great." Jazz frowned, considering what Val and her party were offering. Burr could at least try to sound grateful. Scientists had found the guy working as an enforcer on Nar-Shaddaa. Burr was a small, wiry man with a bald head and a nasty scar running from his left cheek down to his throat. He was one of the few people in the group that Jazz did not particularly care for. Burr had some military training. That was obvious. Jazz had seen him fight several times, both with his bare hands and with the blaster. He definitely fought like a trained soldier. The enforcer had spoken a few times about serving in the Republic military, but had struck out on his own after he realized that it was far more profitable working freelance. Both Jazz and Co-op had come to think him a deserter, or maybe a dishonorable discharge. Burr did not strike him as the type to stick around and finish his tour, not when he smelled profit elsewhere. He was useful, none would doubt that, but neither Cooper nor Jazz trusted him fully. They kept a close eye on the enforcer, just in case he tried to make a better deal for himself with someone else. The two had been stabbed in the back by Targo. They would not give anyone else a chance to do so again. As the group approached the ship, one of the large metal crates next to the ramp began to unfold itself. Steam hissed between the joints as long metal arms emerged and helped push itself up onto stocky metal legs. Jazz sensed the little girl's fear and shock. "Val!" She shrieked and dove behind Jazz. The woman's blaster came out as Ulrich leapt to her side, his own blaster raised and ready. "Don't!" Co-op shouted, pushing Val's blaster down, spoiling her shot. She glared at the captain, betrayal and anger flashing in her eyes. "What are you?" "You're safe," he shot back hotly. "He won't hurt you." Jazz sighed. He probably should have warned them. "He won't harm you," Jazz added, his eye focused on Vess, feeling a bit ashamed for scaring her. "He is part of our crew." It was then that the droid finished emerging from his rest mode. At full height he towered over the group, with shoulders as wide as a land speeder. The small round head turned to the crew, two yellow, large, and round optics focused on the organics standing before it. The lines and plain features on his face gave the droid an almost sad look. "Nice one, you overgrown scrap pile," Burr chided, though he sounded more amused than angry. He had liked seeing Val startled. "You spooked the locals." The droid made a sound. Some would have mistaken it for a sigh. It shook his head. "I'm going to get shot now, aren't I?" It said morosely, "I should have guessed. I've only just spent the entire afternoon loading all this cargo, and do I get a word of thanks, an oil bath? No, I get to be threatened by a blaster." The droid shook his head. Typical. The sorrow in his voice shocked the new arrivals. Jazz had been similarly affected when he had first met the droid. Now he knew better. You could have given the droid everything it desired, and it would still complain about his lot in life. That was just the way it was. That was the way he had been programmed. "Miss Valentine," Co-op said, "allow me to introduce B1-0N, or Beaten as we like to call him. Because I've been beaten down by this cold, heartless galaxy," the droid complained. "No one cares what the load lifter droid thinks." It shook his head again. "As I said, typical." Tess coughed. Coop glared at it. "You must excuse Beaten," he told his guests. "B1 series load lifter droids only have two emotional settings, cheery or depressed, a quirk in their programming package." The captain shook his head. We're still trying to figure out how to set this one to Cheery. Still, he carries out his orders without question. Of course, Captain Cooper, Beaton said, lift this, store that, unload the bay, reload the bay, over and over and over. Beaton made that sighing sound again. My existence is so exciting. Jazz had to fight the urge to laugh. What did the droid expect? He was a load lifter droid. Lifting and carrying things was his job. Vess emerged from behind Jazz. She seemed ashamed that she had hidden from droid. She stepped forward despite the angry look Val was giving her. As Jazz had noticed earlier, she was a brave little girl. Thank you for completing your work, Beaton, she said. I'm sorry I screamed when I saw you. You surprised me. The droid's optics focused on the little girl. Your thanks are unnecessary, little mistress, he said. They are also likely insincere, but it is good to hear them anyway. Vess smiled and curtsied to the droid. Val finally guided her back into the group. Now, if you are quite done complaining, you hunk of junk, how about you get on board? Burr ordered. We're leaving. Beaton looked at Cooper. He was the captain after all. Coop nodded. The large droid turned and ambled slowly up the ramp. Back on the ship again, it said morosely, another few hours folded up in standby mode. Wonderful. Val shot Cooper a curious look. Why does it act like that? Coop shrugged. As I said, it is a quirk in their programming. Could you not get it fixed? We could probably get his memory wiped, but that might do more harm than good. Despite his depression, Beaton is actually really good at his job, Tessa said. He is also stable, Shusk added, in the past. Some of this model have gone rogue. The cheery acting ones have known to be dangerous, destroying things in manic celebration. Val gave them a disgusted look. You off-worlders and your machines, she spat. Why would you risk having something like this around? Because we got him on the cheap, Burr answered. We're not exactly rolling in credits, you know. Char Valentine sighed and shook her head. Jazz sensed her displeasure. She was clearly starting to have second thoughts about this arrangement. Coop pretended not to notice, as usual. He smiled and clasped his hands. Well then, everyone, he said, all aboard. Grudgingly, Val took Vess by the hand and led her up the ramp, with Ulrich in tow. Coop already starting issuing orders, getting the crew to their stations. Tessa and Figgy made for the stairs to take them up to the bridge. Shusk climbed the ladder leading to the engine room. Burr went with their guests to show them to their quarters. The ship had accommodations to fit a crew of 20, so there was more than enough space for their 3 passengers. Coop stopped Jazz before he could head for his station, his old friend and captain pulling him aside. So, he asked, what do you think, old buddy? I think we are getting out of here, Jazz replied, provided that the travel pass that Miss Val gave us is good. I know that, Jazz, Co-op said. I wanted to know what you thought about this, how it felt. Jazz frowned. Coop had long ago learned to trust his friend's feelings. It had served them well on several occasions, but it was not something that Jazz could just turn on and off, and he was not always sure what the disturbances meant. The Force was complicated, and it did not give up all its secrets to Jazz Darbin. He sighed. There is something going on here, Co-op. I don't know what it is, but it is there. He shook his head. He could have mentioned that what was happening seemed to be focused around Vess, but he didn't think it wise. Coop kept no secrets from his crew, and he didn't want that poor girl dragged into the situation if things went sideways. No, he wouldn't do that to her. He gave his friend a serious look. I think we need to get these people where they're going and go about our business. The young captain nodded and smiled. That is exactly what we are about to do, buddy, he said, leading his friend towards the bridge. Let's get this old bird moving. At first, Bantoon Traffic Control had been hesitant to let the Co-op's folly leave. 2 operators spoke to Tessa over the comm system, and Co-op himself had to get involved. All agreed that the pass the ship had was accepted, but the locals seemed slow to give clearance to leave. Jazz wasn't pleased to hear that. The longer they were here, the longer someone in traffic control had the chance to pass along that the ship was leaving, possibly to people who were looking for those seeking to leave the planet. Jazz found his eyes going over the Folly's weapon systems. The freighter was no warship, but like most smuggling vessels, it did have teeth if needed. 2 dual-firing lasers mounted on both sides of the hull, and 2 quad-heavy turrets mounted on both the top and belly of the ship. Not enough to fight off a Republic warship, but more than enough to make someone think twice about trying to board. Jazz ran a quick systems check of their weapons, just in case. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the clearance for them to leave was granted. Coop wasted no time in getting the Folly off the ground. Tessa monitored communications, trying to pick up any local chatter, just in case things started to turn ugly. Surprisingly, things remained quiet. The co-op's Folly fired its sublights and pushed through the atmosphere of Bantoon. Soon they were back in the cold, comforting shelter of the void, heading for their jump window. Jazz breathed a sigh of relief. So far, so good. It was at that moment that things went wrong. The scanners blared a warning. 4 small attack ships had just emerged from behind the nearest moon, emerged and moved in on an intercept vector. They were heading straight for the Folly. Coop did not panic when he saw them, though he did raise their shields. He also ordered Jazz to heat up the weapons, just in case. "Hell, those ships, Tess," he ordered. "Let's see what is on their minds." The comm system buzzed, audio only. Coop did not like transmitting his face over the holonet. It was not good for business. "Unidentified ship. This Major Moro of the Bantoon Matriarchy. You will cut your engines, lower your shields, and prepare to be boarded." Coop chuckled. "So much for diplomacy," he said, looking at Jazz. Jazz shrugged. From what he was feeling, he doubted this would end diplomatically. "Major Muro, this is the co-op's Folly out of Ord Mantle. May I ask what the problem is? We had the proper clearance to leave, and our manifest and flight plan was submitted to traffic control." Yeah, Jazz thought, our fake manifest. Though he doubted this about smuggling, the ships approaching looked like military vessels, not the type used by law enforcement. There was another pause. Perhaps the Major was digesting what he had been told. "You will cut your engines, lower your shields, and prepare to be boarded," he repeated. "This is your final warning." Coop shrugged. "Major, with all due respect, we will be in hyperspace before you enter weapons range, which does not really give me much incentive to stop." Coop's eyes narrowed. He let a bit of anger seep into his voice. "I say again, why are you trying to stop us?" Another pause. This encounter was likely not going as the Major had expected. The man was likely used to being obeyed. "You are believed to be carrying dangerous fugitives. If you turn them over to us, you will be well rewarded. Refuse, and you will be severely punished." Coop's smile brightened. "No lies," he said dryly. "No, claiming this is a simple cargo inspection. No faked health check." Coop shook his head. "You're very bad at this game, Major. May I suggest you find a new line of work?" The Major did not respond with words. Lasers flashed as they barely kissed the Folly shields. Co-op put on a bit more speed, but it was not really needed. As he had warned the Major, they were almost to their escape window. He pulled back on the hyperspace handle. The stars stretched as the co-op's Folly leapt forward and into hyperspace. Coop did not take his hands off the controls until he was absolutely sure they were away. Then, he sighed and turned to his old friend. "Come on, Jazz," he said, rising from the helm. "Let's have a few words with our dangerous fugitives." Chapter 12. A Plan. Violet light danced as Jazz Darbin went through his saber drills. His weapon spun and whirled like it was an extension of his arm, a part of his very being. He stood in the center of Folly's cargo bay, his saber hummed and buzzed with each strike and parry. He moved without thinking, letting his emotions guide him. At this point in his life, these drills were second nature to him. He had first learned them at the tender age of 5, when the Temple Sword Master had first put a training saber in his hand. Despite being away from the Order for almost a decade, he still remembered that day. It was his first real memory, the earliest thing he could remember about being at the temple. VMM. VMM. He may have forgotten that life, if not for the combat training he had endured as a member of Clan Nuna. Their ways were not the Jedi way, but that did not mean that they were without value. The Mandalorians had fought 2 wars against the Jedi, and had learned much about their fighting styles. Clan Nuna's sword master had passed what they had learned onto him. Those lessons were far more aggressive than the ones a Jedi would have learned, but that did not take away from what they offered. Clan Nuna had expanded on what he had learned in the temple, gave him a chance to explore further. The stances, forms, and discipline they taught were no less valuable than what one could learn from a Jedi master. Different was different, but that did not make it bad or wrong. He had come to embrace that ideal. Jazz may not have been a Jedi, but that did not mean that he had not grown, that he had not expanded his knowledge of the Force. Some Jedi masters might have called such learning a mistake, that by exploring those mysteries himself he was inviting the dark side in, and that he was destined to make a mistake and fail. Though he remained concerned about the darkness, he did not let it paralyze him. He had felt his power in the skies overcome it, and he had resisted. There was nothing wrong with being careful, and if it helped you minimize the consequences of a mistake, so much the better. The Force is part of me, Jazz thought. I can't simply forget that. I have a place within the Force, as all things do. Now all I have to do is figure out what that place is. The thought made him smile. Finding that purpose would be easier said than done. As he trained, his thoughts drifted back to when he and Co-op had confronted Char Valentine. They had found the woman in the ship's galley, likely trying to find something to eat for herself and her young companions. Jazz informed her that they had a box of instant meals in the far right cupboard. The food was a bit bland, but it was both filling and safe for human consumption. Val hesitated at first, but finally accepted him at his word, offering a murmured thanks. Before she could retreat back to the guest quarters, however, Co-op stopped her. He had questions that he felt deserved answering. The young woman shrugged and sat down. She put her feet up on the nearest bench and said she would do her best to answer. Neither Jazz nor Co-op was fooled by her act. She may have looked relaxed, but they had been around enough warriors to recognize tension of the body. Though she had surrendered her gun belt when she had come aboard, Jazz did not doubt for a second that she was still armed. She still wore her jacket, which could have easily hit a holdout blaster or viper blade. Plus, she was too relaxed if she felt threatened. She also knew she had a way out of it. Jazz kept his guard up. Coop pulled up a chair and sat down across from her. He was not angry with what happened, merely curious. They had clearly blundered into something that they shouldn't have. Your countrymen fired on us as we were leaving orbit, Co-op informed her. May I ask why? Val shrugged. She seemed neither surprised nor concerned. Things are a bit tense on my homeworld right now, but since we made it safely away, I'm guessing that you had no problem evading our security forces. We have a bit of talent in that arena, Co-op informed her. I'll bet, she said with a sly smile. I figured as much by your cargo. She snorted with amusement. I wasn't aware our gene mod packs were available to trade off-world. I'm guessing you look to make a pretty credit off all the ones stored in your hold. Coop's eyes narrowed. Are you calling me a smuggler, Miss Valentine? She shrugged again. Yeah, I am. If Cooper was insulted, he did not show it. A merry grin spread across his face. Good, he said, because I am a smuggler, and a damn good one too. Thought so, Val said, and yet you still helped us, given the reputation that most smugglers enjoy. I'm not like most smugglers, Co-op replied. Spice, slaves, weapons. I don't touch such things. There are plenty of credits to be made beating Republic tariffs, and besides. His smile widened. You would be surprised how having some morals and standards will go when dealing with certain people. If they know you have a code, they are often more willing to trust you with more delicate matters. And do you have a code? She asked. I try to stay true to one. I don't betray a client, and I don't harm people under my protection, which you and those 2 kids now qualify as. Lucky us, Val smirked. Coop's smile turned cold. That being said, I don't like it when people put my ship and crew at risk needlessly. Your security forces seem to think that I had fugitives on board. Would you like to explain that? Val pursed her lips. Jazz wondered what she was thinking. Coop was not a cruel man. Jazz would never have taken him as a friend if he was. Yet, the concern for their ship and shipmates was valid. They knew nothing of Valentine or of the two young people traveling with her. Jazz hoped that the woman would have some answers. We're not criminals if that is what you are asking, she sighed. I can't go into the full details, both for my safety and the safety of Vess and Ulrich, but I will say that everything will be explained when we arrive in the Aphon system. My mistress will explain everything and reward you for seeing me and my young friends to safety. Val smiled again. I've already helped you get off Bantoon. Keep to this course, and you will be able to make a little more money on the side. Surely a damn good smuggler such as yourself would be able to appreciate such an offer. Coop nodded thoughtfully. Technically, any payment made to the group outside of the job was theirs. Titus would get his agreed-upon cut of the cargo, but anything made on the side was fair game. Yes, technically, Miss Valentine was offering them a bribe, but it was not like she was asking them to go any further than they already had. They were due to pass through the Aphon system anyway. Why not profit from making a small stop along the way? Jazz did not need to explain such facts to Co-op. He was too good a spacer not to see opportunity when it knocked. Finally, he nodded. I look forward to that explanation, he said. In the meantime, enjoy your time aboard my ship. It may not be the most cozy of vessels, but it will get you where you need to go. You have my thanks, Captain Cooper, and to you, Mr. Cooper, she said, nodding to Jazz. I'm sure you will understand why I needed to be so careful of what I said. As soon as we reach our destination, of course. I look forward to finding out just what that is, Co-op said. In the meantime, give my regard to those two kids, and enjoy your meals, Miss Valentine. She rose from her chair without another word, leaving the two men alone in the galley. Coop sighed and shook his head. What do you think? He asked Jazz. Can we trust her? She wasn't lying to us, Jazz informed him. When I look at her, all I sense is the desire to protect those kids. Coop nodded thoughtfully, all the while drumming his fingers on the galley's dinner table. So what do you think? I'm guessing she is not a kidnapper or slaver. It is nothing like that, Jazz said with a frown. Whoever she is, those kids aren't afraid of her. I sense that the boy is a bit intimidated, but that is likely because she is his superior. You think our dear Miss Valentine might be military? She doesn't carry herself like a typical bodyguard, and I don't sense the greed that would be a part of a mercenary simply out for the quick payday. Coop considered what he said, as he normally did. What about the little one? Vess. Yeah, I think that is her name. What do you think? Again, Jazz Darbin shrugged. Jazz frowned, not sure what Co-op was asking. He remembered what he had felt in that alley. The girl was not force-sensitive, but it did swirl around her, marking her as someone of value, someone worth protecting. It had been enough to get involved, despite everything he knew to the contrary. She is strong, that one. She was scared of those men threatening her, but defiant as well. He smiled. Had I not been there, she probably would have fought to protect the boy. She would have lost, but I think she would have gotten at least a few good shots in. Coop chuckled. Sounds like the kind of girl that Mom would have liked. Jazz's smile turned sad. Yes, he thought. Mother Nuna would have liked Vess. Jazz sighed. As long as we don't threaten the girl or the boy, I think we can trust Miss Valentine to play straight with us. She's dedicated to them, that much is clear, and besides, she is too much of straight arrow to try anything cute. Coop smirked at his friend's opinion of their guests. I think we may have just found you a girlfriend, old buddy, he said. What? Jazz said, blushing slightly. Straight arrow, committed to something more than herself. Sounds like a girl after your own heart. Jazz snorted and looked away. Char Valentine was attractive, he did not deny that, but she was also completely committed to her goal, that being to protect Vess and Ulrich. Jazz knew what that kind of commitment was like. He would not presume to try and get in the way of it. Having tortured his friend and clan brother enough, Co-op returned to the business at hand. Despite your feelings, we still need to keep an eye on Miss Val The kids too, for that matter, at least until they're off my ship. It won't be too much longer, Jazz said. We will reach the Aphon system in 2 hours, or Shuss claims. Okay then, Co-op said, heading back to the bridge. Just remember it was your idea to bring these people on board. Jazz winced. It got us off planet, didn't it? Yeah, but we may have stumbled into something worse than a smuggler's charge. Someone important wanted those kids, and now that we have them, those people may not take so kindly to us interfering. Coop sighed. Just keep an eye on our guests, Jazz. Make sure they don't get us into any more trouble. Yeah, Jazz sighed. It had been his call to involve his crew in this, and his responsibility if things went bad. His responsibility. I'll watch them, he promised his friend and captain. Things won't get out of hand. A small chime built into Jazz's comlink sounded, loud enough to be heard over the hum and buzz of his lightsaber. 20 minutes had passed, signaling the end of his saber drills. He sighed and lowered his weapon. He took a moment to simply bask in the power of the light. He could feel it flowing through him, his calm and commitment allowing him to go deep into light and feel its warm touch. His senses and emotions were razor sharp, as they always were after he submerged himself fully in the living force. He smiled slightly. It was in that moment that he realized that he was not alone, that he had not been alone for some time. You don't have to be afraid, little one, he said, deactivating his lightsaber. As I said before, I won't hurt you. The little girl, Vess, emerged from where she was hiding. She had all but disappeared behind one of their secure cargo containers. She approached him, her blue eyes wide with wonder. Jazz could sense that she was still not quite sure what she had just seen. When he was deep in the Force, his movements often became a blur to those not used to seeing a Force sensitive in motion. He could sense her awe, and a bit of fear. The former was understandable, the latter unnecessary. I'm sorry, she said in a tiny voice. I hope I didn't disturb you, sir. Jazz laughed. I will, just finishing up, he said, sliding his weapon back up his sleeve. It is almost time for me to begin my shift on the bridge. He gave her a concerned look. You should try and get some rest. It seems like you had a bit of a time of it before we met. The little girl nodded, though she still stayed close to the shadows. I didn't get a chance to thank you before. The look in her eyes were of pure innocence and gratitude. You saved me and Ulrich both. We are in your debt. I couldn't just let you be dragged off, he admitted, and besides, I don't like bullies. The girl smiled. I knew you were nice, thank you. You're welcome, Jazz said, straightening out his coat. It was the least I could do. The girl looked away shyly. For some reason she seemed hesitant to meet his eye, and if he was not wrong, she looked like she might be blushing. Why, he wondered. Did I say something wrong? Val said you were a knight. We used to have knights back home, a long time ago. They were the bravest and most courageous men in the universe. The girl smiled, while at the same time looking down at her feet. I've never met a real knight before. And you haven't yet, Jazz said. I was never knighted by the Jedi Order, and I probably never will be. Why? She asked. You're very brave. Jazz sighed. He could tell her the whole story, but he doubted she would understand. The ways of the Jedi could be confusing to most people, and even he still questioned why he had been left behind by the Order. They should have found me after the accident, but they never did. He wondered sometimes if they even tried. He pushed such thoughts away. That bitterness could lead to anger if he was not careful, and that was one emotion that he did not want to feed. Still, he had to say something. The kid deserved that much. The Force set me on a different path long ago. I was separated from my fellow Jedi and left to find my own way. He shrugged. They would never accept me now. Too much has happened. Oh, the little girl said. I'm sorry. Don't be, he said with a small smile. My new life has given me a chance to see things that others of my order never could. I've seen many strange things in my travels, met many people. Like me? The girl asked. Yes, Vess, he said, like you. The girl's eyes brightened, her smile lit up her face. You remembered my name. Yes, he admitted, Is that unusual? The girl looked away again. Mother always says I'm too shy and quiet for my own good, that I fade into a crowd when I should stand out. She looked down at her feet again, shaking her head. I guess I'm too quiet. There is nothing wrong with being quiet, Jazz said. To know, someone must first know how to listen. The girl giggled. Maybe you should tell my mom that. She might listen to someone who was almost a real knight. Jazz did not try and correct her. It was clear that the little one had made up her mind about whom and what he was. He knew the truth, but still, it was nice to think about, at least for a while. It would have been good to have been a knight, but as he had said, the Force had other plans. He had accepted his lot in life, long ago. In time, he promised her, you will find your own place in the Force, and in that moment all your gifts and abilities will be exactly where they need to be. I guess so, the girl sighed. I hope so. She shook her head. Sir? Yes. Can I ask you a question? You just did, he said dryly. She looked up at him. Why? The sound escaped her lips as he grinned. She paused, thinking about what he said, and then smiled brightly. She giggled and looked away again. Another one, please. He nodded. She was no longer scared of him. It seemed that his willingness to talk to her had put her at ease. What is your question? What is the Force? She asked. You said the Force had plans for you. What is it? What plans does it make? Jazz smiled. In this he was on known ground. These questions he could answer. He sat down on one of smaller cargo containers. The girl sat across from him, her eagerness radiating out like a beacon. The Force exists in all living things, he began. It is an energy field that surrounds us, penetrates us, and binds the galaxy together. He gave her an arch look. You have never heard of the Force before. She shook her head no. Our people have our own gods. The beliefs of outsiders have no place among us, or so my teachers say. She rolled her eyes. Jazz chuckled. More and more he was starting to like this one. What do your people believe in? He asked. We worship the gods of sun, stone, wave, and wind. The elements gave rise to our people and allowed us to spread across Bantoon and become united and strong. The girl gave him a proud smile. We had our own sorcerers once too. They controlled the elements, lifted stone with a wave of their hands, summoned rain when needed, controlled the winds. Some could even summon fire from their hands. Jazz nodded. Your sorcerers were likely Force sensitive. His gifts allowed them to perform such feats. Vess frowned. So my people are wrong. Not wrong, merely different, Jazz replied. You know the Force by another name. What we call it is not necessarily right. It is just how the Jedi have viewed the Force for centuries. Vess nodded. So we both are protected by the gods. Your Force is part of them. They simply speak to you with a different voice. Jazz nodded. It was an interesting way of looking at things. The girl could have called him a heretic and looked down on him for saying that her gods were not what she knew. She had not done that. She had adapted her way of seeing the world so quickly. He could see now why Vess felt the way she did in the Force. The girl was not closed off like some people. He smiled. She had the potential to be something great. Jazz picked up a spanner that had been left out, as Vess watched as he used the Force to lift it and have it float above his hands. Magic, the girl gasped. The Force, Jazz replied. It is merely using the energies between me and the spanner. It is the Force that lifts it up. And that is how it starts, young one. Both Jazz and Vess jumped. On the walkway above them stood Char Valentine. She was scowling down at the two. The spanner fell to the deck with a loud clang. Val pinned her young charge with a cold look. You should keep your distance from these people. Vess, she warned, they are dangerous. The girl gave her protector a sheepish look. We were just talking. She had questions, Jazz added. I was simply trying to offer answers. Do not let Vestan experience fool you. Not a Jedi, Val said coldly. My people have had experience with your kind. 300 years ago, Jedi invaded our world, attacked our cities, and murdered those that gods listened to, every sorcerer and knight that would not join them. Jazz winced. What? Jedi would never. But then he thought about what she was saying, what had happened almost 3 centuries ago, what had been happening in the galaxy at that time. Did these invaders claim to be Jedi? He asked her. They claim to be servants of a great Jedi. They follow someone we came to know as Revan. Jazz nodded. He should have guessed. Revan, he said. Bantoon was conquered by Darth Revan during the Jedi Civil War. All we know is that invaders attacked our world. Val replied. That was enough. Revan was no Jedi. Jazz shot back. He was a Sith by that point, a servant dark side. Whatever he was, my world suffered, Val said as she came up beside Vess. Our world suffered. Vess winced. She didn't want to blame Jazz for happened, but Val was her protector. She didn't want to seem disloyal to her either. Jazz felt sorry for the poor girl. Revan died a long time ago, he said. The Sith are extinct now. Your people have nothing to fear from them. Their foul empire is gone. And yet the power they use remains, the same power that you wield. Is that not true? Jazz frowned. He didn't like what was being said. The woman did not understand. He did not use the dark side of the Force. He knew better. I'm not going to betray you, he said to the woman. I'm not Revan or one of his followers. You have no right to judge me. It was at that moment that something changed in Val, a slight shift in the Force. Jazz could see it on her face. I'm not judging you, she said. I'm protecting Vess. The little girl looked up at her. Val, you don't have to. Come, Vess, she said. Let us leave Mr. Cooper to his duties. Char Valentine led the girl away, but as she did, Vess looked over her shoulder. She looked at him. She was not happy with what had been said, but had no response of her own. Bye, she said, and then mouthed, I'm sorry. Jazz did not go after them. He had nothing to say. He stood where he was and watched the two vanish back into the guest quarters. He sighed and shook his head. He did not blame the woman for being concerned. Most Jedi would question his motives. After all, he had touched the darkness before, used it to kill an enemy, and without guidance likely would again. It had been a long time ago, but what happened on Bantoon brought it all back. He had not meant to kill to protect Vess and Ulrich, but he had. He had. The darkness was never far from those who dealt death. It was never far from him. It was why he could never return to the Jedi Order, why they would never take him back. He was trying to stay on the path, but the darkness was always there, sure-footed and gaining. Jazz made his way to the bridge to begin his duty shift. Duty was good. It would help him forget. The Force has a plan for me, he thought. All that has happened for a reason. He tried to take solace in that. The Force had a plan. All he had to do was find his place within it. It was not easy, but nothing good ever was. I will not falter, he promised himself. I will not. Chapter 13. Afon. We're approaching our destination, the bit called out from his station. Reversion to real space will occur in 6 minutes. Thank you, Figgy, Co-op called back. Tessa, prepare to hail any vessel that might be waiting for us. Let us make sure that Miss Valentine's friends know we are friendly. Burr, if you would be so kind, go to the back and collect our guests. We may need them up here. Ready, sir, Tessa said, checking her instruments. Aye, Captain, the former enforcer said, heading down the exit ramp. Coop sighed and began the preparations to bring them out of hyperspace and into the Afon system. Jazz could sense the tension in his movement, see it, but said nothing about it. Coop's in command. It was not proper to question his state of mind on the bridge, and besides, he was not the only one who was nervous. As far as rendezvous went, Afon was not necessarily the best place to meet. If someone was traveling to or from Bantoon, you needed to move through the Afon system. It was a jumping-off point for 3 major hyperspace routes. Passing through this sector was the only way to get to Bantoon. The various anomalies and gravity wells nearby made any other passage impossible. Which meant that Afon was a bottleneck. If you were looking for someone trying to leave Bantoon, they would eventually have to pass through this system, which made it a perfect place for an ambush. Co-op knew that, and so did Jad. He just hoped that they were just being paranoid. Hopefully this brief stopover would go off without a hitch. Jazz. Yeah, co-op. The young captain sighed. I want you to bring the weapons online and transfer all reserve power to forward shields. Be prepared to raise them as soon as we leave hyperspace. Jazz acknowledged his old friend's order, but that did not mean he liked it. If anyone is waiting for us, co-op, going in weapons hot is not the best way to make a good impression. Maybe, his old friend agreed, but it is the smart call. We have no idea who or what is waiting for our guests. Coop gave him a cool smile. I'd much rather be ready for trouble than scrambling around trying to respond to it, don't you agree? Jazz nodded as he carried out his captain's command. Their entrance into the Aphon system would not be the friendliest in the galaxy, but it would be safer than going in with blinders on. As Co-op had said, they had no idea what awaited them when they emerged from hyperspace. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was at that moment that Burr returned with Miss Valentine and the boy Ulrich. The bondwoman looked around the bridge, perhaps evaluating it for weaknesses. She would find few, if any. The Co-op's Folly crew knew their jobs. They were ready to meet most problems head-on. A single ship is awaiting our arrival, she informed Co-op. When we emerge from hyperspace, you will flash your running lights, 3 short bursts, 1 long one, and 3 more short ones. This visual signal is the all clear to approach. And if the ship isn't there? Coop asked. Val glared at him. It will be there. Just be ready. He nodded and looked over at Jazz. You heard the lady. Get ready to flash the landing lights. Aye, Captain. Jazz watched as the counter continued to cycle down. He once again checked the instrument panel, making sure that the reserve power had been allocated as Co-op had ordered. Better safe than sorry. Where is the kid? Co-op asked Val. Your ride is going to be waiting, yes? Yeah, the woman responded. Vess is sleeping right now. The excitement of this trip has overwhelmed her. You realize that you are leaving, Tess said from the comm chair. I'm aware of that. Yes, Val said. Leave Vess to me. You need not worry, Ulrich added. Our little lady will be ready when we leave. The boy gave Co-op an oily smile. We will be out of your hair shortly. Jazz shrugged. How anyone could sleep after what had happened, he did not know. Of course, maybe that was the point, if the kid had been on the run for who knew how long. She was probably exhausted. Her time aboard the Folly was likely the first real rest she had gotten, and who knew how long. Jazz sighed. He tried not to think about it. It was none of his business. Miss Valentine seemed pretty sure of all this. Personally, he was not. He reached out with the Force, trying to get some idea of what they were flying into. Sadly, he received no insight into what awaited them. The future was always in motion, after all, and it was rare that it would offer up anything to Jazz Darbin. Even now, there were too many possibilities to make a guess of what was coming. They just had to have a bit of faith in Char Valentine. She seemed to believe that nothing could go wrong. Jazz sighed and watched the counter continue his downward path. 2 minutes to real space. He shook his head. He hoped the woman was right. The counter hit 0. The Co-op's Folly emerged from hyperspace. The ship shook as it completed its reversion. Sensors and shields were offline. It was always risky for a ship when they first emerged from hyperspace. It took a few seconds for a ship's systems to catch up and begin functioning normally. Shields were offline, and scanners were all but useless. Jazz Darbin kept his hand over shield button, ready for the first sign of trouble. Before them floated the Aphon gas giant. It was a beautiful cream and mocha-colored planet with 5 vertical rings. An attractive world, but also a dangerous one. Known for its radiation storms, the planet's mere presence disrupted both sensors and communications. Jazz checked his panels. He set the now functioning scanners to search for any ship that might be waiting nearby. So far, they had found nothing. The system appeared both quiet and empty. Char Valentine was not pleased to hear that. She insisted that they flash their running lights as she had instructed them to do. Jazz followed that order, and at the same time, kept an eye on the scanners. So far, they were picking up nothing. The Co-op's Folly was alone. Shall I send out an open hail? Tessa asked. It shouldn't be necessary, Val insisted. They are here. Coop nodded grimly, but also looked over at the navigator station. Figgy was wide-eyed and alert, perhaps realizing that things were not going to be as easy as they hoped. Fig, begin calculating an exit jump for us, as quick as you can. Val shot Co-op an angry look. Just in case, he informed her, stopping any argument before it could begin. The woman fell silent, but she remained vigilant. Jazz could feel her eyes on their backs. Coop ignored her for now. They were in the thick of things, and he had no time for her hostility. Jazz did not blame his friend. His reasons for taking precautions were sound. If they had to get out of here in a hurry, better to make preparations now. I'm moving us in closer, Co-op informed their guests. The planet's radiation might be messing with their scanners. They may not see us. The Co-op's folly moved in slowly and carefully. Jazz remained on sensors, trying to detect the other ship. Maybe they are hiding, he thought. Perhaps they had seen the folly enter the system and moved closer to the planet, hiding in the rings. He shifted the sensor focus to the planet, while at the same time reaching out with the force. A minute passed, then two, then. The sensors beeped loudly, almost making Jazz jump. They had detected a large object, metal. A ship. It must have been powered down fully to avoid detection. Contact, he called out. Move us down 210 degrees. Contact should be within visual range in 2 minutes. 210, Co-op answered, going down. The folly dipped and moved on an intercept course. Jazz brought the shields up. There was a lot of hard radiation out there, and between that and the rocks that made up the planet's rings, safety needed to come first. The bridge was thick with tension. Burr had finally returned, standing close to the entry hatch, watching their two guests closely. The former enforcer was cleaning his nails with a knife. Jazz did not think he needed to watch Val and Ulrich still. There was no shame in being careful. Miss Valentine's eyes were focused on the main viewport, watching as they moved through the rings and the Bond vessel came into view. There she is, Jazz called out with a slight smile. We found them. The other ship was slightly larger than the Folly and far less boxy. Dark blue armor sheathed its teardrop-shaped frame. As they moved in closer, Jazz could make out the Bantoon glyphs scrolling along the vessel's side. He could not read them, but then again, he did not need to. He felt a wave of relief from Miss Valentine. They had found her employer's ship. Jazz flashed the running lights in the sequence that she had given him. They waited for the other ship to power up and respond. Nothing. Jazz frowned. He suddenly had a bad feeling about all this. The vessel seemed more like a pleasure craft than a real transport, not the type of vessel to be in hiding in the rings of a gas giant. The pilot had to have been extremely gutsy to move them this close to the rings. Gutsy, or extremely desperate. Jazz checked the instruments again. They were detecting low power from the ship. Maybe it had had some kind of mechanical problem. It could have drifted down into the rings. Maybe they can't see us, Val offered. It was possible, Jazz thought, but unlikely. All you needed to do was look out one of the viewports. The Co-op's Folly was not trying to hide. Their ship was more than visible. The Bantoon crew should have hailed them by now. Shall we move in closer? Jazz suggested. The captain shook his head. He continued to stare at the other ship. Coop? Jazz asked. Just wait, Co-op replied, raising his hand. Captain, we could. Just wait. It was at that moment that a decent-sized asteroid struck the other ship. Its shields did not repel the strike. The rock was small, but still big enough to affect the drift of the Bantoon ship. It began to roll over, exposing its other side. Jazz hissed when he saw it. Now they knew why the ship was not moving, and it was not because of mechanical failure. Char Valentine gasped. No. The Bond ship had been blasted open like an empty food can at a shooting range. Its decks open to the vacuum of space, its crew exposed to lethal levels of radiation. Debris shimmered as the destroyed ship continued its lazy tumble through the void. Jazz reached out with the force again, seeking survivors, and finding none. The energy signature he had detected was likely from some reserve batteries that were still functioning. It was clear from the amount of damage that he was seeing that the other ship was gone, its crew lost. This was done quickly, Jazz realized as he looked at the debris. He was guessing military-grade turbo lasers had been used. That was the only thing he could think of to describe the damage he was seeing, how completely ripped open the ship had been. A mere asteroid impact would not have done this. It was too extreme. No, this ship had been attacked. He was sure of it. He knew it. Despite the radiation, he ran another life-form scan, hoping that what he was sensing was wrong, hoping that the ship's systems might find someone alive. He also widened the scanner range, seeing if he could pick up any escape pods. Again, he found nothing. It had been quick and dirty, but the results were the same. It may have mostly remained intact, but that did not change the truth. The Bond vessel had been destroyed. All hands aboard were dead. Jazz looked up at their guests. All of the color had drained from Char Valentine's face. Her green eyes widened with horror. "No," she gasped. "No." The boy Ulrich looked equally shocked. "Gone," he murmured. "They are all gone." He swallowed hard. "It is over." Before Jazz or Co-op could respond, the Folly sensors began to beep in warning. 6 energy signatures had been detected in the rings. 6 small vessels had been hiding in the rocks, waiting to see who was coming to meet the other ship. Coop did not even bother trying to hail them. He knew what this meant. "Figgy, get us out of here." He tapped a button on the internal comms. "Shusk, I'm going to need all the power you can give me." He shot a glance at Jazz. "Raise the shields," he ordered, "the weapons hot." "Already done," Jazz informed him. "Then we're gone," Co-op said, swinging the Folly away from the wreck. They had barely moved an inch when blaster fire began to rake the void around them. Alarms wailed as the Co-op's Folly was first struck. Coop shut them off. He didn't need them screaming in his ear. They were in trouble, he knew that. They all knew that. Once again they were under attack. Once again they were running. Tessa and Burr left the bridge without orders, heading for the quad turrets. Figgy hummed to himself as he continued the computation for their next jump. Coop tried to bring the Folly out of the rings and into open space, make it easier when they finally were far enough away to make a jump. Their guests remained where they were. Char Valentine was wide-eyed, her very being radiating with shock and horror. The boy, Ulrich, was both angry and devoid of hope. Jazz could sense it. Normally he would have tried to help the two, but he did not have the time. Things were starting to get interesting. He was needed here, and here is where he would be. Space shifted as another ship emerged from hyperspace, right along their exit vector. It moved to block their escape route, cutting them off from the safety of hyperspace. Coop cursed and brought them hard to port. The ship that had destroyed Val's friends had arrived. Scanners marked it as a corvette. The hammerhead design suggested Republic military, but the coloring and markings were all wrong. The other ship's transponder suddenly kicked on revealing their identity to the crew of the Co-op's Folly. Jazz cursed under his breath. "Damn it. It's the scorekeeper's mark, Co-op," he called out. "The lizards are after us." "Damn," gave Cooper hissed under his breath. "Damn lizards." "Lizards," Ulrich said from his place behind Jazz. "What lizards?" "Transitions," Co-op informed him. "The mark is a pirate vessel. It serves the Red Eclipse." Jazz shook his head. "The Red Eclipse. Wonderful. Primarily a transition operation, the Red Eclipse was a band of mercenaries that did the worst of deeds for the highest of prices. They were primarily known for slaving, but also did piracy and spice running on the side. The fact that they were not even trying to hail the Folly suggested that piracy was not the reason that they were here. A fact made even clearer when the scorekeeper's mark opened fire. Coop brought the ship back towards the rings, trying to offer as little a target profile as he could manage. "Figgy, where's my exit vector?" Coop demanded. "Recalculating now, sir," the Bith shouted. "Stand by." It was then that the Red Eclipse fighters caught up to the Folly, their weapons raking at the freighter shields. The vessel shook around them. The Folly's quad turrets opened up, green flashes filled the void as Co-op sent the ship corkscrewing back through the planet's rings, dodging both rocks and enemy fire. Again, the Folly shook as the fighter's mother vessel opened up with its main guns, superheating the void around the Folly, blasting nearby asteroids to slag. The freighter rocked again and again. On the scanners, 2 of the enemy fighters winked out, destroyed by either the ship's turrets or smashed into one of the rocks outside. But that didn't mean much. Shields were down to 72% and falling. They needed to get out of here. We need to surrender. Ulrich grasped the back of Co-op's chair. The young man's eyes were wild with fear. We need to power down and surrender, he said. It is over. Jazz ignored him, focusing on what he was doing. Did you hear me? Ulrich said. We need. Do you have any idea who we're dealing with? Co-op asked him, his eyes still focused on the route ahead of them. That is the red eclipse out there, boy. From the way they're acting, they have no interest in our surrender. As if to stress that point, weapons fire again raked the space in front of the Co-op's Folly, fire from the Mark's turbo laser batteries. Coop managed to evade them, barely. Jazz's eyes narrowed in concentration. Those had not been warning shots. The pirates were not trying to get them to stop. No, Jazz realized. They could not surrender. If they stopped now, they were dead. There would be no negotiating with the transitions. They would all be dead. We can't win, the boy said, his face paling. All is lost. We need to speak with them. We must. Jazz reached out and touched his arm, both with his hand and the Force. Rest, he said. Ulrich's ranting stopped mid-sentence. The boy slumped to the floor by Jazz's chair, his head lolling to the side. Jazz had no time to worry about him. They were still in trouble. He needed to keep himself in the here and now. He called on the Force. Be with me, he thought. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. He shifted their flight 5 degrees. A turbolaser blast filled the space where they would have been. Jazz took a deep breath and let it out. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. More blasts of fire rang out as the ship continued to shoot through the planet's rings. Jazz and Co-op worked together, keeping the ship one step ahead of oblivion. Figgy, Co-op growled. Where's my exit route? Set course 010, the navigator called out. Escape vector will be possible in 40 seconds. Coop brought the ship up and around, plotting the course that the Bith had called out. Jazz cycled the shields, trying to keep some defenses between them and their attackers. He moved with the speed that only one with the Force could manage. They could do this, he thought. We can do this. Another fighter vanished from his screen, leaving only 3 pirate vessels to harass them. The planet had protected them up to this point. The Mark could not lock weapons, not with all the radiation in the system. He was amazed their fighters were able to keep up. Those pilots would need several days in a Kolto tank after this. The radiation from Afon was a killer. He did not know how tough a transition skin was, but they would definitely need radiation treatment after this fight. Provided any survived, of course. Jazz brought his sensor focus back on the Corvette. The pirate capital ship was moving, likely trying to cut off their escape. Jazz opened up the throttle, hoping that Shusk was keeping it together in the engine room. The Co-op's Folly was faster than most ships of its design. With a little luck and the Force's aid, they should be just fast enough to reach their exit vector before the enemy cut them off again. This is going to be close, Co-op hissed through gritted teeth. One of the fighters leapt out in front of them and slowed, trying to give the capital ship a chance to bring its heavy weapons to bear. Jazz hit the firing stud. The forward laser cannons opened up. The fighter vanished in a ball of flames that scorched the Folly as it flew through them, mostly untouched. 15 seconds to exit, Figgy called out. An asteroid to their right exploded violently. The ship shook as it flew through the debris. One of the fighters pursuing them was not so lucky. It was torn apart by the explosion vanishing from the Folly sensors. Another down, Jazz thought. Only one left. He took another deep breath. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. The freighter finally emerged from the rings. Finally clear to engage, the Corvette opened fire, its forward batteries raking at the Folly shields. Blasts flashed, and alarms began to wail. The ship bucked with each strike. Shields down to 40, 35:22. Come on, Jazz thought, just a little farther. A little farther. Figgy's voice broke through the chaos. Exit in 3, 2, 1 now. Coop pulled the hyperspace handle. The stars outside the viewport stretched. The co-op's folly leapt forward, vanishing back into hyperspace. Something popped over co-op, causing him to jump from his chair. Sparks spat down from one of the overhead consoles. Damn it, he hissed, that was close. Jazz sighed and leaned back in his chair. Too close. Figgy was there in a moment with a fire extinguisher. He sprayed the panel, stopping the overload before a real fire could start. Jazz checked the console, making sure everything was still functioning. He rerouted any malfunctioning systems to their reserve circuits. He nodded. Everything appeared to be in the green. Despite the rough write-out of the system, they seemed to have made good their escape. Hyperdrive was showing fully operational, and the engines did not seem the worse for wear. He sighed. They did it. They were safe. Coop looked down at Ulrich. The boy was on his knees, drooling, sound asleep. The captain chuckled and shook his head. You overdid it, he told his old friend. Jazz shrugged. What was he supposed to have done? They had needed the boy out of their way. He had done what was needed. Ulrich was out of control. He may have been a guest, but... Jazz frowned. Speaking of guests, Miss Valentine, he asked. Char Valentine had not moved since the attack had begun, not since she had seen what was left of her people's ship. She stood there, unmoving and unblinking, her green eyes wide, her face pale. Miss Valentine, Jazz repeated. Are you okay? The woman turned to Jazz. A protector that fails must fall, she said in a dreamy far-off voice. A protector that fails must fall. Miss Valentine, Co-op said, we need to talk. She turned to him, looking past him, her eyes wide and glassy. A protector that fails must fall, she said. Excuse me, Co-op said. What are you? The woman pulled a small holdout blaster from her sleeve. She put it to her temple. A protector that fails must fall, she said. She started to squeeze the trigger. Coop's eyes widened. No. Jazz was on his feet in a nanosecond. He seized her from behind, using speed granted by the Force. He just managed to push the weapon away. She did not fight him, just tried to raise the blaster again. She tried to put it to her head, tried to commit suicide. Jazz grunted. He would not allow it. He would not. A protector that fails must fall. A protector that fails must fall. She repeated the phrase like a mantra. She was bound and determined to blast her own head off. Get it away from her, Co-op shouted. Figgy, help me. The bit was there. Co-op seized the woman's wrist, trying to make her let go of the blaster. If she fired it here on the bridge, if the blast hit something, they could not allow it. They had to stop her. Let go, Co-op hissed. Damn it, woman. Let go of the bloody blaster. Val did not seem to hear him. She continued to try and put the blaster to her head. A protector that fails must fall. A protector that fails must fall. The same phrase over and over again. It was not a thought, Jazz thought. It was a compulsion. He had never seen anything like it. He got an idea. Figgy, Co-op, hold her. I'm going to try something. Jazz released his grip and pushed Val into his shipmate's arms. She continued to struggle, continued to try and shoot herself. Jazz took a deep breath and gathered the Force to him. He was not sure if this would work. The woman had seemed too strong-willed, but now. Maybe. She continued to struggle, tried to push Co-op and Figgy away. She was a lot stronger than she looked. Jazz had been hard-pressed to hold her, even with the Force enhancing his muscles. She looked at Jazz with her vacant eyes. A protector that fails must fall. A protector that fails must fall. Jazz reached out to her, bringing his full will to bear. You will stop fighting, he ordered, waving his hand before her face. You will stop struggling and stand at attention. Miss Valentine paused. She stared at him with those empty eyes of hers. She had not lowered her weapon, but she was not trying to shoot herself. That was a one thing, at least. She stood at attention, her blaster still in hand. "I will stop fighting," she said in a cold monotone. "I will stand at attention." She continued to stare at him blankly. He doubted that she even knew where she was. "Security Chief Char Valentine is ready to comply," she said. The three men looked at each other. Char Valentine was not acting like a person. Coop shook his head. The woman was acting like a droid. What was going on? Jazz took another deep breath. He was not sure what to make of this, but at least she was not trying to kill herself now. "You will hand over your weapon and follow Mr. Figrin to the medical bay," he ordered her. Miss Valentine shuddered. "I will hand over my weapon," she said, giving the holdout blaster to Co-op. She turned to the Bith, who looked between her and Jazz with a look of pure disbelief. "I will follow Mr. Figrin to the medical bay." The alien looked at his captain, who nodded. Right," the Bith said, taking the woman by the hand. "Come along, my dear." She did not resist as he led her off the bridge. She did not speak or do anything remotely human. Captain Gabe Cooper looked down at the blaster and shook his head. He turned to face Jazz Barbin, his clan brother and best friend. "What have you gotten us into this time, old buddy?" Jazz winced. He could honestly say he did not have a clue, and the only one left who could tell them anything was an 11-year-old girl. He sighed. "What have I done?" he wondered. "What is going on?" Chapter 14. Vess. "I can't believe I let you talk me into this." Jazz gave Tessa Calican a warm look. Despite the fact that Co-op had made her presence here an order, he was grateful for her company. "Thank you, Tessa," he said, a grateful smile on his face. "I appreciate you doing this." The blonde-haired woman snorted, looking none too pleased. Jazz did not blame her. This task would not be pleasant. Both Val and Ulrich were currently in the medical bay. The boy had been left terribly groggy by Jazz Darbin's forced persuasion, and Miss Valentine was completely incapacitated. The woman had let herself be led to medical, but now just sat on the bed staring blanking at the wall. She seemed to have no will of her own. She would not speak or move without being led. The med droid they had on board diagnosed that it was shock, but Jazz was not so sure. If it was shock, it was a shock that was so profound that the woman would not, or could not, wake up. The droid informed them that it had never seen anything like it, its programming having a record of such an affliction. Coop was unwilling to accept that. They needed answers. They had been attacked twice since leaving Bantoon, and he wanted to know why. The only one of their guests left to talk was Vess. The little girl was likely still sleeping in the guest quarters. Jazz and Tessa were going to talk to her now, to try and figure out what was going on. Neither of them was looking forward to talking to the girl, who knew how she would react when she learned not only about Miss Valentine, but the fate of the ship that they were to meet as well. Tessa came from a big family, 6 little brothers and sisters. Coop thought that she would be best choice to approach the girl, having the most experience in dealing with children. Tessa agreed, but only if Jazz accompanied her. The girl trusts him, the comm officer reminded her captain. This might go better if she sees a friendly face, and besides. Tessa chuckled. "I think the girl has a bit of a crush on our Jazz. It might help loosen her tongue if he is the one speaking to her." Jazz had coughed when he heard that. The girl had a crush on him. He had not seen anything to suggest that. Regardless, he now found himself heading to the guest quarters with Tessa at his side. He hoped that the little girl would be able to offer up some answers. The Co-op's folly was flying blind right now. If they were to escape this, they would need to know what was going on. They hoped that Vess would be able to supply them with answers. It was their one best shot. "So how do we do this?" Jazz asked her. "It is not like we can just blurt out what has happened. We need to be sensitive." "That is true," Tessa agreed. "We don't want to scare her or upset her any more than is necessary." She smirked at him. "That is why you are here, Jazz, old boy. A girl is less likely to become hysterical in front of the guy she likes." Jazz gave her a dirty look. Why did Tessa think that the girl liked him, and more importantly, why was it even a factor? "All I did was save her life," he said dismissively. "All you did?" Tessa laughed. James, you swept into a dark alley with your laser sword and snatched the poor girl from the jaws of death. Most girls are drawn to such heroism, especially when the hero is easy on the eyes. Jazz snorted. He did not see himself as handsome. He was neither tall nor overly muscular. He would never tower over an enemy, or be able to inspire others with his words. He was fine with that, more than fine. His time among the Jedi had taught him the value of servitude, looking out for others before yourself, and besides. He frowned slightly. The memory of his vision about becoming a dark warlord still haunted him. In that moment he had heard the dark side's call and resisted, but who was to say if he was ever given power, real power, he would have the strength to resist again. Everything he had seen since leaving Bantoon had left him feeling angry. That someone would target an innocent young girl, try to kill both her and all that were trying to help her. It went against everything he believed in. They have no idea who they are messing with, he thought. If I opened myself up to my emotions, fed my anger, I would have more than enough power to keep both the girl and the ship safe. It was tempting, he could not deny that, but at the same time, he understood the cost of what was being offered. If I went down into that abyss, I would never be able to find my way back. Eventually, I would not care about those I wanted to protect. It would become all about me, and what I wanted. That power, it did not aid you, it consumed and destroyed you. He could not afford to touch it, not even for a moment. The price was far too high. The two of them arrived at the guest quarters. The door did not open at their command. It had likely been locked by Val before heading up to the bridge. Tessa used the override code to release it. The door slid open, and the two stepped inside. They found Vess curled up in one of the bunks. She lay beneath her coat, her shoes sitting under the bunk. A soft sigh escaped the girl's lips as her skinny arms wrapped around the pillow. Jazz stood back while Tessa went to wake her. He felt sorry for having to do this. The child was sleeping so peacefully. He sighed. That peace was about to be interrupted in the worst way. Tessa went to the girl, knelt down. She gently touched the girl's shoulder, the lightest touch she could manage. "Wake up, little one," she murmured. "We need to talk." The girl groaned and stirred. Her large blue eyes opened, and she sat up. "Huh. Why?" She rubbed her eyes and yawned. Her eyes focused on Tessa. Is my mother's ship here?" she asked. "Is it time to leave now?" Jazz winced at her words. My mother's ship. Her mother. Oh, no. No. The ship they were supposed to meet had belonged to Vess' mother. If that were so. Jazz shook his head. Poor child, he thought. Poor child. Tessa winced, clearly realizing what the girl's words meant. I'm afraid there has been a problem. Little one, Tessa said. We needed to flee the Aphon system. There were pirates waiting for us to arrive. The ship that was take you from Aphon it had been attacked. Attacked? The girl's blue eyes widened. Was anyone hurt? Again Jazz winced. The ship was badly damaged, Tessa said, trying to come up with some way to soften the blow she was about to deliver. The ship, its crew, they were all gone. Vess said nothing for a moment. She simply sat there, perhaps digesting what Tessa had just told her. Gone? The little girl whispered. She looked away quickly, a wave of pain and sorrow washing over her. You mean dead? She said flatly. My mother is dead. Tessa cringed. We don't know that for sure yet, baby. She might have escaped. We didn't detect any escape pods, but... Vess shuddered. She is dead, the girl said flatly. They are all dead. The girl's pain called out to Jazz. He wanted to do something, say something that might help. Yet, he had no words. He remembered very well the pain he had felt when Mother Nuna had died. Yes, he understood that death was not that end, and that one enters the Force when their time comes, but that did not kill the pain for those left behind. Jazz wanted to say so many things, but he had no words. He just stood there, saying nothing. He felt like a fool. The girl took a shuddering breath. Her eyes were shiny with unshed tears, but she was fighting to hold it together. Val, she murmured. I want Val. Again Tessa cringed. More bad news to deliver. Val was on the bridge when we found the ship. She told the girl. She reacted strangely when she saw it. What was done to it? She tried to hurt herself. Is she okay? Vess asked, the first hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She is alive, Jazz said quickly. I stopped her before she could hurt herself, but... The little girl nodded. She looked past Tessa, into his eyes. Thank you, she said. God bless you. Jazz nodded. In truth, he had done little, only prevented Miss Valentine from making a horrible mistake. How could she willingly leave this poor girl behind? Who would have helped her? Ulrich. The boy seemed less than trustworthy to him. She is in the medical bay now, sweetie, Tessa said. Our medical droid is taking care of her. What, she won't talk to us. She just sits there, staring at the wall, not responding to questions, not even seeming to notice that anyone is there. Do you know anything about that? Do you know what is wrong with her? The girl said nothing to that. Her brow furrowed cutely. She chewed her lips, as if deep in thought. The system, the little girl said, has to be the system. Val is. Her blue eyes lit up. I can help. The girl practically leapt out of the bunk. Tessa staggered back, barely getting out of the way, and was almost knocked over. Vess threw on her jacket and reached for her shoes. She sat down on the bunk to put them on. What's going on, kid? Jazz asked. You know something. I can help, the girl repeated, lacing up her shoes. Val needs new orders. She needs a new mistress. Vess sprang to her feet. Mother gave me the code, she said. If anything were to happen to her, she wanted to make sure that I would still have Val at my side. She made me memorize it. I practiced it for days and days. I had to repeat it to her. She wanted to be sure that I'd know. A sad smile came to her face, thoughts of her mother, perhaps. Val needs to hear the code, she said. That will wake her up. Jazz and Tessa looked at each other. They did not really understand what the child was talking about. An activation, code for a person, that is what it sounded like, what the young girl was describing. Droids had activation codes, not people. Neither of them had ever heard of anything like it. Now fully awake, functioning despite the pain, Vess stood before them, head high and proud. Take me to Val, please. I think I can wake her up. Tessa led the way, with Jazz following close behind with the girl. To say that he was impressed was an understatement. This little one had a spine of steel. She was in pain, mourning, but she was still pushing ahead, her thoughts focused on helping Val. It was impressive. The child's determination was almost Jedi-like. He respected her for that. They found Co-op in the medical room, checking in on their two guests. Ulrich was awake now, standing up, and being examined by the bay's medical droid. He looked abashed when he saw Jazz enter with Vess. Considering how he had panicked on the bridge, the boy likely felt horrible. Jazz resolved to speak with him later. It had not been his fault. He had simply not understood the danger they were in, the threat that the red eclipse posed. Jazz held no grudge. The boy had done what he thought was best. Char Valentine was sitting on the bay's examining bed. Her hands rested on her lap. Her face was blank, her eyes vacant. Any change, Doc? Jazz asked the med droid. The subject remains unresponsive, Master Jazz. The droid responded. Physically, this patient is functioning within set parameters for a human female of her age, but she is simply lost, Jazz added. She won't respond. Correct, the droid said. It appears to be shock, but she needs her code, Vess said quickly. It will wake her up. Coop stepped back and let the little girl approach her protector. He looked up at Tessa and Jazz. Code, he whispered. His crewmates shrugged, still not completely sure what was going on. You know what is wrong with her, kid? He asked. Her mistress is dead, she said. My mom was on her ship, waiting for us. Vess took another shuddering breath. Thinking about her mother brought another spike of pain and sorrow. Jazz reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. She flinched but relaxed when she realized it was him. Jazz smiled. He tried to let a sense of calm flow outward, to support the child in her time of need. Is there anything we can do to help? he asked. You already have, she said with a shy smile. You stopped Val from hurting herself. That couldn't have been easy. Why would she have done that? Coop asked her. Why try and hurt herself? It is the system, the little girl answered. System? What system? I don't know everything about it, only that every sworn protector goes through it. The girl sighed and took a deep breath. I need to remember the code, she said, and started murmuring softly. Again her brow furrowed, that single line of concentration. Is there anything we can do to help? Jazz repeated. Quiet, please, the girl answered. I need to think. The three smugglers watched as the girl stood before Miss Valentine. Ulrich was watching as well, sullenly. Jazz was not entirely sure what was going on, if this code the little girl was talking about would help. He prayed to the Force that it would. These kids needed Miss Valentine right now. Despite her hostility to him and the Jedi in general, he thought the woman's heart was in the right place. These kids needed her. He hoped that Vess could help her. Vess touched the woman's hands and brought them to her. Val remained unresponsive, not even acknowledging the girl was in the room. Come back, Val, the girl whispered. Please, wake up. She took another deep breath and began to recite. Coral, loyalty, ocean, incarcerate. Val shuddered. After the second word, her eyes blinked every time the girl spoke. Thief, promise, archipelago, honor. Val's body twitched, her blinking eyes now fully focused on Vess. Jazz looked at Co-op, who shrugged. It seemed to be working, but it was kind of creepy. Service, tsunami, choice, defend. Vess rubbed the woman's hands, her eyes filling with tears. Mistress, loss, protector, acceptance. She sniffled, but continued to speak. Security Chief Char Valentine, she said, in the name of the Queen, you will awaken and serve. You shall shield my back, give me counsel, and protect my secrets. You will live for your mistress, and die if need be. My life for the matriarchy, Val said in a cold monotone, her eyes now focused entirely on the little girl in front of her. Awaken and serve, Security Chief Char Valentine, the girl said. Comply, comply, comply. Val gasped, her entire body spasmed. She almost fell on top of Vess. Jazz and Co-op were there if she needed to be held up. Char Valentine looked around like she had awoken from a nightmare, her eyes wide, and her face alert. Damn it, Griffin, son of a. Her eyes darted around, taking in the room, and then settling on the young girl holding her hands. Where? She gasped. How? Val, the little girl said warmly. The woman took a shuddering breath and nodded. Vess, she asked. The little girl could not hold it in any longer. The emotions she had been holding back finally forced their way out. She burst into tears and fell into the woman's arms. Val, she whimpered, Val. The woman held the child tightly as she sobbed in her arms. It is okay, Val said, a single tear running down her own cheek. I'm here, Vess, she said. I'm here. She looked up, noticing the others for the first time. How? She said in a small voice. Why? Why am I still alive? How did you? You can't thank Jazz for that, Co-op informed her. Jazz shrugged. The Force was with me, he said dismissively. If Val understood, he couldn't say, but she nodded. Thanks, she said. I shouldn't be here, but thanks. He saved you? Vess murmured into her shoulder. He saved you. So he did, she said with a sad smile. She gently pushed Vess back. The girl's eyes were red from her tears. Vess, the ship, your mother. I know, she sniffled. Val, I'm so sorry, she told the little girl, which only made the girl fall back into her arms, sobbing fresh tears. Val held her, murmuring soothing words to her. I couldn't save her, Val murmured. I'm so sorry. She kissed the girl's forehead. Forgive me, my queen. Jazz felt sorry for them. It seemed that Val's loyalty to Vess's mother had been great. She blamed herself for. Wait. What? Jazz frowned. Did Val just call the little girl her queen? Had he heard that right? Security Chief Valentine, Co-op said. The woman looked up at him. Yes, Captain Cooper, would you like to explain what exactly is going on here? What me and my crew have apparently stumbled into. Val sighed and shook her head. I would rather say nothing at all, but since we are at your mercy. Vess stepped away. She wiped at her eyes with her sleeve. We can't trust them, Val, she said. We have to trust them. The security chief nodded, but she did not look happy about it. We will need your aid, Captain Cooper, she said. My party, and I need safe passage to the Alderaan system. You will be well compensated for your time. Alderaan, hell, Coop said, not a hard spin, a bit out of our way, but... He smiled slightly. I would like to know exactly who I'm transporting. We have been attacked twice. It would be nice to know why. Val looked at Vess, who nodded again. Damn it, she murmured. I'm Security Chief Char Valentine, she said, sworn protector of Queen Anara of Bantoon, servant of the matriarchy, and shield of the royal family. No mere bodyguard then, Co-op said. No. And our little Vess, here? He asked. Val's eyes narrowed. Watch her, she stopped herself, an angry retort she might have said dying on her lips. She sighed. You are in the presence of her grace, Viseria Aistillo, ninth of her name, voice of the people, shield of the matriarchy, and queen of all of Bantoon. The little girl blushed and shook her head. Too soon, she murmured. I'm not ready. You must be ready. Val said, your mother's blood flows through your veins. She gently stroked the girl's cheek. You have nothing to fear, my queen, she promised. I will protect you. Coop, Jazz, and Tessa looked at each other. None of them had expected this. It was troubling to say the least. A queen, Jazz thought. Vess was a queen. He shook his head. One thing was certain, they were all in deep poodoo. Damn, Co-op said. Yeah, Tessa agreed. Damn. Chapter 15. The Little Queen. She looked so small. Jazz found the little girl sitting in the cargo bay. She was all but hidden in the shadows of one of the cargo racks, her skinny body barely visible. If he had not been actively looking, he would never have seen her. Only the white plumes of her breath gave her away. She came here seeking solitude, hoping to find a place that she did not have to think, or perhaps to merely mourn without prying eyes watching over her. She sat on the cold deck with her legs folded in front of her, looking up into the golden eyes of B1-0N. The load lifter droid had powered up and was looking down upon the little girl, the two of them apparently in deep conversation. Jazz shook his head. He still could not believe it, but he should not have been surprised. The Force had guided him to that alley on Bantoon for a reason, and now he knew why. Vess, Viseria Aistillo, the firstborn daughter of Queen Anar V, ninth of her name, voice of the people, and shield of the matriarchy. The child had many titles, but only one truly mattered. Queen, the girl was the next ruler of the planet of Bantoon. Jazz shook his head. And she now had a very large target on her back. The Co-op's folly had returned to real space, only a few parsecs from their previous location. Coop knew that they could not stay here long. It was only a matter of time until the Red Eclipse sent for reinforcements that would likely be checking every world and station on the Co-op's folly's last known trajectory. We are being hunted, Jazz thought morosely, and all because I just had to get involved. I had to play hero in a dark alley. He looked down at the little girl, both with his eyes and with the Force. He could sense its power swirling around her, the influence she would one day wield. A mark of destiny, her presence in the Force had drawn him to her. The queen of a world, and an innocent above all, any sense of self-pity faded when he thought about that. It was that realization that now strengthened his resolve. He had no reason to be ashamed or angry at himself. He had done what was right. Vess deserved to live, to grow up and have a life, to see where her destiny took her. He nodded grimly. And he would be damned before he let someone try and hurt her again. The Force had brought him to this point. He would not forsake it now. After her awakening in the med bay, Security Chief Valentine had explained the situation to them. Jazz and Co-op had sat with her in the galley as she told them exactly why she and her young charges were here. Before her flight from Bantoon, She had been both the head of palace security and personal bodyguard to Vest's mother, the Queen Anera. What about the boy, Ulrich? Jazz had asked. Is he a member of the royal family too? One of Vest's cousins, she informed them, the son of one of Vest's grandmother's younger sisters, nowhere near the throne. The security chief sighed. Ulrich was training to be a sworn protector, like me. He has been in the program only a few months and has not gone through the system yet. She pursed her lips, her eyes cold and angry. He would have been Vest's protector when he finished his training. He was to replace a good woman, someone I'd known for years. She died in an accident 3 weeks ago. Val said the word accident like it was a curse. It was clear how accidental she thought that particular accident was. It was the first of several deaths, and now I fear that Vest will be included in them, if I fail again. The security chief shook her head. I failed the mother. I cannot afford to fail the daughter too. There is too much at stake. Jazz nodded, taking in what he was hearing. He still did not understand what a sworn protector was, but it was clear that their loyalty to whatever noble they served was absolute. It had to be, if Val had been willing to kill herself when she realized that her mistress was dead. Most guards would not go that far, but, knowing what he did about forced persuasion, he knew that there were ways to condition the human mind, to program it to obey an order, even if the person knew it was wrong. Was this what had happened to Val? Was this system she described some kind of brainwashing, a means to make sure that a bodyguard would not betray her mistress? If so, the process seemed to have worked famously on Val. She was completely committed to protecting her charge. Lucky Vest, he supposed. Jazz looked over at Co-op. His friend nodded grimly, recognizing what kind of position that Val and her party had put them in. The Red Eclipse now knew the Co-op's folly, and suspected who was aboard. It was also more than likely that the Bantoon security forces had sent scans of the folly to their superiors, which likely meant that bounty hunters would soon be looking for the folly as well. They had a massive target painted on their hull. Who knew how far the conspirators that opposed Vest's mother would go to see their plans completed? And they were still flying blind. Jazz realized if they were to help Val and those kids, they needed to know more. The security chief needed to tell them more. So what happened? Coop asked, why did the heir to the throne need to run from her homeworld? Val paused, not really happy about how things were going, but she was smart enough to know she had no choice. She needed the Co-op's folly and her crew. She had to be honest with them. Recent events on their homeworld had forced the reigning queen to make some hard choices concerning her daughter and heir. The coming of the Republic and the mining guild had poured fuel on a fire that had been simmering on Bantoon for some time. A faction among the world's nobles, a faction that had sought to see their planetary monarchy reformed. The queen's rivals had been trouble before, but now, with outside help, they had grown into something more, something worse. The quick and dirty version of the story was that the mining guild had been unhappy with Queen Anera. She had been slow to allow them access to the mineral-rich moons that orbited the planet. She and the rest of the ruling matriarchy council had wished to let their people have a say in how quickly off-world influence was allowed on Bantoon. They had wished to proceed more carefully, put some of the changes that needed to be made to a vote. The guild had not liked that, and had not been willing to wait. Rather than try to sway the queen, the guild had sought out one of her rivals. Vest's uncle Lyron was the one they had chosen. He had joined the royal family by marrying the queen's younger sister, Adira, a sister that had been knocked out of the succession when Vest had been born. Now the Lord sought to correct that problem. According to Val, several suspicious deaths had occurred close to the royal family, starting with Vest's original bodyguard. Both Val and the queen had suspected foul play in those deaths, and after a brief inquiry, the two had come to the conclusion that the royal family was no longer safe on Bantoon. Lord Lyron had many supporters in both the military and the trading guilds that ran the Bantoon economy. The ease with which some of the deaths had occurred forced the queen to take drastic action. She feared not only for her rule, but her daughter's life. Her Grace first sent Vest to an academy halfway across the planet, hoped that the conspirators would not be as strong in another city. Sadly, That proved false. 2 of the bodyguards assigned to Vess were killed within 2 days of her arrival. Only Ulrich remained, and that was only because he was disguised as a student, and not a formal protector. And so she sent you to collect the girl? Coop asked. Val nodded. I did not wish to leave my mistress aside, but she made it an order. The heir took precedence, she said. She would trust no one else with her daughter's safety. I went to the academy and retrieved both Vess and Ulrich. The queen knew things had gone too far. Nowhere was safe on Bantoon. The only answer had been to get the child off-world. Where are you going? Co-op had asked. As you said, Bantoon has been pretty isolated. You can't have had many off-world contacts. Alderaan, Val said. It was a delegation from Alderaan that introduced us to your republic. When they first arrived, Queen Inara held a ball in their honor. It was during their visit that one of the ladies in the matriarchy entered into a whirlwind romance with one of these off-worlders. The 2 had only known each other a week, but they now wished to get married. It was a scandal at the time, but now it may prove to be a godsend. Val chuckled. The queen allowed the lady to go off with her new lover, even performed the marriage rite herself, but the matriarchy still stripped the lady of her titles when she did. The woman has agreed to foster Vess until either the crisis ends or she comes of age, in return for her lost titles, of course. Do you trust her? Coop asked. The queen did, Val shrugged. The lady had served as one of her handmaidens since she took the throne. Impulsive perhaps, but loyal to the Aistillo family. Vess even called her auntie. She was the queen's best hope. Inara V was to have met them in the Aphon system. From there, she and Vess would have made the final journey to Alderaan. The ship that they had found destroyed was the royal transport. Val did not entirely understand how it had happened. The queen had had a fighter escorts that should have been able to hold off any attack and given the ship a chance to escape. Lord Lyron's reach seems to be longer than my mistress realized. Val shook her head. The woman radiated pain. I should have been there. Maybe I could have done something. Stopped them. Saved her. There was nothing you could have done, Jazz had said. Yeah, Co-op agreed unless you could have found a way to stop a Corvette-class capital ship with a hand blaster. Your presence on that ship wouldn't have mattered. You would have been killed too, and that little girl would either be dead or in the hands of her enemies right now. Val nodded, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Lord Lyron will answer for his treachery. It doesn't matter how many credits his off-world friends have given him. I will find a way to pay him back for my lady's death. What about the man's wife? Jazz asked. Could she be behind this as well? Possibly, Val agreed. Lady Adira loved her sister, but at the same time she was also blinded by her love for her husband. He has had her wrapped around his little finger for years. The security chief frowned. If anything happens to Vess, Lady Adira will become queen, but it will be her husband calling the shots. As High General, he will control our military, and I can't imagine Adira saying no to him, not ever. It has been many years since a man ascended to the throne on Bantoon. Our last king ended badly. His lordship knows this, but with the military in his pocket, he will have a lot of power from behind the throne. What about the kids, father? Coop asked. He is head of the military, is he not? I remember reading that is how things are handled on your world. It was a good question, but Val had no answers. Val did not know what had become of Vess' father, Lord Tran, the High General of Bantoon. He was supposed to have left before his wife and daughter, but Val had had no confirmation of that. As High General, he should have been able to block any coup, but he was outmatched by the Vess uncle. Lyron's popularity with the military had always made the man a threat, but he had lacked the resources to sway those generals and commanders who were too moderate to do anything drastic. The mining guild had shifted that balance of power, and now the royal family found themselves on the run. So here we are, Val said. You know the broad strokes of what has happened, and why Vess must make it safely to Alderaan. A tired sigh escaped the security chief's lips. Can we count on you? I know it is much to ask. Jazz did not need time to consider. He knew where he stood. The Force had guided him to Vess. He was determined to see her kept safe. Coop chose to speak with the rest of the crew first, to weigh his options. Before Val could protest, he assured her that both she and her charges were safe. They were guests aboard the co-op's Folly after all. Coop was many things, not all of them good, but he did keep to his code. A guest was safe under their host's protection. Even if he decided not to aid them, he would not actively work to do them harm. Val accepted that, and asked only that, if he decided not to aid her, that he drop them off at the nearest inhabited system. She would make the rest of the journey to Alderaan from there. Coop had assured her that is the way that the crew decided he would do just that. Jazz was not happy about it, but he understood his captain's point. Coop had his crew, ship, and cargo to consider. They had survived the Red Eclipse once, but who knew what they might face next time? It was the captain's call, but a freighter was no dictatorship. He wanted to see what the rest of the crew thought. It was time to hear from the rest of them. It was time for a council. Coop brought them out of hyperspace and summoned his shipmates to the galley. He had chosen to meet and confer with the rest of the crew to get their input on what they thought he needed to do. The captain listened to each of his shipmates in turn. Tessa Calican threw her support behind Val and her party. She thought that they should see the girl safely to Alderaan. It was a bit out of their way, but she did not like the thought that the Transitions were hunting an 11-year-old girl. She wanted to aid the little queen. Shusk thought they should find the nearest Jedi enclave and drop their guests off there. The Jedi Knights claimed to be the guardians of peace and justice after all, the little engineer reminded them. Surely the protection of a young queen fell within their mandate. Normally, Jazz would have supported that idea. A few years ago, he might even have agreed to go with them, but now he was not so sure. Bantoon was not officially in the Republic yet. The Jedi, in the interest of fairness, would contact the planet and hear their side of the story. If Veth's uncle had the support that Val claimed, he might have enough support right now to convince the Jedi Order to send the little girl home, that this was an internal matter, and they could handle it. In the interest of peace and goodwill, the Jedi would likely allow that. It would be the right call, politically, but it would also likely end with Veth having a fatal accident. The Jedi would complain after the fact, but the damage would be done. No, Jazz thought, the Jedi were best kept out of this for now, and besides, he had no desire to step onto the grounds of a Jedi enclave. He likely would not be allowed to leave. Ver thought that they should return straight to Ord Mantell, turn Val and her party over to Boss Taintus. We're a Taintus crew, he reminded Co-op. We took this job for Taintus and are under contract. Any problems should be consulted with him. We can't go back, Shusk squeaked. Boss Taintus would ransom the girl and her friends to the highest bidder. He wouldn't care what happened to the kid. Burr gave the Chandra fan a cool smile. I'm surprised that you are so worried about the kid, Shusk. So what if Taintus decides to sell her? It is not our business, and besides. The man flashed a cruel smile. I'm sure we will get a nice finder's fee out of all this. Jazz watched the little alien engineer. Shusk was one of the most mild-mannered creatures he had ever met, but in that moment, the little alien radiated an almost murderous anger and rage, and it was all directed at Burr. We don't sell people, he growled. We are not Hutts. Jazz agreed with him. Besides, it was not Taintus' call. I found Val and her party. He reminded everyone. It was me that convinced Co-op to bring them on board. It was my responsibility. He turned to his captain and best friend. I'll go with Val when she leaves, he said. Make sure that she makes it Alderaan. Playing the hero again. Coop asked. Take your responsibility for my actions, Jazz Darbin repeated. Burr was amused by that. So you will face the Red Eclipse alone, with just that woman's help, and your laser sword. The enforcer chuckled. You're heroic, I'll give you that. Though if you think that Boss Taintus will be happy with us if we let a payday like this girl slip through his fingers, you have another thing coming. Jazz glared at the man. The kid is not some prize to be won. Burr clearly disagreed. He pushed back his chair and stood up. I say, Ord Mantell, we got a shipment to deliver, and our passengers are likely more valuable than the rest of our cargo combined. I say we go where the credits are, despite what Jazz here thinks. Now if he wants to stop us from making our delivery. Jazz's eyes narrowed. Of all of their crew he knew Burr the least, and Burr did not know him. He knew little of Jazz's time with the Mandalorians, and even less of his time as a Jedi. He assumed Jazz carried a lightsaber because he was eccentric and good with the blade. The man had no real idea who he was dealing with. Jazz stood up, his eyes as cold as space. If I wanted to, I could stop you, he promised Burr. The air in the room turned tense, the rest of the Folly crew looking between the two men. The enforcer sneered, his stance shifted as if readying for a fight. Coop chuckled and raised his hand. As much as I would like to see what is about to happen, you both are forgetting two things. He looked directly at his old friend. I'm captain of this ship. I've only asked for your opinions because the call I make affects you. I will take your ideas into consideration, but in the end it is still my call. I will do what I think is best. You all know how I feel about guests on my ship. I'm not the type to betray those who have slept under my roof. He looked at Jazz. We've known each other for a long time, trust me now. Jazz nodded, he relaxed from his combat stance. You're the captain, he agreed, and sat down. He just hoped that his old friend would make the right call. The enforcer did not back down, he seemed as willing to fight as ever. You said there were two things we were forgetting, Burr said. Yes, Co-op said. Security Chief Valentine, if you think she is just going to let you sell her and her mistress to Boss Titus, you are gravely mistaken. The woman will defend those kids with her life. I was in the Republic military, Captain Burr said. I can handle some bodyguard from a backwater. I can. The sound came from behind Burr. He did not turn around, and he did not need to. He was smart enough to guess what was happening, especially considering the looks of amusement on his shipmates' faces. The clinking sound was the grate on one of the air vents behind him opening. The thump was someone landing on the deck, someone that came out of that vent. Burr sighed. He heard another familiar sound, the sound of metal clearing leather. He had been a soldier long enough to know what that meant as well. The security chief is right behind me, isn't she? He asked. Yep, Jazz said with a smirk. She has got a blaster pointed at my back, doesn't she? That she does, Shusk giggled. Burr sighed and shook his head. Fine, he said. What is your call, Captain? Coop nodded and looked past the man to his guest. I trust you found our conversation enlightening, Chief Valentine. Just wanted to make sure that Vess was safe, she said, never removing her blaster from Burr. So what are we doing? Coop nodded. It seems we are going to Alderaan, he said. Figgy, we are going to need a roundabout course to the core. We need to avoid straight shots if we can. The Eclipse will likely be watching those. Aye, Captain, the Bith said, shaking his head. Their navigator had remained quiet during their meeting, likely trying to figure out the odds of their continuing survival. From the sound of it, he was not overly happy. I could have been a musician. Mother wanted me to join my brothers in their band, but no, I had to go out and see the galaxy. It is okay, Figgy, Tessa said. We got this. The Bith sighed, a strange whistling sound coming through his mouth flaps. Yes, we will, he said, looking up at his captain. Alderaan, he asked. Alderaan, the crew said at once, all agreed in unison. Val did not lower her blaster until Burr acknowledged the same. He glared at her, but was smart enough not to push the issue. The choice had been made. They were going to Alderaan. Jazz quietly approached the girl, not wishing to scare her. Vess had slipped away after helping wake Val. The chief wasn't too worried about the girl, but still asked Jazz if he would help find her. I know it is not a big ship, but... Jazz nodded. I'll find her, he promised. Thank you, Val said, looking down at her feet. I'm sorry for the way I treated you in the beginning. I misjudged you. You are protecting your charge, Jazz said. You should be careful. After that, he had gone looking, as he had told the security chief it was not a large ship. He paused when he was able to hear the girl's voice, curious what she and the droid were discussing. So, the little mistress is a queen then? Beaton asked. If my mother is truly gone, then yes, Vess murmured sadly. I'm now the queen. The droid tilted his head slightly. Then why is the little mistress so downhearted? I thought our organics wanted to rule their worlds. Maybe they do, Vess replied, but they don't know what that means. They have not been learning to do that since they were 4 years old. The girl sighed, her voice sounding so much older than it should have. Mom says that wearing a crown does not mean that you can do whatever you want. It is a terrible responsibility and a privilege. You speak for those that can't speak for themselves. You do your best to make sure that your people are happy and the world is thriving. The little girl sniffled. You will rarely be thanked for it. Some will even say you are wrong for standing in their way, but you must always try to do what's right for the people, even if they don't realize it at the time. Sounds like being a cargo droid, Beaton said morosely. The child giggled. It is not as simple, but I suppose we both have to expect little thanks when doing our jobs. Jazz smiled when he heard that. He would likely never get to meet Vess' mother, and that was a shame. It sounds like Anara V had done much to prepare her young daughter for the crown. If the girl stayed the course, if she remembered the lessons that her mother had taught her, she would likely be a very skilled and good monarch. All the more reason to ensure her survival, he thought. Her people may need her one day. So what will the little mistress need to do? The droid asked. What does the Queen of Bantoon do? Many things, the girl answered. I will need to meet with the matriarchy, make sure they are working in the best interest of our people. I will also need to attend political functions, travel to the other cities for festivals and trade negotiations. Sounds incredibly boring, the droid answered. But what do I know? I move cargo all day. Again Vess laughed. I will also spend a lot of time yelling at the matriarchy. Mother did that a lot. She needed to make sure they understood that she looking out for our people, that it was not simply about the nobles and their needs. Vess shifted slightly. I will also need to marry, I suppose. Mother hadn't arranged a marriage for me yet, despite the matriarchy's insistence. I will need to choose someone strong for my husband. He will lead our military forces after all, protect our people on the battlefield as I will on the floor of the matriarchy, and I suppose that I will have to have children to ensure the continuance of the line. The Istillo family has ruled Bantoon since the unification. The royal line has not been broken in all that time. I will need to do my duty. Sounds like you already know what you need to know, Jazz said, stepping out from the shadows. Vess gasped and shot to her feet, her face turning as red as a Sith Lord's blade. Mr. Jazz, she said, refusing to meet his gaze, I did not realize you were here. Sorry, he said, holding up his hands. I didn't mean to startle you. It is okay, the girl said shyly, rubbing her arms and shivering slightly. Jazz frowned. The cargo bay on a freighter was not the best place to hide in. The heating units functioned, but it was still quite cold in here. He took off his Nerf hide coat and draped it over her shoulders. Oh, she said shyly, I can't, I shouldn't. It is okay, Jazz said warmly. I have another one, and we wouldn't want you getting sick down here. Okay, the girl said, if you wish. She allowed him to put it on her. It was a bit big, but it was also warmer than her school jacket. There, he said, stepping back, it looks good on you. Again the girl blushed and looked away. Thank you, sir, she murmured. The little mistress was telling me about how horrible her life would be as queen, Beaton informed him. It certainly makes my life seem far less troubling. I never said being queen is horrible, Vess reminded him. My apologies, little mistress, the droid said. Perhaps I misheard you. Perhaps it is another flaw in my programming, yet another pain that I must endure. The droid's vocalizer hissed. Perhaps I should just shut down for a while. Maybe things will be better when I power up again. The droid's head folded down, and the light of his eyes faded. Jazz shook his head. Perhaps Co-op should consider a memory wipe for the droid. Yes, it was stable, but... Vess looked up at him. My life will not be horrible, she said, but my responsibilities will be many. He smiled. The fact that you understand that now will make things much easier for you later. From what I heard, you are already on the path to becoming a great queen. The girl curtsied, her blush returning to full bloom. Thank you, sir, that means much to me. I can, Kerwham! The ship shook as Jazz was suddenly flung into one of the cargo containers. Vess shrieked as she lost her balance and likely would have fallen had Jazz not sat up and stopped her. Steam hissed from above them and alarm began to blare. "What is happening?" Vess cried out. "What is going on?" "This way," Jazz said, taking her by the hand, leading her up the walkway. He was not sure what had happened, but it wasn't good. He paused, pushing away the blaring alarms, and listened. The engines. He could no longer hear the sublight engines. Damn. The co-op's Folly was offline. Val emerged from the corridor above them. She saw him leading Vess, and went to meet them. "What is going on?" she called. "Mr. Cooper." Jazz pushed past. "Watch the kid," he told the woman, passing Vess off to her. He needed to get to the bridge. He could feel the slight tip of the ship. Artificial gravity was failing. If so, they were in even worse trouble. It felt like the ship's systems were gone, despite the many fail-safes. That was not good. The co-op's Folly was dead in space. And if they were not careful, they would all be dead too. Chapter 16. Breakdown. What is going on? Somebody talk to me. Jazz arrived on the bridge to find it in chaos. Coop's hands were flying over the control panel, checking every instrument they had. Figgy and Tessa shouted reports from their stations, calling out what their panels were showing. "Main power is offline," the Bith called out. "Navigation and defensive systems are not responding." "Reserves are functioning," Tessa added. "We still have life support and gravity, but I can't say for how long. Trying to raise engineering now." Coop hissed. "Pipe it through my terminal. I want to speak with Shusk." Tessa obeyed as Jazz took his seat beside his captain and friend. He still could not say what had happened. The co-op's Folly had performed well. Rhonda Halcyon and her team had done their job. He did not see how such a catastrophic system failure could occur. Rhonda was too good to allow something like this. It did not make sense. "Shusk, report," Coop called over the comm. "Shusk, can you hear me?" Only static answered. Coop's eyes narrowed. "Burr," he shouted, "go down to engineering. Find out what happened to Shusk." Again, only static. Coop turned to Tessa. "Our internal comms down too." "Not according to my board," she said, checking again. "Everything is in the green, but whatever took down main power might have fried our comm system." Jazz frowned as he checked his own monitor. Nothing. No warning. No reason for this to have happened. "I'll go check on Shusk," Jazz said. "See if he can tell us what is happening." "Go," Co-op replied. "Take Tessa with you. See if you can find any physical damage to the comm system. And keep our guests in their quarters until this is over." Jazz nodded and headed for the hatch. Tessa fell and stepped behind him. The tension in the air was sharp. The Folly had fail-safes. At least one should have triggered and prevented a full shutdown. So what happened? Mechanical failure? Or something more? As they moved along the walkway, Tessa stopped now and then to open panels. She muttered about the comm lines, and how Rhonda had hardwired them to prevent jamming or interference. She pursed her lips. "What do you think the chances are of this all being coincidence?" she asked. "You mean our guest?" She nodded. He considered it, but nothing fit. Unless the Folly had more damage from the Red Eclipse Corvette than they realized, everything should be fine. They should be en route to Alderaan. He reached out with the Force, trying to sense the flow of events. Nothing. Tessa's idea pointed to sabotage. If so, there were only two possibilities. One, someone attached a device to the hull during their escape. An impulse trick. Possible, but unlikely. The transitions had tried to destroy them, not capture them, and Rand's scanner should have detected anything attached to the hull. 2. Someone on board had done this. A traitor. Jazz did not like the thought. It made no sense. The Red Eclipse was not taking prisoners. Sabotaging the Folly would be suicide. Tessa opened another panel. A blinking red light pulsed behind the wiring. "Damn," she breathed. "Damn it." "What?" She grabbed her personal comlink. "Captain, can you hear me?" Yeah. What have you got? The emergency beacon tripped when the reactor went offline. All comms are out except for the emergency distress signal. She exhaled. We are broadcasting our location. On an open channel. Anyone can hear it. Get it offline. Co-op order. Now. I have to cut the hard line in engineering. It only shuts down if reserve power is disconnected. Do it. We cannot afford to be found. Tessa closed the panel. Val and Ulrich emerged from their quarters. What is going on? Val demanded. Why are we stopped? We're heading to engineering now, Jazz said. We'll know more when we find Shusk. Val asked if they could help. He hesitated, then nodded. They needed everyone. Tessa explained the beacon, and Ulrich revealed his mother owned Bantoon's largest communications firm. He could help jam the beacon, but needed access to the bridge. Tessa took him. Jazz and Val continued on. Val was tense. Is Vess okay? Jazz asked. I told her to lock herself in and only open if Ulrich or I came. She looked at him hard. What are the chances this is an accident? Unlikely. Always expect the worst, she said. They moved quickly. Jazz tried to reach Shusk and Burr on his comlink. Nothing. A new thought hit him. What if Burr was waiting in engineering? What if he ambushed whoever came? Jazz drew his lightsaber into his hand. Val smiled sharply. I thought you didn't believe your pet thug was behind this. Jazz shrugged. I've underestimated stupidity before. She drew her blaster. Whatever happens, I got your back. They approached engineering. The blast doors were sealed. Jazz entered as passcode. The panel flashed red. Lock's been scrambled. Any other way in? Val asked. Cutting torch. But that takes time. Val pushed past him and knelt by the lock. She produced two small devices. Jazz recognized them instantly. X-Series lockpicks. She smiled. Bantoon's not Republic space yet. And I won't tell if you won't. He snorted despite the tension. She worked the lock. The panel flashed green. The door opened. Val raised her blaster. Jazz ignited his lightsaber, violet light cutting through the gloom. Pain radiated from somewhere inside. They moved in. Shadows stretched around the engines and reactor casing. Two shapes came into view. Shusk, curled in a ball, shivering. A cut on his head. Alive, but badly hurt. There's a med kit near the door, Jazz said. Val moved to get it. But before she reached it, she froze and raised her blaster. Don't move. Hands where I can see them. Jazz turned. They had found Burr. But the man was unconscious. His veins bulged. White froth leaked from his mouth and nose. Jazz leaned in with the force, illuminating him. He's been poisoned, Val said. Coral skate venom. We use it to subdue targets for questioning. Jazz saw the dart lodged in Burr's neck. He removed it with the force. A tiny trident-shaped barb hovered before him. Val rolled back her sleeve, showing her own dart launcher. Fully loaded. No empty slots. She wasn't the one who fired it? Shusk groaned awake. Jazz supported him. Internal comms, shut down, power surge, feedback, into the reactor, Shusk whispered. Shut everything down? Jazz listened carefully. Shusk had detected a surge in the comms line. He isolated the reactor just in time. Then someone struck him from behind. Burr must have come to investigate, and got darted to. Sloppy sabotage. But sabotage. Val steadied Shusk. Can you get main power online? She asked. Yeah, just give me a moment. Jazz pulled out his comlink. Tessa, is Ulrich still with you? No. He went to check on Vess. Val swore. Jazz hissed. Pieces fell into place. Tessa, disable the jamming field he helped you set up. It's not a simple jamming signal. We'll disconnect the beacon here. Shusk is awake. We'll try to restore power. Coop's voice cut in. Jazz, what is going on? Before he could answer. A scream. A little girl scream. Vess. Jazz was already running, Val at his heels. Damn it, he growled. Damn it all to hell. Perfect. Chapter 17. Loose End. James, what is going on back there? Jazz. Jazz Darbin cursed under his breath. They didn't have time. Lock IT down. He shouted into his comlink. Coop, it's Ulrich. You have to lock down the escape pods. Do it now. Do it now. The pods. I don't understand. Why? Just do it. Fast. Val ran beside him, panic radiating through the force, held in check by sheer willpower. Which way? She demanded. Which way? He pointed toward the upper walkway that crossed the cargo bay. Val sprinted ahead, faster than most humans could ever hope to move. Still, Jazz feared it wouldn't be enough. He could hear Vess screaming. It drove him forward, but he knew they were still too slow. They're going to get away. The Folly had 4 escape pods on the top deck. They auto-prepped for launch during system failures. Rhonda had built it as a safety feature. The only ways off the ship were the pods, and the shuttle above engineering, currently missing engines and a hyperdrive. Lucky them. If Ulrich reached a pod with Vess. No, they wouldn't let him. Main power is still offline, Jazz, Co-op said. I can't lock down the pods until it comes back. What's Shust's status? He's working on it. He'll have power back in a few minutes. We're going to need it. Jazz frowned. Coop, I think Ulrich used our comm system to send a message. The jamming field might be another beacon. We're likely going to have company soon. You sure? It's the only thing that makes sense. Coop cursed and barked orders in the background. Not good. It's all my fault, Val muttered. If I hadn't. Blame yourself later, Jazz said. Right now we worry about Vess. Val nodded grimly. Then, duck. The Force screamed a warning. He felt himself yanked backward. Val had dragged him aside. Tink, tink, tink. Darts clattered off the bulkhead where his head had been. They hadn't seen Ulrich hiding in the shadows with his hand clamped over Vess's mouth. Damn, Jazz breathed. Val had saved him in the last heartbeat. Ulrich dragged Vess further down the walkway. The girl wrenched his hand away and screamed. Val, help. VAAL. Jazz and Val spun together from the momentum of the dive. For an instant they were face to face, breathless, close enough to feel each other's heartbeat. Are you okay? She asked. Were you hit? No. They missed. Good. She shoved him upright. Vess screamed again. Stop. Please. Let me go. Please. They moved instantly. Their pace stayed fast, but caution slowed them just enough. Ulrich was armed. They couldn't risk a direct rush. Damn it, Jazz growled. We should have seen it. The comlink sparked. Captain, it's Shusk. I read you, Co-op said. Glad to hear you're alive. I'll need a medical droid later, but I'm fine. Jazz did something. Got me back on my feet. No time to explain. Shusk had a concussion, and Jazz had used the Force to sharpen his senses. It would fade soon, but they needed him now. Talk to me, Co-op said. Good news, please. I reconnected the reactor. Feedback is isolated to secondary systems. Engines and hyperdrive in a few minutes. We don't have a few minutes, Jazz said. Ulrich has Vess. He's heading for the pods. We need lockdown. I'll hurry. Don't let that hot spawn get away. The emergency lights ahead flashed. A recording played, instructing passengers to make for escape pods. Another warning from the Force. Jazz grabbed Val and shoved her against the bulkhead. Blaster fire sizzled past them. Wild, unfocused, but enough to keep them pinned. Vess screamed again. Don't hurt them. Please. Shut up, you little. More wild shots. Jazz ignited his lightsaber. Violet light filled the corridor. He raised it in a sheen guard, ready to deflect, but one ricochet in these tight halls could kill Vess. Damn it. He spotted Ulrich. The boy had an arm around Vess's throat, dragging her toward a pod. His eyes were wide, crazed. Sweat dripped down his face. He almost had the controls. They needed to distract him. Ulrich, stop, Val shouted, aiming her blaster squarely at him. Don't take another step. That is a direct order. Ulrich laughed. I don't take orders from you, Chief. I never truly did. Ulrich, stop. Vess coughed. You're hurting me. Jazz and Val almost broke cover, but Ulrich's blaster kept them back. One wrong move, and Vess would die. How could you do this? Val demanded. You were training to be a sworn protector. You think I want to end up like you? Ulrich snapped. A programmed puppet. Val's jaw tightened. It is the job we chose. To serve our lords, our laws. There is honor in it. Honor, he spat. Funny hearing that from the daughter of Chin and Tara Valentine. Val froze. Jazz didn't know what that meant, but she did. Leave them out of this. He ignored her. This isn't right, he snarled. This isn't how it was supposed to go. What was supposed to happen? Val asked. He didn't answer. Instead, Queen Adira and High General Lyron will reward me for what I've done. Anara had to be silenced. She. Vess choked as he tightened his grip. Jazz felt darkness whisper again at the edge of his thoughts. Power. Give in. End it. He shoved it back. Not now. Not like this. One look at Val anchored him again. They would do this the right way. Val steadied herself. I'm guessing those 2 guards who died at the academy didn't die in an accident, did they? Ulrich grinned. They were my first real kill. Unfortunate, but necessary. Val's eyes burned. And Lord Rudo, she demanded. Not a coincidence he found our safe house, was it? He played his part. If he hadn't hit me, Vess would never have escaped. You should have returned too late. He growled at Jazz. This is your fault, Jedi. You ruined everything. This should have been over days ago. And what of your queen? Jazz asked. Vess' mother. Didn't you swear an oath? Val stepped forward slightly. How much did it cost to buy you away from duty? Ulrich laughed. I wouldn't have needed bribes if I had gone through the system properly. Isn't that right, Chief? Val's teeth clenched. Never should have let you near Vess. You're a failure, Ulrich said. Not mine. Jazz tried to keep him talking. All this for a title. I needed something of my own, Ulrich hissed. A noble name. I'm one of Queen Adira's favorites. Once I deliver Vess, I'll have everything I was promised. Jazz sensed greed, desperation, fear. The boy was unraveling. Shusk spoke over the comm. Power coming online soon. Jazz needed to stall. All this for a title, he repeated. You betrayed everything you swore to protect. One more step, Ulrich barked, pressing the blaster to Vess's temple. And she dies. Jazz froze. Val's hands trembled, but her aim did not waver. A protector's life is sacrifice, she said. Courage. Duty. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Oh, Chief, how little you know. He sneered. Do you even remember choosing that life? The system takes so much. I bet you don't remember a thing except what it told you to. Val's breath caught. You shouldn't even be here, he shouted. You should have killed yourself when you thought Vess' mother was dead. A loyal protector to the end. He tugged Vess again. She gasped. Jazz clenched his teeth. They needed to break him. Now. Ulrich pulled Vess toward the pod controls. My ride is on the way. The relay on the ship is top grade. They'll be here any second. Val growled. You're not leaving. You are not. Ulrich pulled Vess closer. This is the deal. Vess and I leave. You both stand down, or she suffers. Jazz exhaled slowly. Time to use a different kind of weapon. A hero's welcome, he said. Unlikely boy. Jazz powered down his saber. You leave the ship, you're dead. Ulrich hesitated. You know nothing, Jedi. They promised you everything, Jazz said. Anything you wanted? As long as you delivered Vess. He shrugged. All lies. He glanced at Val. What happens to the hired hands after a coup, Chief? Val smiled coldly. They die, she said. They know too much. They are loose ends. She locked eyes with Ulrich. You're not the hero. You're a liability. You're lying. Queen Adira won't save you, Jazz said. Lyran won't risk having you alive. He'll say you died with Vess. Nice and clean. Sad, Val added, but convenient. No, Ulrich shouted. His grip loosened. Vess gasped for air. General Lyran wouldn't do that. I'm one of Adira's favorites. He won't even tell her, Jazz said softly. Ulrich shook, sweating, the truth clawing at him. I'm offering you a chance to live, Jazz said. Let the girl go. Drop the blaster. We'll leave you somewhere you can start over. Vantoon offers you nothing but death. Val's voice softened. Listen to him, Ulrich. The boy trembled. This can't be. I did everything. I'm a hero. The lights hummed overhead. Main power returned. And then, Vess bit him. Hard. Ulrich screamed and let go. You little owl. He didn't finish. Vess kneed him between the legs, full force. For my mother. Gasping, Ulrich raised his blaster with shaking hands. Jazz moved. He ignited a saber. Pulled Vess behind him. Yanked the blaster from Ulrich with the force. The blade sliced the gun in two. Pew! Pew! Val fired twice. A bolt hit Ulrich in the shoulder. He spun and stumbled into the pod controls. The escape pod door hissed open. The boy fell inside. No! Val screamed. Don't let him get away. Jazz lunged, but the door slammed shut. Ulrich's final shout echoed inside. I'll come back for you, Val. This isn't over. The release jets fired. The pod launched. Jazz ran to the window, watching it streak away. It was over. He turned. Val held Vess tightly. The girl sobbed into her protector's coat. Is she hurt? Jazz asked. Vess stepped forward, eyes red, and wrapped her arms around him. Mr. Jazz, she sobbed, thank you. He froze, then gently let her cling to him. You're safe now, he said. Coop came over the comm. We saw a pod launch. It's Vess. She's here. Ulrich took the pod. Maybe we can track her. No can do, Co-op said. We've got company. Jazz led Val and Vess toward the bridge. He already knew who it was. They reached the bridge as the scorekeeper's mark loomed on the monitor, intercept vector closing fast. Jazz spotted the pod drifting toward the Corvette. Ulrich's escape. Or so he thought. Tessa snarled. I can't believe that little Murglak is getting away with this. Jazz shook his head. He won't. The scorekeeper's mark rotated, aiming at the pod. The forward guns fired. The pod spun, caught in the barge. 2 more shots. It exploded in a flash. Jazz flinched at the wave of fear and betrayal that hit the Force, Ulrich's final moments. Val sneered. There is your reward, traitor. Enjoy it. What was that? Figgy whispered. Jazz sighed. A loose end being tied up. Nothing more. No time to worry about him, Co-op said. The mark is closing. Figgy. Escape route plotted. Ready in 20 seconds. Coop gripped the controls. Light speed in 3, 2, 1. He pulled the lever. The stars stretched. The Folly leapt into hyperspace. And just like that, they were gone. Safe. It was over. Understood. Before I generate. Chapter 18. Past and Future. Mind if I join you? Jazz looked up and shook his head. He had been sitting in the galley drinking caf, getting ready to go back to his quarters for the evening. His bridge shift had just ended, and rest was calling. Char Valentine stood before him, exhaustion in her eyes. She had been on the bridge long after he left, working with Tessa to get a secure signal out to the Bond contact on Alderaan. If she was here now, she had probably succeeded. Maybe finally, something was going right on this trip. Val stretched, arching her back before sitting. Her coat and hidden weapons were gone. For the first time since they met, Jazz sensed something other than suspicion coming from her. It had taken Ulrich's betrayal to get here, but the Chief Valentine sitting across from him seemed open. He looked away politely. Her shirt and leggings were skin-tight, showing off more than he was comfortable staring at. Old lessons still lived in him. A gentleman doesn't gawk. She stretched out her legs, rubbing her temples. I don't suppose you have anything to drink here, do you? He gestured to the pot. Calf. Not great, but it works. She sniffed it, then pulled out a small flask. A sharp, sweet smell hit him even across the table. Want some? She asked. He smiled. Should you be drinking on the job, Chief? Vess is asleep with the lock scrambled. Only I have the code. She's as safe as possible. And besides... Val smirked. You all earned my trust. The comment warmed him more than the drink. In the days after Auric, the crew had grown to adore the little queen. She visited Shusk in the medbay. She whispered conspiratorially with Figgy over cards. Even Burr had thawed, giving her a vibro knife and basic self-defense tips. Val hadn't loved that, but she understood. Growing up early wasn't fair, but sometimes it was necessary. Val herself had settled fully into her role, doing everything she could to prepare Vess for her future. Jazz felt the force around the girl, quiet but bright. Her future would be powerful. If she survived what was ahead, he added a bit of her liquor to his mug. The first sip burned, the second warmed. 10 hours to Alderaan, he said, assuming no more surprises. Good, she replied. Vess doesn't deserve anything else going wrong. She isn't the only one. Val studied him, then smiled faintly. To safe arrivals. They clinked mugs. And no more surprises. He silently wished it true. Danger still lingered around them. He reached out with the force. The folly hummed with steady life. Shusk's repairs held beautifully. The ship was ready. Now they had to be. The escape route kept them clear of the red eclipse, but added days to the trip. Better slow than dead. He glanced at Val again. Her posture was too rigid. Her emotions tight. I sensed frustration. Are you all right? She laughed softly. Depends on your definition. She explained the contact with Lady Dorma and the good news. Then the other news. Queen Inara and her family are missing and presumed dead, Val said quietly. Lady Adira has stepped forward as Lady Protector. Her husband is acting High General. They say they're searching for the Queen. Jazz frowned. The last part isn't entirely false. No, Val agreed. But the search parties aren't knights or soldiers. They're slavers. Her voice cracked. My people believe I'm dead, Jazz. It may protect you, he said. True. But it means Vess and I are exiles. Going home means execution. Jazz felt that pain. He had lived something similar. Will you tell her? I'll have to, Val murmured. Not yet, but soon. She sighed. She's stronger than she looks. A week ago I would have tried to shield her. But now, she deserves the truth. What will you say? I don't know, Val whispered. He reached out through the force. Regret. Duty. Fear. Resolve. Is there no one on Bantoon you trust? A few, but no one can speak loudly now. Lyran has the military. Anyone who protests risks treason. So what will you do? Wait. She finished her drink. Vess must come of age. Until then, we build support. Allies. Power. People we can trust. She turned to him, eyes level. We could use you. Your skills. Your strength. Your force abilities. You would make a difference. He was taken aback. You're recruiting me. Why not? Vess trusts you. So do I. She leaned in. Are you really being used to your full potential on this ship? You could fight for justice. Jazz, isn't that what Jedi do? Her words were tempting. Powerfully tempting. But, he exhaled. I must decline, Val. She blinked. Why? I would bring danger to Vess. The kind you don't want anywhere near her. I have enemies. Very real ones. What kind? The dangerous kind. And what did you do to earn them? Jazz grinned faintly. Only attacked one of the Republic's main ship production worlds and caused several million credits worth of damage. Val froze. You have a what? He shrugged. It's a long story. I want to hear it. He sighed. Bring the flask. She smirked. I brought two. He laughed and began the tale. By the end, both flasks were empty. And that is it? She asked. That's it, he said. Her eyes were soft. Understanding, not pity. She asked about the Jedi. He answered. She pushed. He explained. When she realized the truth, that returning meant a life sentence of forced labor, a severed connection to the Force, her jaw tightened. Unfair, she muttered. Life rarely isn't, he replied. She shared her own story, thieves for parents, tragedy, execution, the system, the gene mods, the loyalty conditioning, the cost of survival. He listened. When her voice trembled, he took her hand. Do you think I made the wrong choice? She whispered. What does your heart tell you? He asked. It tells me I'm drunk. He laughed. Mine too. She smirked. Walk me to my quarters. He nodded. They staggered out of the galley, warm and giggling. At his door, she looked at him, breath warm. Is it just you in there? All to myself. She smiled. Good. Before he could answer, she kissed him, hard, pinning him to the door. He could have pushed her away. He didn't. Please, she murmured, voice low and aching. Please, Jazz. She trembled. Lonely. Hurting. Yearning. He tried to resist. Failed. He kissed her back. She wrapped her legs around him. They stumbled inside. The door slid shut behind them. Clothes fell. Boots hit the floor. A hidden blade clattered. She stood before him, unashamed, eyes burning. Follow my lead, she whispered. He did. And the rest of the night unfolded in heat and breath and frantic hands. He woke alone. Warm spot beside him. Clothes everywhere. Head pounding. He remembered everything. And he smiled. He had no regrets. Not one. He wondered if she would come back. If she would speak about it. If last night meant anything more. Maybe he shouldn't hope. He dressed slowly, the echoes of the night before vivid in his mind. Val had taught him more in one night than any Jedi class ever had. She had woken him. Showed him a part of life he didn't know he missed. And then, the second time, her whisper. Her calling him Rab. Her confusion. Her fear. He had held her until she stopped trembling. She spoke of lost memories, voices she couldn't place, ghosts the system stole from her. He listened. Comforted her. She asked if he would miss her. He asked if she would miss him. Her answer was honest, painful, and true. I don't have the luxury of missing people. Then, one last moment together. Her shirt fell. She giggled. He pulled her into the bunk. One last time, she gasped. And they lost themselves again. Jazz headed to the bridge. The folly hummed with life. Vess sat in the co-pilot seat wearing his jacket like a royal cloak. Captain Cooper is teaching me to fly, she said proudly. Coop winked. Never hurts to know more than the other guy. Reversion alarm beeped. Alderaan filled the viewport. Green, white, beautiful. The door hissed open. Val entered, armed, composed, her face all business. She stood by Vess. Didn't look at him. He wondered if she had already moved past last night. Then, just as he turned away, she glanced at him. A tiny smile. Thank you, she mouthed. He returned it. Protectors were tooled. No. Val was far more. Programming or not. She was a hero. They descended toward the Alderaan estate, crimson pillars, gold trim, snow-covered mountains. The folly touched down. A pregnant noblewoman with strawberry blonde curls approached. I am the Lady Dorma. Auntie Dorma. Vess squealed. The reunion was warm. Introductions followed. And then, Vess turned to Jazz. Mr. Jazz, kneel. He blinked and obeyed. She activated his lightsaber. Her voice shifted. No longer child, but queen. For your courage and bravery. Rise, Sir Jazz. Champion of the matriarchy. Knight of Bantoon. He bowed deeply. My lady, you honor me. Val approached last. May I give you advice, Sir Jazz? Please? Her smile softened. Don't become like me. Have a life. Find happiness. The past owes you nothing. She touched his cheek, then walked away. Coop came beside him, smirking. Is it just me, or is Chief Valentine walking a little funny this morning? Jazz flushed. Maybe. Coop threw an arm around him. I'm gonna tease you forever. Jazz smirked. That's fine. Coop squeezed his shoulder. Because it was worth it, huh? Jazz exhaled. Yeah, it was. Chapter 19. A Night. He woke alone. Jazz Darbin sat up with the start, his head throbbing slightly from the hangover from the night before. In that moment, he was grateful for the dull light in his quarters. The last thing he wanted was bright light shining into his eyes. Strong stuff, but it did the trick. That is what she said. Those words had been a gross understatement, to be sure. He pushed off the blanket and sat up. His clothes lay scattered around his quarters, yet there was no sign of her. He ran his fingers over the mattress. The spot next to him was still warm. She had not been gone that long. Jazz closed his eyes and reached out with the force. He could have dispelled the after effects from last night, but he did not. He wanted to remember everything. Every part of it. The memory of what had happened came flooding back. In hindsight, he should have resisted, should have said no and shown Val back to her quarters. But then last night would not have happened. And he knew without hesitation he would not trade it. He rubbed his temples and looked around his quarters. Part of him hoped she would still be here. It would have been nice to talk more. He was starting to like what he had heard from her, and he was curious to know more. You're imagining things, his conscience chided. Accept what it was, enjoy the moment, and let it pass. That had been her advice last night as she lay in his arms. She had needed comfort, and found it. She had offered him the chance to be like everyone else in the galaxy. Maybe that was all it had to be. Jazz shook his head. He was starting to realize just how inexperienced he was with such things. Char Valentine had been a good teacher. He had learned much about his desires last night, far more than Jedi discipline had ever allowed him to experience. It had begun as a frenzy. The drink had lowered his inhibitions. And she had not been shy. Her voice echoed in his head. Touch me here. That's it. Right there. Yeah. Oh, yes. Kiss me here. Oh, gods, I want it. Please, James, please. He obeyed every whisper. Desire like this was new to him, but it did not feel like the dark side. It was primal. Instinctive. Honest. He remembered her smile as she leaned over him. Oh, slow down there, hotshot. You've already scored. Let's not rush the experience. He slowed. He listened. He learned. The ship's bump made things awkward. They bumped heads, nearly rode off twice. Val didn't care. She had eyes only for him, and what they were doing. He thought of their first meeting in that alley on Bantoon. Her blaster at his head. What a difference a few days had made. When they finally found what they both wanted, he collapsed back, gasping. Val smiled. Someone is a fast learner. Did you like that? He asked. She touched his cheek, warm and gentle. Was this your first time? He nodded. She didn't tease him. She simply lay against him with a contented sigh. Your future girlfriends are going to thank me. He had no reply. The liquor and exertion began to catch up. He put his arm around her. Stay with me, he whispered. She snuggled closer. Warm. Soft. Quiet. Later he awoke to her lips on his skin. Her eyes, dark with desire, stared up at him. Love me, she murmured, please. He kissed her deeply and did as she asked. Her sighs turned to cries of passion. Then, oh gods, she gasped. Oh, Rab, I missed you. He blinked. Who was Rab? She blinked back, confused. What? You called me Rab? Did I? Her expression shifted, confusion, frustration, sadness. She sat up, trembling. He put his arms around her. Did I say something wrong? She shook her head. Then softly, do you ever wonder if you are still you? If you ever see a face in a crowd and know they were important, but you don't know why? Or hear a voice that once mattered, but now it belongs to a stranger? He listened silently. My instructors told me to ignore those feelings, she whispered. Shadows of what I was before the system. Not important. Not part of my duty. She shook her head. Sometimes I wonder what I gave up. Not what I was told, but what I truly gave up. Maybe my brothers were right. Maybe I'm not the woman I once was. He held her tighter. I can't speak for that woman, he said, but I think I'm starting to know you. She giggled faintly. Are you saying that because you mean it, or trying to sweet-talk me back into your bed? A bit of both. She laughed. Her smile faded. Vess is going to miss you. She's grown fond of you. What about you? He asked quietly. She sighed. I'll be busy. Vess needs help. Credits. Allies. A plan. Maybe I can stage a reverse coup, put my queen back on her throne. You didn't answer my question. She stroked his cheek. Sworn protectors aren't people. Jazz, we're tools. Swords and shields. We cut our nobles' enemies, shield their backs, and break when we fail. Her voice softened. We are allowed to seek pleasures, but not embrace them. We can't fight it, but the system always wins. She kissed his cheek. I don't have the luxury of missing people. Vess is my duty until the day I fall. He nodded. And the Jedi? She asked. Are they any different? He had no answer. When the Republic came, they brought a Jedi, Val said. He spoke of peace, justice, the Force. But he still arrived with mining guild representatives. She shrugged. My queen let her own doom in the front door. Do you blame the Jedi? He asked. Not you, she said softly. Never you. She rose to leave. He caught her hand. Let's have one last moment, he said. No regret. She squealed as he pulled her back down. Her giggle filled the small room. Oh, I've woken a monster. He smiled. No, you reminded me life is more than duty. She gasped as he touched her. Okay, one last time. Her legs wrapped around him. Yes, he murmured. One last time. Jazz, she breathed. Oh, yes. Jazz left his quarters and headed for the bridge. The engines hummed beneath his feet. Hyperspace whispered around the hull. Last night had been last night. Now it was time to work. He arrived to see the crew at their stations. Tessa at comms. Figgy checking the exit vector. He looked toward the helm. Coop was in his chair. And next to him, Jazz chuckled. Have I been replaced? Vess turned in the chair with a bright smile. She wore her school uniform, wrapped in his oversized nerf-hide jacket. Hello, Mr. Jazz. Captain Cooper was teaching me how to fly a starship. It never hurts to know such things, Co-op said. The galaxy's a rough place. The console beeped. Reversion to real space in 40 seconds, Figgy called. Coop nodded at Vess. Jazz knees his seat back, kiddo. She hopped up. Jazz slipped into the chair. She stayed close. Reversion in 5, 3, 2, 1 mark. The blue tunnel shattered into stars. A green and white world filled the viewport. Alderaan. Vess gasped. I've never seen snow before. And so much land. The door hissed open. Char Valentine entered, armored and composed. Vess beamed. Val. Look. We made it. Yes, Your Grace, Val said. She barely acknowledged James until she finally looked at him and mouthed, Thank you. He smiled faintly. A tool. No. Not her. A hero. The co-op's folly descended through crisp morning air toward a crimson and gold estate carved into the mountainside. As they landed, nobles approached with guards in tow. A petite pregnant woman led them, strawberry blonde, Alderaan attire, Bentoon voice. The Lady Dorma. Vess cried out. Auntie Dorma. They embraced. After greeting Val, Dorma turned to the crew. You may not realize it, she said, but you may have saved a way of life today. Coop bowed. Jazz bowed. Dorma smiled slyly. House Rist has no problem compensating you, and perhaps we have a new arrangement to offer. Coop grinned. Always willing to listen, my lady. But Vess tugged her sleeve. Auntie Dorma, there is one thing I must do first. She turned to Val. Chief Valentine, may I see your combat baton? Val, puzzled, handed it over. Vess turned to Jazz. Mr. Jazz, kneel, please. He obeyed. This was not Vess the child. This was Queen Viserion. She frowned at the baton. This should be done with an honor sword, but these are strange times. I can help, Jazz said softly. He handed her his lightsaber. Vess activated it, violet light humming in the cold air. Yes, she said. This will do nicely. She lowered the blade to his shoulder, then across to the other. Mr. Jazz, for your courage and bravery, let it be known that you stand above the rank and file. She deactivated the blade and held it out. Rise, Sir Jazz, rise, a champion of the matriarchy, a knight of Bantoon. He blinked, then smiled. My lady, he said, bowing, you honor me. Vess flushed pink. You earned it, defender of my life. Val nodded at her queen. It was perfect, my queen. Dorma led Vess toward the estate. The crew congratulated Jazz. Burr scoffed, but grinned. Val approached, smiling warmly. Can I offer you a piece of advice, Sir Jazz? Please? Don't end up like me. Have a life. Find happiness. You don't know the Jedi anything. Remember that? He nodded. I will. Coop came up beside him, watching Val walk away. Is it just me? Co-op smirked. Or is Chief Valentine walking a little funny this morning? Jazz flushed. Maybe. Coop burst out laughing. I'm going to tease you endlessly. That's okay, Jazz said. It was worth it. Coop threw an arm around his shoulder. I know, buddy. I know. Chapter 20. A New Life. 3 little words. Jazz watched as the young woman made her way through the park. The afternoon sun played off her dark hair. Her smile made her seem even more beautiful. He grinned like an idiot. He couldn't help it. What had he done to get so lucky? He didn't know. But here he was, waiting in a park for a beautiful young woman, wanting to say 3 words to her. Is this what it was like? He wondered. Is this how it was for people who didn't hear the Force whispering in their ears? He hated to admit it, but he liked it. The Jedi forbade passion. He was no Jedi. Maybe it was time to stop pretending. Maybe it was time to actually live a simple, ordinary life. If such a thing was possible. He didn't know. But he was willing to try. It would start with saying 3 little words. He swallowed hard, summoning courage. Just 3 little words. He watched Prin Peller say goodbye to her friend. Prin had just finished her classes. He knew her routine. He'd arranged their previous meetings, but today he hoped to surprise her. Prin Peller. Dark-skinned, brilliant, focused. A medical student in Coronet City on Corellia. A friend of Tessa Calican's girlfriend Seska. They had all gone out one night, and something unexpected happened. Prin and Jazz had clicked. Her easy smile, her compassion, the way the Force warmed around her. He'd been enchanted. When he'd asked whether she wanted to go out again, she nodded shyly. That flush in her cheeks had stayed in his mind for weeks. 3 months later, here he was, waiting in her favorite park. They were good months. New. Different. Bright. The Co-op's Folly crew had moved their base to Corellia. Alderin's nobles kept them working, and life had started moving in a new direction. Almost a year had passed since Bantoon, since they delivered the little queen to safety. Boss Titus had not been pleased. The Folly had unknowingly rescued merchandise worth a small fortune. The Red Eclipse slavers had put a price on Vess and Val, and Titus felt cheated. He expected Co-op to bring Vess back to Ord Mantell for a profit. Coop disagreed. The Folly was an independent ship. Their contract never mentioned dealing in people. Vess had been a passenger, and Co-op didn't betray passengers. It was bad for business. Titus couldn't punish them openly. Independents would revolt. so he sabotaged them indirectly. Bad contracts. High fees. Suppliers doubling prices. If they stayed, they'd run out of fuel in months. Rhonda Halcyon had been furious, until Jazz explained the truth. After that, she calmed. Barely. The folly was done with Titus. They needed a new path. Dormaris provided it. Alderin's nobles needed discreet transport. Nothing illegal. Just convenient. Then the Corellian ambassador heard of the Bond incident. He offered the folly an off-the-books operation, transporting Corellian military teams to sabotage Red Eclipse assets. No Republic involvement. No Jedi. Except Jazz, unofficially. The folly became semi-legitimate. They received a landing facility in the capital, and Co-op began building a network of independents. He even got blood stripes, Corellia's mark of combat service. Jazz 2. A strange new life. A good one. Meanwhile, Rhonda and Co-op had grown closer again. Loudly. Very loudly. Which was part of the reason Jazz was hoping to sleep at Prine's tonight. They had already been intimate 3 times. And he hoped for a 4th. If he could finally say the words. 3 little words. Prin paused at a drink vendor, buying an iced fizzy. Her green and gold medical school coat fluttered in the breeze. Her horn-rimmed glasses were off as she brushed pollen from her eyes. Jazz stepped up behind her and covered her eyes with his hands. "Guess who?" he asked. She stiffened, then relaxed. He imagined the smile on her face. "Well, you waited until I took off my glasses, which suggests you're a gentleman. You smell like the spaceport, so you just got into the system." She touched his hands. Slim fingers, gentle, warm. He shivered. She smiled. "Avos, is that you? We shouldn't be meeting like this. I have a boyfriend now." Jazz winced. "Who is Avos?" She laughed and turned. "A boy who wanted to marry me when I was 3. Her smile lit up the park. Before he could reply, she was in his arms, kissing him deeply. The force around her warmed, colored by desire. Plenty of time for that later, he told himself. Some things should not be rushed. They broke apart, breathless, grinning. How did I get so lucky? He wondered. They walked and ate skewers together. How long can you stay? She asked. A few days, a week at most. Looking to get rid of me. Ready to run back to Avos. She laughed. You're going to hold that over me forever, aren't you? Just until you show me how much I mean to you. Her dark eyes glittered mischievously. Is that a challenge, Mr. Cooper? More of an invitation. And if I accept, then we'll see how things go. Her desire surged. He felt it through the force. Would you like me to come over tonight? He asked. I could fix you dinner. Tempting. Let me guess, Rhonda is home. Yes, he admitted. Looking for a full night's sleep. It would be nice. She kissed him lightly. I'm not sure how much we'll be sleeping. He flushed. Is that a yes? Maybe. Come over at 6 and we'll see. He smiled like a fool. Tonight. Tonight. Back aboard ship, he cleaned up and dressed his best. How do I look, B-10? He asked. The loader droid sighed. Like one of my masters, Master Jazz, as if you are about to order me to lift something and take it somewhere. Tessa called from her card game. You look great. He should have asked her first. Burr grinned wickedly. Off to see your doctor friend. Usually it's the doctor who makes the house call. Jazz shot him a gesture. Shusk giggled. He just wants to charge up the girl's loading ramp. Tessa glared at him. Jazz too. What? Shusk squeaked. I'm not wrong. They weren't wrong. But print mattered more than a lark. Maybe tonight would be different. Coop entered the hold. New job in 5 days. Dormer risked again. Jazz nodded. Plenty of time. He also asked about Val and Vess. Coop teased him immediately. Jazz looked away, embarrassed. Val had been the first woman he ever slept with. A bond like that lingered. He would always care about her and Vess. Then Co-op said something else, Ellis had contacted them. Clan Nuna was thriving back on Mandalore. Good news, but also troubling news. Rumors of a gladiator rising. Someone seeking the title of Mandalore. A unified Mandalore could become a problem for the Republic. Maybe Jazz should check in with Ellis. Coop didn't seem concerned. Still don't know what Prin sees in you, Co-op joked. Tessa smirked. Prin has a thing for bad boys. Burr snorted. I wouldn't call Jazz a bad boy. He's bad enough for Prin, Tessa said. Jazz grinned. He was grateful for that. See you tomorrow, he told Co-op. Enjoy your time with Rhonda. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, Co-op called. Given what Rhonda shouted during their nights together, there wasn't much Co-op wouldn't do. Jazz flushed. Tonight would be different. Maybe tonight he would say it. 3 little words. The tram ride was uneventful. Jazz walked the final blocks to Prin's apartment, nervous but hopeful. As he stepped out of the elevator, the nervousness sharpened. Through the force, something felt wrong. He walked faster. He reached Prin's door. His finger trembled. He pressed the control. The door opened. Unlocked. Dark. Silent. She never left it unlocked. Jazz stepped inside. The apartment was wrecked. Furniture overturned. Papers everywhere. Shadows. No sound. He drew his blaster. A very bad feeling settled over him. He scanned the room. Don't move. Jazz spun, aiming. Don't you move. A presence, small, faint, almost unnoticed in the force, sat perched on a bookcase. A small alien. Green skin. Long pointed ears. Black hair in a top knot. Robes. Dark brown, almost black. A utility belt. Jazz froze. Jedi robes. His heart dropped. The small being stared at him with calm, piercing eyes. Jazz Darbin, you are. Jazz nodded before he could stop himself. Nice one. Smooth, he scolded himself silently. The alien smiled slightly. Greetings to you. Monder am I, shadow of the Jedi Order, I am. Jazz felt ice in his veins. A Jedi shadow. They had found him. Consider yourself in my custody, you will, Monder said. Jazz exhaled through his teeth. The Jedi smiled wider. In trouble you are. Chapter 21. Shadow Hunt. The blaster, need it, you do not. Jazz glared up at the tiny alien. It did not move from his perch, content to simply sit there while he held his sidearm pointed at his green head. Even as he did so, he realized how foolish he was being. This was not some smuggler or mercenary he was threatening. This was a Jedi Shadow, the Order's executioner, trained to hunt and slay Rogue Force users. And what was Jazz Darbin if not a Rogue Force user? The realization made him shiver. The only reason why his head was still attached was because the little alien did not wish him dead. At least, not yet. If he attacked, the shadow would be on him in seconds. The Jedi would draw his yellow blade, and that would be it. Jazz could resist, try to fight, but he did not like his chances, not one bit. This is how I die, he thought morosely. No trial. No chance to defend himself. My death is here, and it has come in the form of this strange little creature. The Jedi shifted slightly on his perch. Small clawed feet dangled off the edge of the bookshelf. It did not look dangerous, but that was what made such agents effective. How many people would look at this Jedi and not see a threat? Quite a few, he suspected. At least until the little being drew his lightsaber. Then you would see the truth. All the stories he had heard as a child came back to him. The Order's hunters had been the bogeymen of the younglings, the ones who came for you if you misbehaved. Jazz took a deep, cleansing breath. He was not a child anymore. And there was something far more important to him than his own life. He focused on the alien, trying to keep his voice cool and even. Where's Prin? He demanded. What have you done with her? The little Jedi sighed. He looked more insulted than angry. Harmed the woman? I have not, the shadow replied. Gone she was, when I first arrived. He shook his head. Too late to help her, or was? Jazz blinked. He had not done this. He had not torn Pryne's apartment apart. Of course he didn't, the rational side of his mind chimed in. A Jedi would not need to resort to such tactics. He could have simply asked Pryne for help. She wouldn't have refused. And if she did, a Shadow's forced persuasion could bend the strongest minds. No, the Shadow had not done this. But if not him, then who? What happened to her? He asked. Do you know? The Jedi nodded. See for yourself, you should. He pointed at Pryne's dinner table, the place Jazz had sat twice before, where he and Pryne had talked. Where they had kissed. That memory squeezed his chest. Too shy. Too warm. Too alive. Now it only burned. He reached out with the force, noticing a small round metal object sitting on the table, the only thing not tossed to the floor. It flew to his hand. As soon as he touched it, he recognized it. No, not like this. It was a bounty puck. He pressed the button. A small hologram activated, grainy, but clear. It was him. 15 years old. Lightsaber in hand. Kuat. Defending co-op, Ellis, Mother Nuna. Your fault, his conscience whispered. The audio began. You are a hard man to find, Jedi, the voice said, cruel and dripping with arrogance. A dead man, the angry voice inside him growled. You are hearing the voice of a dead man. Jazz forced himself to stay focused. Pryne. Find Pryne. Save Pryne. The recording continued. Here's how this is going to work. We have the woman, so from this point on, you may consider us your shot callers. Come to the coordinates listed on this puck alone. Do so in 1 hour. If you do not, we will start sending you pieces of the girl to the hangar you call home. A cold laugh crackled through the speaker. You have under an hour, Jedi. Don't be late. Static. Then a woman crying. James. Jazz, please help me. I don't know what is going on, but please. Please. He flinched as Pryne's scream cut off. 1 hour, Jedi. The voice repeated. We'll be waiting. The hologram faded, replaced by coordinates. Jazz shook his head. It's all my fault. While the recording played, the Shadow had not moved. Jazz faced him, anger rising. Looks like you're not going to have to kill me, he said bitterly. I'm guessing these hunters will do the job for you. The Shadow shook his head. In my custody, you are, he said. Go alone, you cannot. You can't stop me, Jazz snapped, knowing it was a lie. Does it really matter how I die? Do you really have to be the one to end my life? He pulled his lightsaber from his sleeve, unignited, but ready. Pryne is an innocent victim. It's my fault she is in trouble. I'm not abandoning her. Giving yourself up, meaningless, it will be, the Jedi said. Save the woman, you will not. Leave no witnesses. These hunters will. Take you in? Yes, but kill the woman as well. Then what the hell am I supposed to do, Shadow? He demanded. I can't abandon her. The little Jedi snorted. Shadow is being my title, not my name. He sat up straighter. Monder, my name is. Help you, I can't. Jazz froze. Help me. You want to help? Yes, Monder said with a nod. Innocent, the woman is. Deserve this fate, she does not. Jazz stared, confused. I thought you were sent to kill me, he said. Isn't that what you do with Dark Jedi? Monder laughed, genuinely. A Dark Jedi, are you? He shook his head. Fear, I sense. Anger, too, at the hunters. Seek to punish them, you do. Hurt them, for hurting her. Jazz swallowed. I don't care what happens to them. All I want is to bring Pryne home safe. You want to kill me afterward, fine? But until she is safe, I won't stop. Instead of anger, Monder seemed pleased. Fear and anger, yes, but contain. Courage as well. Resolve. Care for the woman, you do. Die for her, would you? Jazz looked down at his saber. I will try for her. Monder tilted his head. Love her, do you? Jazz swallowed. I'm attracted to her. I care for her. I enjoy spending time with her. Those feelings, they're turning into something more. Maybe love. Maybe. He shook his head. But that doesn't matter. She's in danger because of me. Mander's expression softened. Understand better than you think I do, he said. He leapt, wall, table, flip, and landed on Jazz's back again. Jazz winced at the claws digging in. Go, we should, Mander said. Not long does the woman have. Jazz nodded. Yes? Time was running out. He considered calling the folly, but stopped. What if the hunters were watching it? No. He was on his own. Just him. Prin. The hunters. And a shadow who might still kill him. He felt a quiet certainty settle in his chest. He would likely not live to see dawn. But for now, he gathered his courage. He would not let Prin be hurt. He would bring her home. He would do it. Tonight there was no try. There was only do. Jazz did not dare take the tram or an air taxi. He had no idea how far the hunter's reach might be. Their best bet was to approach silently. Catch the hunters off balance. Rescue Prin. Then deal with the threat once and for all. The location on the bounty puck pointed to one of Corona's older industrial zones. The age of expansion had increased ship demand fivefold. Improved designs had made older sectors obsolete until someone paid to modernize them. These forgotten areas could sit abandoned for weeks or months. It was in one of these places that Jazz had been told to go. And so, for Prin's sake, he would. Just not the way the hunters expected. Jazz made most of that journey on foot. He used the Force to enhance his speed and balance. He leapt from building to building, moving over rooftops, the little Jedi shadow still gripping his back. For Jazz Darbin, this was a taxing way to travel. It had been a long time since he'd used the Force like this, pushing his connection to his limit. It was like using a muscle he hadn't exercised in years. He was winded, but determined. He would not leave Prin to suffer. He was going to get her back. Mander said little during the journey. He seemed content to cling to Jazz's back and observe. After a long jump, Jazz paused, catching his breath. I don't see why I had to carry you all this way, he said. Surely you could have kept up on your own. The little Jedi laughed. Far longer legs. You have, Jazz Darbin. Speed is what is required now. The best way to reach your lady, it is. Jazz nodded. The shadow wasn't wrong. Still, he feared he would not arrive in the best shape. Even if he rested before the fight, he feared his strength would not be enough. He feared that Prin might already be lost. He pushed the thought away. She had to be alive. She had to. How did this happen? He wondered. I've always been so careful. Yet he had said nothing when Co-op chose Corellia as their base. Being in the Corps was dangerous for someone like him, especially with the bounty on his head. The Coody had long memories and long pockets. They could afford to keep a bounty actor forever. He had also not expected the Jedi Shadows to find him. Corellia's Jedi were unique, independent, marrying at will, keeping their own customs despite the Order's reforms after the Exar Kun War. Most of the Jedi disagreed with Corellian methods, but tolerated them. It never occurred to Jazz that one might report sensing a rogue Jedi. How did you find me? He asked Mander. Watched you for several weeks. I have, the Jedi confessed. Sensed you, a passing Jedi Master did. The sense of one growing strong in the Force, but not known to the Order. Contacted me, the Master did. After that, not difficult to track down, you were. Jazz nodded grimly. If you've been watching me, you know I've done nothing beyond my work with my crew. I'm no threat to the Order. Mander sighed. Not my decision to make, that is. Recognize you have been. Image sent back to Coruscant, it was. Believed dead, Jazz Darbin was for many years. He shifted slightly. No threat, are you? Determined that, the Council must. And if they say I need to be dragged back in chains? Jazz asked. Believe that to be your fate, I do not. But do as the Council says, I will. Jazz sighed. So that was it. Whatever the Council decreed, that would be his fate. It annoyed him. They had not looked for him when he vanished. They had not checked if he died. And now they wanted judgment. No time for that. Prin. He needed to focus on Prin. He pushed forward again, ignoring the burning in his lungs. They were getting closer to the industrial area. Ship frames in various stages of construction filled the landscape, below and above. Not so different from Kuwait, he thought. My life with Clan Nuna ended at a shipyard, and my life may end in one again. He pushed the bitterness aside. He remembered the bounty hunter's voice. That cold laugh. The smug cruelty. He won't be laughing long. No. He was no Jedi. Monder might not like it, but Jazz could not say what he would do to the hunters when he reached them. He wanted to say he would show mercy. But a chill ran down his spine. The darkness was there, whispering, inviting, offering him the strength to save Pran and punish the hunters and escape Monder. Do what is necessary, it whispered. Let the darkness in. Jazz swallowed hard and turned away. For now, the hunters awaited him beneath the hull of a scrapped Republic cruiser. Jazz leapt down from across the street, slowing his fall with the force. To an untrained eye, it might have looked like flying. The bounty crew was unimpressed. 6 of them? 4 humans, 2 male, 2 female, a large Weequay, and an Aqualish. All armed. All armored. Weapons ready. Jazz narrowed his eyes. They were a rough bunch, but not as confident as they pretended to be. One step forward, a squat human, bald, with a cybernetic ear cap. He smiled at Jazz, revealing yellow teeth. I guess you care about your little plaything after all, a Jedi. His fellows chuckled. Jazz did not move. His eyes, and the Force, focused entirely on the hunters. Keep them distracted. Keep them talking. By time, Monder had slipped away before the jump. The Shadow promised to locate Pran and free her. Jazz hoped he would. He needed him to. He smiled coldly. Okay, I'm here, Jazz said. Let the lady go. You have no more reason to hold her. Bald Head smirked. Once you're secured, we'll call our friend. He will let her go. Jazz narrowed his eyes. That hesitation told him everything. Don't think about it. Focus. Monder would get Pran. He had to. Jazz only needed to buy time. He nodded slowly. So there are at least 7 of you then, he said. Last time I checked, the bounty on my head was still around 30,000. He shrugged. Not much profit for a team of 7. You'd be surprised how much money is out there, Baldhead said. Another male stepped forward, heavyset, greasy black hair and beard. A lot of people died when you hit that shipyard, he growled. Nobles had family there. He grinned. We'll be holding an auction for you, merchandise. See how much the wealthy want to pay to end you proper. To pay you back. Jazz nodded. Revenge then? Not justice. Not surprising. So you're the one who blew up the Kuwait Drive yards? A woman asked. Tall. Fair-skinned. Blonde hair cut ragged like with a dull knife. Black armored coat. Crimson skirt slid up the side. She stepped forward, revealing a lightsaber on her belt, and a Padawan braid behind her right ear. Jazz reached out instinctively. What he sensed from her was wrong. Chaotic. Twisted. Undisciplined. A lost force sensitive. She smiled wickedly. Personally, she said, I think we should forget the auction. Leaf, Bald Head flinched at the name. I remember hearing Targo was looking for this guy. He paid plenty. Jazz froze. Targo say. Alive. Loose. Hunting. His stomach twisted. The girl's eyes gleamed. He's got to have credits after the positive job. We can sell this one to Targo say. He's sure to pay. Not your call, girl, Greasy Beard snapped. She grinned savagely. I think that choice is up to the group. Don't you? Jazz listened. The discussion helped him stall, but the words chilled him deeply. Targo is alive. He had assumed the man dead. Abandoned. Left to die. But apparently not. He swallowed hard. He could imagine what Targo would do to him. But he could not think about that now. Stall. Delay. Distract. Is the lady the boss then? Jazz asked. Maybe I can negotiate with her. Bald Head frowned. Fallen Star is just hired muscle. But if you get out of line, she'll use her powers on you. She smirked. I'm pretty sure he's going to get out of line. She flashed Jazz a grin, sharp and bright. Tell me, merchandise, think that little shadow has freed the girl yet? Quick little frog, that one. Jazz's heart dropped. Oh no. He tried not to react. He reached out through the force. Please don't do this. She ignored him. What are you talking about? Greasy Beard shouted. What shadow? Bald Head snapped. What is going on? There was a Jedi watching the girl's place, she said with delight. Probably already freeing her. Jedi don't let innocence suffer. The way she said innocence felt like mockery. By now, she said, the little beast is likely with Verge. He might have freed the girl already. Bald Head looked between Jazz and Fallen Star, fury rising. I warned you, Jedi, he growled. He lifted his comlink. No. Jazz thrust out his hand. The force push slammed into Bald Head, hurling him across the room. He screamed, and stopped screaming when his skull hit the far wall with a sickening crunch. Everything froze. Then weapons came up. Jazz ignited his lightsaber. Violet light filled the chamber. Fallen Star's blade snapped to life, bright aqua fire. The clash thundered, blue and purple. The two blades hissed as they met. Jazz stared into Fallen Star's wild, hungry eyes. Yes, she hissed. Fight back, please. Jazz snarled. As you wish. He shoved her back and drove forward, thrusting at her head. She parried, agile and fast. Blaster fire erupted. Bolts screamed past him. Jazz spun, deflecting several, but one caught him in the thigh. He staggered as pain lanced through his leg. Burned cloth and scorched flesh filled the air with a sharp, ugly smell. The Weequay charged, a massive brute swinging a vibrox, the kind Hutt enforcers favored. Jazz tried to raise his blade, leg buckling. Too slow. The weapon arced downward. A flash of blue. Fallen Star beheaded the Weequay with one clean stroke. Jazz's eyes widened. She had killed her own teammate. My bounty, she shouted. Mine. She laughed, shrill, ecstatic, unhinged. I'm the hero here. I'm the good guy. Jazz stumbled backward and fell. Blast them both. Greasy Beard roared. Blaster bolts filled the air again, now targeting both Jazz and Fallen Star. She parried every shot. A bolt ricocheted into the Aqualicious throat, dropping him instantly. The other female hunter turned and ran. Fallen Star calmly angled a bolt into her back. She fell with a strangled sound. Greasy Beard tried to flee next, firing wildly as he backed away. Still smiling, Fallen Star lunged. Her blade cut through his head like paper. Silence. Only the low hum of two lightsabers remained. Fallen Star looked over the bodies with disgust. Filth, she spat. Unworthy of hunting a Jedi, much less killing one. She turned to Jazz. Her smile returned, bright, terrible, hungry. A Jedi deserves another Jedi, don't you think? Jazz forced himself upright, despite the searing wound in his leg. He raised his blade in a Makashi guard. I'm no Jedi, he said flatly. Really? Too bad, she purred. Then her eyes flared wide with joy. At least you can die like one. Jazz Darbin did not run. He stood his ground, hoping Monder had enough time, hoping Prin was safe, hoping Phalanster hadn't touched her. He didn't care what this creature was. She had to be stopped. He would stop her. You want me? Jazz said. Oh yeah. Her voice was a hungry hiss, a predator scenting blood. Jazz lifted his blade. Come on then. Fallen Star laughed, a bright, manic sound, and leapt forward. Their blades collided again, brilliant arcs of light filling the factory. Blue and violet. Jazz pushed hard, driving her backward step by step. You want to kill me? Come on. He struck again, and again, his blade spinning faster, gaining momentum, channeling anger and pain into precision. They became a blur, too fast for the eye, too sharp for normal senses. Phalanster laughed even harder, tears streaming from her eyes as she parried. "Come on." Jazz advanced, ignoring the fire in his leg, ignoring the darkness clawing at the back of his mind. For Prin. "Come on." Fallen Star's blade screeched against Jazz's. She laughed, wild, broken, exhilarated, as she pressed forward. Jazz pushed back, teeth clenched, leg burning, heart pounding. For a moment, just a moment, he felt the darkness whisper again. Power. Speed. Strength enough to end her. But he shoved it away. Not now. Not yet. Their blades locked. Her face was inches from his. "Yes," she hissed through her grin. "Show me more." Jazz twisted, broke the lock, and struck downward, forcing her to leap back. Debris rattled across the floor. Machinery hummed faintly somewhere in the shadows. He could feel her excitement spike, sharp and electric. She wanted this fight. She needed it. Fallen Star lunged again, erratic and furious. Her strikes came fast, too fast, powered by something wild inside her. Jazz met each blow, parrying, redirecting, absorbing the impact through the force. But he was slowing. The wound in his thigh throbbed harder each second. His breath came ragged. Fallen Star saw it. She giggled. "Oh, merchandise, you're getting tired." Jazz gritted his teeth and pushed through, slashing upward. Their blades crashed, pushing sparks through the air. She leaned in close, whispering, "Tell me, do you think that shadow saved your girl? Do you think she's alive?" Jazz's heart jolted. For just one instant. One single instant. His focus wavered. Fallen Star saw it. She struck. A violent downward slash. Jazz barely blocked, stumbling backward. Right into a pile of debris. She pressed forward, laughing wildly. "Yes, yes, fall for me." Their blades collided again. And again, Jazz's legs gave out. He fell hard, blade still raised. Fallen Star loomed over him, blue blade angled for his throat. "Goodbye, merchandise." Before she could strike, a blast of force pressure slammed into her side. She screamed as she flew across the factory floor, crashing into a cluster of metal crates. Silence. A soft hum. A glow of yellow light. Monder stood between them, tiny silhouette outlined by his golden lightsaber. Enough. Fallen Star staggered, coughing, clutching her ribs. When she saw him, her eyes widened with hatred and fear. "You." Monder's voice was quiet. "Lost your way, you have." Fallen Star shrieked and charged. Monder flicked his wrist. She flew backward again, harder this time, crashing into the wall. Jazz struggled to stay upright, breathing heavily. "Monder," he whispered. "Prin." The little shadow turned his head. "Safe, she is. Freed, she has been." Relief swept through him so intensely it nearly knocked him unconscious. Fallen Star pushed herself upright, trembling with rage. Monder lowered his blade. Not in surrender, but in weary disappointment. "Stop, you must. Return to the Jedi, you should." Fallen Star spat blood. "Never." She ignited her blade again and froze. Monder had stepped forward faster than sight. His yellow blade hovered at her throat. Not touching. Just close enough. "Do not make me choose," he whispered. Her face twisted. Anger. Despair. Devastation. Finally, she extinguished her blade, eyes burning, voice shaking. "This isn't over, merchandise." She backed away slowly, step by step. Then turned and ran into the shadows. Silence fell. The fight was over. Jazz collapsed to his knees, exhausted. Monder hopped lightly onto the floor beside him. "Come, Jazz Darbin," the shadow said softly. "Much to face, you still have. But not alone." Chapter 22. Fallen Star. Arrogant. It was not an easy thing for Jazz to admit. He had always tried to keep to the Jedi code, to serve the will of the Force and put others before himself. Yet, in this moment, as he crossed swords with the woman he knew only as Fallen Star, he understood something about himself. Something that had blinded him for far too long. He, Jaz Darben, had been extremely arrogant. He had taken his abilities for granted for years. The Force had always given him an advantage over the various enemies he had faced. They could not match the power of the Force, and he had won again and again, thinking it was because of his great skill and piety. As he traded blows with Fallen Star, as their blades hissed, flashed, and spat around him, he understood that now more than ever. What was I thinking? He shook his head as he parried another of her blows. So far he was holding out, but it was only a matter of time. He was injured, and the girl only seemed to grow stronger. Debris propelled by the Force struck him in the back. When he spun to meet it, she moved in for the kill again and again. When he tried to attack with debris of his own, she blocked him, kept him so busy he could not focus. Any projectile he managed to throw flew off in a wild direction. Fallen Star giggled as she pressed the attack, amused by how basic his Force abilities truly were. It should come as no surprise, his cynical side muttered. Despite your training with the Mandalorians, you were still just a youngling when you left the temple. You understood Shai-Cho, but you had never begun the advanced lightsaber styles. Fallen Star had been a Jedi Padawan. She had studied under a Jedi Master. Her skill proved that. Erratic in the Force, unbalanced in the mind, but still a trained Jedi duelist. James, for all his talent, had remained a novice. He could hold his own against a mundane opponent, or someone with only a flicker of Force sensitivity. But this was beyond him. She is better than me, he realized. This one had reached full Padawan rank before going rogue. Possibly had been close to becoming a knight. A Jedi Master had trained her, and trained her well. She had learned that Master secrets, learned Force abilities he, stumbling alone, could never imagine. A piece of debris struck his bad leg. He stumbled. She was on him again, her blade flashing at his head. You won't hurt anyone else, she crowed. You're mine. Merchandise. You are mine. Jaz backpedaled, trying to create space, trying to think. It is over, he realized. This girl is going to kill me. What he had learned with Clan Nuna was enough to keep her at bay, barely. But there was a reason the Mandalorians had never defeated the Jedi. The Force was the great equalizer, and Jaz simply did not know enough. He was going to die, but this had never been about winning. He was buying time, giving the Jedi Shadow a chance to find Prin and get her to safety. If he died doing that, then he had done what he set out to do. Prin would be safe. That was all that mattered. He leapt backward, trying to give himself room. Again, Phalanster was faster. Her Force push caught him mid-air, slamming him down onto his wounded leg. He cried out. She was on him before he could breathe. Her blade came down again and again. The Force gave him barely enough of an edge to avoid being cut in half. He managed a Force push of his own, but it only made her stumble back 2 steps, just enough to regain his footing. He raised his blade. Ready stance? Breathing hard. She was breathing hard too. But he could feel her triumph, feel her hunger. She was eager to end this. Eager to make the kill. You are going to answer for your crimes, she said, grinning. You will be brought to justice. Jaz's eyes narrowed. Justice. Did she honestly say this was about justice? Something snapped in him. Her words infuriated him. He was enraged. Justice. What did this bounty hunter know about justice? He saw flashes. His childhood, his abandonment, his exile, his losses. Was it justice that he had been left to die on a wrecked ship? Was it justice that no one, not even his own twin brother, had come for him? Was it justice for Mother Nuna? For the people of Bantoon? For Vess and Val? Where was the justice in any of it? Where? The darkness found him in that single word. Desperation, cynicism, grief, pain, all turning to anger. And this time, he did not stop it. The darkness offered so much to the willing servant. Why should I stop it? What is the point of resisting? Where is justice? If not at the tip of a blade. He glared at Fallen Star. She thought she was powerful. He grinned savagely. You don't know what true power is. The darkness offered more than power. It offered perspective. Clarity. In his mind's eye, he saw Prin dead. He saw the violations Fallen Star and her allies would have unleashed. He saw blood. He saw loss. The world turned red. The darkness seeped into his heart, offering what he desired most. Victory. No more holding back. No more waiting for some little green Jedi to find Prin's body. No more restraint. The darkness offered so much more. It offered him the chance to win. All the pain, fatigue, and fear burned away. He felt renewed. Stronger. Sharper. He lifted his blade. Ready again? Fallen Star's eyes widened. She felt the change. She shifted to a defensive stance. Jazz almost laughed. It would not be enough. Now he attacked. Now he wanted to win. Fallen Star could use Sarisu, the defensive style. But knowledge alone would not save her. Jazz advanced, fueled by shadow. The violet blade moved like lightning. Relentless, precise, merciless. As a child, he had turned away from this power. Innocent. Foolish. He had been a fool. His blade was everywhere. Perfect. Deadly. Fallenster retreated. But he cut her off. She hurled debris. He dodged easily. She leapt away. He was already there. He felt her confidence crumble. He welcomed her fear. He welcomed her desperation. It felt good. Monster, she shouted. Murderer. Not yet, Jazz hissed. But he would be. Yes, he would be. She stopped trying to kill him. Now she was only trying to survive. Her giggles turned to sobs. Fear and madness tangled together. He felt no pity. Only anger. You will pay for what you did to Prin. You will pay. She tried to impale him, moving inside his guard. But he stepped aside and seized her wrist. The darkness gave him the strength. The speed. To twist. She cried out. Her lightsaber slipped free. Before she could reclaim it, it was in his hand. He reversed the grip. Brought the blade down. Fallen Star stumbled backward, collapsing to her knees. Two glowing blades crossed at her throat. A lethal X of light. She looked up. Shocked. Odd. Terrified. Jazz stood over her, panting, feeling the galaxy in his palm. One step left, whispered the darkness. Seal the pact. Become one with us. Kill the girl. Kill her. Jazz smiled down at her. Cold, wicked, hungry. Fallen Star said nothing. Tears streaked down her face. Beg, he almost shouted. I want to hear you beg, filth. But she only stared. She tilted her head forward, offering her throat. Do it, she whispered. I deserve this. She laughed. A broken, fatalistic laugh. Kill me? I know you want to. His grip tightened on the hilts. Yes, he did want to. But what would he become? In the space of a heartbeat, the Force sang. Faces flashed before him. Targo say, smirking. Do it, runt. Kill the little shudder. Mother Nuna, solemn. This isn't you, Jazz. Ulrich, sneering. You've showed me no mercy. Why show her any? Char Valentine, whispering. Don't do it, hotshot. You're better than this. Vess, crying out. Mr. Jazz, don't. His hands shook. Fallen Star leaned closer to the blades. She wanted it. She wanted to die. She wants me to kill her. The thought stunned him. Go on, she shouted. Send me to the Force. Send me home. Jazz trembled. He wanted this. But. He took a deep, broken breath. I'm sorry, he murmured. He closed his eyes. Centered himself. I'm sorry. He deactivated the lightsabers. Both blades vanished. He stepped back. Fallen Star's eyes widened. anger and confusion swirling. "What are you doing?" she shouted. "I have to die." "No," Jazz whispered, shaking his head. "I'm sorry. I can't." She growled, snatched her lightsaber from the floor with the force, rose to her feet, ignited the blade. A single word shattered the factory. "Stop." Jazz and Fallen Star both jumped. Monder stood in the doorway, golden lightsaber humming. Behind him, Prin. Alive. Jazz almost collapsed with relief. "Jazz," Prin said softly. She stared at him with new eyes. Not affection. Not warmth. Fear. Disbelief. He felt it like a blade to the heart. He had no words. Monder nodded at Jazz. "Well done," he said gently. "Done well this day. You have, Jazz Darbin." He turned to Fallen Star. "Merrick's Fallen Star," he said sadly. "Lost your way, you have." Fallen Star snarled. "What do you know about my way, Greenie? I serve true justice now." She pointed at Jazz. "He's going to ruin your life, you know that, right?" Her smile twisted. "Come on, merchandise. Work with me. We kill this frog. Walk out free. Easy." Jazz stared. "A moment ago, you tried to kill me. It's self-defense." She screamed. "He wants to lock us both away." Monder shook his head. "Wish to imprison you, I do not. Help you, I wish to." "There is no help from me," Fallen Star spat. Monder sighed. "What happened to your master? Not your fault. It was. Vima did not care for you." Fallen Star's expression twisted, not softened. "You know nothing," she hissed. "My master died because of the council." She looked away. "I'll never go back." Monder's ears drooped. "Hunting people. Killing for credits. This your path is." "A girl has to eat," she snapped. She pointed at Prin. "I saved her. I saved her." Prin swallowed. She did. She killed the one watching me." "He hit me?" "She killed him for it. Then she told me to stay quiet." Prin looked around at the bodies. "Jazz, what have you done?" The words crushed him. He wanted to say everything. Explain everything. Tell her those 3 words. But all that came was, "I came to help," he whispered. "I wanted to save you." A single tear slid down Prin's cheek. Jazz felt it. Felt what was behind it. She would never look at him the same way again. She knew what he was, and it broke him. He had come here to save her. But in doing so, in letting her see what lived inside him, the darkness he barely controlled, she was lost to him. They were lost. He took a shuddering breath. It was over. They were finished. If Monder noticed any of this, he gave no sign. The little Jedi shadow focused only on Fallen Star. He sighed heavily. "Questionable your methods are, young one," Monder said. "Saved a life, you did, but the way you did it, unfitting of a Jedi, it is." Merrick's Fallen Star sneered. Yet she shut off her lightsaber and clipped it to her belt. Monder did the same with his own weapon. They stood facing each other. 2 Jedi, one broken, one weary. Monder was clearly displeased, but he did not attack her. Jazz could feel the shadow's disappointment. Fallen Star felt it too, but she was neither insulted nor ashamed. She only smiled. "I take that as a compliment, Master," she said. "I tried the Jedi way. My master tried it. All it got her was killed." Her face hardened. "I'll never be that weak again." Monder exhaled. "Long and tired. Powerful you are becoming, Merrick's Fallen Star. Unpredictable you are. Ask you again, I do. Return to the temple? Help you if we can." "No." She shook her head. "You can take me in if you want, Shadow. But I won't go willingly. My work isn't done. There will always be scum hiding in the fringes, and people who will pay well to see them brought to justice." She grinned. "People like me are needed. I won't abandon my clients. Not when there's still so much work left." Monder lowered his ears. He was genuinely sad. "Stop you, I will not," he said softly. "But warn you, I will. Felt your anger? I have. Strong it is within you. Feed it, and become something far worse than you are now, you will. Fallen Star smirked. Unlike the Jedi, I know my limits. I won't fall, if that's what you're worried about. Maunder nodded slowly. See, we shall. For now, know this. Being watched, you are. Her eye twitched. She didn't like that. Stray any further. And waiting for you, I will be. Jazz listened in shock. Maunder was going to let her go. She had murdered her fellow hunters. She had kidnapped Prin. She had tried to kill him moments ago. And the Jedi Shadow was letting her walk free. Fallen Star smiled at him. Arrogant. Playful. Cruel. See you around, merchandise, she purred. Hopefully the council leaves enough of you alive for our next meeting. Her smile widened. May the Force be with you. And then she turned, limping slightly, and walked out of the factory. Jazz still could not believe it. But Maunder must have seen something in her. Some spark of light. Some chance for redemption. Or maybe he knew a fight here would push her further into the darkness. Whatever the reason, Jazz took note. Fallen Star knew who he was now. She wouldn't stop coming. They would meet again. The realization did nothing to lighten his spirit. Now that he was no longer feeding on the Force, light or dark, the exhaustion hit him like a hammer. His legs buckled. He fell to his knees. Prin rushed to him. Her touch was gentle, but distant. Professional. Clinical. She checked his wounds without warmth. She wasn't tending to a lover. She was tending to a patient. Jazz felt it. Every shift. Every breath. She was lost to him. Whatever they might have become. Whatever future they might have shared. Gone. Gone the moment he came here. Gone the moment she saw the darkness inside him. Maunder returned with the medkit. Prin cleaned and stabilized the wound with steady hands. Quiet. Emotionless. He wished she would speak. Anything. A single kind word. But there was nothing. Only silence. Only absence. When she finished, Maunder spoke gently. Meet me you must, Jazz Darbin. Tomorrow. Noon. Marketplace near Treasure Ship Row. Jazz nodded numbly. You will come before the council. Explain your actions, you will. Jazz could run. He knew that. He could vanish into the fringes again. But Maunder knew who he was now. There would be no running. If he fled, their next meeting would not be friendly. The Shadow contacted Corsac. They would take Prin home and gather statements. Jazz was allowed to return to the co-op's folly. Allowed to set his affairs in order. Maunder could not say what the council would do. Only that he would speak in Jazz's defense. Give in to hate? You did not, Maunder said warmly. Tell the council this, I will. Fine, Jazz said quietly. Corsac arrived. They escorted Prin away. She did not look back. She did not say goodbye. Jazz didn't expect her to. This was his fault. All of it. Prin's fear. Her pain. Her broken trust. Her shattered sense of safety. His fault. He sighed. Now he would face the consequences. Good or bad. His life, as it had been, was over. Any chance at a normal life. Gone. Prin. Gone. He had tried. He had failed. Now he would pay for it. Chapter 23. Brothers. So, it is over. Just like that. Jazz nodded grimly. He didn't want to say more. He didn't think he needed to say more. It was over. That was enough. No Prin. No life. No future. He was still coming to terms with that. And right now, he did not feel like indulging his friend's girlfriend's curiosity. He sat in the galley aboard the co-op's folly. It had been just after dawn when he finally managed to make it home. The bandages and the colto injection Prin had given him helped his leg. But it still throbbed painfully. Any physical pain was secondary. Tonight had broken something in him. What he had hoped for. What he wanted. All of it had fallen apart. He felt hollowed out. Like someone had reached into his chest and torn out everything that made his life what it was. He felt drained, and when he looked inside himself, only anger and depression remained. The only emotions left to fill him back up. Is this what a broken heart feels like? He had heard the term before. He was no stranger to loss. He had felt pain when Mother Nuna died. But that death had meaning. He could rationalize it. This was different. Beyond him. He hurt, and he had no idea how he would recover. After the battle with the bounty hunters, he had wandered the streets of Corellia alone. The painkillers helped, but he had not been ready to return home. Not ready to explain what had happened. Not yet. So he walked. Or limped. Trying to muster the courage to go back. Questions awaited him on the folly. And after answering those questions, he still had to report to the Jedi Enclave. Both tasks felt impossible. He walked and walked, avoiding everyone. He sensed a group of youths early on. A pack of kids out for trouble, having fun. He avoided them. He didn't trust himself. If they provoked him, in his state, he wasn't sure what he'd do. He might have pulled his lightsaber. Better to stay clear. Safer for everyone. Eventually his wandering returned him to Treasure Ship Row. Back to the folly. He wasn't ready. But he had no more excuses. He went home. Time was up. He would face the music. Coop and Rhonda were already awake, having breakfast. They looked like two people who had just spent an amazing night together. Coop was tired, but grinning. Shirt half open. Rhonda practically skipped around the table, glowing, giggling, humming to herself while preparing food. Her long curly red hair was loose. She wore one of Co-op's old shirts as a nightgown. Jazz rolled his eyes. They looked like the happiest pair in the galaxy. Lucky them. Both were shocked when they saw him. First because they expected he'd be with Prin all day. And second because he was a mess. Even without the bandaged leg, it was obvious he'd been through a fight. They bombarded him with questions until he refused to answer. Not until he had a strong cup of caf. Exhaustion hadn't set in yet. His adrenaline still burned from the fight with Fallen Star. He could have gone to his quarters. But he didn't have time. He had to meet Master Monder today. Then the Jedi Council. That meeting would not go well. He knew that. He didn't speak a word until he downed his caf in 3 gulps. It burned his throat, but he needed it. What would the council say? What sentence would they give the Rogue Force user who ran from the Order? If he was lucky, banishment to a Jedi labor corps. If not, turned over to Corsac. And then the Kuidi, to answer for the attack 5 years ago. Either way, his time aboard the Folly was over. Life was rarely fair. He needed to explain everything to Co-op. Coop deserved that. Coop was his brother. He also deserved an apology. Jazz would no longer be there to watch his back. And he regretted that deeply. Coop and Rhonda listened as Jazz explained everything. His arrival at Prine's. The Jedi Shadow. The battle. But speaking of Prin was the hardest part. Her coldness. Her distance. The numbness afterward. It was almost more than he could take. Coop said nothing while he spoke. And Jazz was grateful. Coop had become the man Mother Nuna always hoped he'd become. She would have been proud. Rhonda saw things differently. I still can't believe you two broke up, she said, shaking her head. You were so happy together. I don't blame her, Jazz said quietly, staring into his caf. I knew I was taking a chance, letting my guard down. You saw what happened. He shook his head. It was all my fault. I should have known I had no chance at a normal life. Coop frowned, but didn't argue. So, how do we play this? Coop asked. We can't have the Folly up in 10 minutes. Get as far away from Corellia as possible. Running won't help, Jazz said. The Jedi know about the Folly, and I'm in Master Monder's custody now. I must report. He sighed. If I run, he'll chase me. And next time, I won't be asked to come quietly. He forced a brief, fatalistic smile. If I'm going to face them anyway, I may as well do it on the best terms possible. Coop folded his arms. It's not like you chose to get lost in the first place. True, but I could have reached out sooner. Most Jedi Masters will think my reasons were selfish, that I put others at risk by exposing myself to dangerous emotions. He shrugged. They wouldn't be wrong. I've been tempted by the darkness plenty of times. I am dangerous. Temptation is life. Jazz, Co-op snorted. Your actions will speak louder than suspicion. The actions of a smuggler, Jazz said dryly. Yes, I'm sure the council will love that. Rhonda shook her head. I still can't believe you and Prin broke up. You seem so happy. Coop sighed. Love? Jazz has more to worry about than his girlfriend right now. The Jedi mean business. And what does that mean? She demanded. The Jedi don't execute people. They'll consider what he's done. He hasn't become the next Darth Revan. But I could have, Jazz reminded her. That's what worries the council. I've used the Force, grown my skills, carried a lightsaber, killed with it. He shook his head. They'll see me as a threat. And what about your life? Prin, would the Order ask you to throw all that away? Prin is better off without me, Jazz said sharply. She doesn't want to talk to me. He knew it was true. He had contacted her right before returning to the Folly. She had answered politely. Too politely. Told him about Corsac. Told him she needed to clean up and rest. He offered to help. To explain. To be there. She refused. She told him not to come. Not to contact her again. It cut him deeply. Prin liked bad boys. But he was too bad. Too dangerous. She stepped away. Wisely. He didn't blame her. Prin is rid of me, he said. That's for the best. You can't just give up. No. He cut her off sharply. You can't just give. No. His anger exploded before he could stop it. The Force rippled outward. Every piece of silverware on the table slid an inch away from him. Rhonda gasped and jumped behind Co-op. Fear. From someone he knew. He hated that feeling. Maybe the Jedi were right. Maybe he was too dangerous. Coop wasn't angry. He only looked at Jazz with sympathy. Rhonda, could you give us a moment? I need to talk to Jazz alone. Sure, she whispered, eyes fixed on Jazz. She slipped out quickly. Jazz shook his head in shame. He had scared her. He never wanted that. I'm sorry, he whispered. I didn't mean to do that. It's okay, Co-op said softly. You startled her. She knows you can do things like that. But she's never seen it. Coop leaned back. And she liked you and Prin together. She imagined your kids and ours playing together one day. Jazz blinked. Kids. You're thinking about kids now. I'm thinking about marriage, Co-op admitted. Rhonda and I have a good thing. Family is the next step. But, he pointed at Jazz. Don't change the subject. He leaned forward. You need to pull yourself together. If you go before the Jedi like this, they'll lock you up. They'll think you're unstable. I am, Jazz whispered. Prin saw it last night. She chose to step back. Her decision, not yours. I know you're hurting like hell, but you have people here who need you. You have me? I'm not letting you throw away your life because a girl couldn't handle who you are. Jazz's eyes flashed in anger. But Co-op didn't flinch. Prin was more than some girl, Jazz said quietly. If I'd been braver, maybe. Coop shook his head. I'm not letting you face this alone. When you go before the Jedi, I'll be right beside you. Jazz's eyes widened. Coop. No. They want to judge you. Fine. I'll tell them who you really are. You can't? Why not? Coop, you're not exactly a model citizen. You don't have to remind me, Co-op chuckled. What are they going to do? Arrest me? They could? You were on Kuat too. Remember? I remember trying to save Mom, Co-op said quietly. I remember you doing everything you could to stop the Sunset Collector from killing people. I remember you saving Miss Val and the little queen. The Jedi need to know that too. Jazz wasn't convinced. He wasn't thinking clearly. Prin's fear replayed in his mind. Randus too. Maybe he didn't deserve freedom. Maybe the council would see it that way. And then, The thought that chilled him. Targo say, I learned something else last night, Jazz said. Something that concerns us both. Yeah. What? Targo say is still alive. Coop froze. Are you sure? Fallen Star mentioned him. Said he's hunting people from the Kuat raid. I doubt he's forgotten what I did. Coop nodded grimly. Targo always could hold a grudge. Did she say anything else? She said he'd pay for my head. Jazz lowered his gaze. Are you sure you want to stand beside me? If you're lucky, they'll assume the Jedi took me. That could protect you and Rhonda. He swallowed. It's only going to get worse. My name is known now. I don't want to drag you down with me. Prin made the smart choice backing away. Maybe you should too. Jazz felt his eyes sting. Weakness. He hated it. Maybe it's best for you to get away from me. Coop listened. Silent. Thinking. Then he chuckled and shook his head. Someone once told me you don't get to pick your family. You just love them and move forward together. He put a hand on Jazz's. I didn't choose my parents. They abandoned me. Mother Nuna took me in, gave me a life, gave me a family. And the day she introduced me to you, well, Coop smiled. You're the brother I chose. You're my family, Jazz, and I'm not letting you throw your life away. I depend on you. This crew depends on you. I'm not letting you walk away. Jedi or no Jedi. Targo or no Targo. You're stuck with me, buddy. Jazz laughed, and his eyes burned. He wiped them before tears could fall. He looked at his brother. You sure? Coop shrugged. You're stuck with me, and you're in trouble. Now let's go find you a way out of it. Jazz nodded. Grateful. And, damn, he thought. Idiot. My brother is an idiot. Thank the Force for that. At midday, Jazz and Co-op made their way through the marketplace in Treasure Ship Row. This was where Monder had told Jazz to meet him before heading to the Jedi Enclave. Jazz Darbin was nervous. Having Co-op here helped, but only a little. In the end, he would have to answer for everything that had happened. For every choice he'd made over the last few years. He didn't want to see Co-op or anyone else hurt because of him. Coop scanned the crowd. Any sign of him? This Jedi Shadow guy. Jazz frowned and reached out through the Force. Monder had to be here. Unless he was late. Something heavy hit him from behind. Jazz stumbled forward. But the Force steadied him before he fell. He sighed. Coop drew his blaster. But Jazz raised a hand. Again, Master Monder, he said, exasperated. Really? Monder cackled. The Jedi Shadow clung to Jazz's back, legs wrapped tightly around him. Like some smug, green-furred backpack with opinions. And again, I play taxi service, Jazz thought. Maybe he should start charging him. Hello again, Jazz Darbin, Monder chirped. Chose not to run, you did. Grateful for that, I am. He looked past Jazz at Co-op, long green ears lifting. A friend of yours, this is. Coop straightening, voice taking on the tone of a captain addressing authority. It wouldn't intimidate a Jedi, but it made Co-op feel better. Captain Gabe Cooper of the Co-op's Folly. I'm Jazz's commanding officer, his friend, and his clan brother. Monder nodded pleasantly. Monder, am I. Shadow of the Jedi Order. Coop smirked. Aren't you a little short for a Jedi warrior? Monder burst into delighted laughter. Size matters not. I'm not sure most females would agree. Co-op deadpanned. Jazz braced himself. But Monder only laughed even harder, legs kicking with amusement. Humor. No offense? Good. Like this one, I do, Monder said to Jazz. Unnecessary it was, to bring backup. In no danger were you? I'm here of my own accord, Co-op replied before Jazz could respond. If your council intends to judge my first officer, then they deserve to know who he truly is. Not just some kid they abandoned years ago, but the man his crew depends on. Monder said, nodding. Wish to give testimony? You do. Yeah. Very well. Have no problem with this, I do. Help young Jazz's case, it might. He pointed down the street. This way we should go. The speeder is waiting. Take us to the Enclave, it will. Jazz began walking. The little Jedi clinging to his back. Coop at his side. He wasn't sure how this would go. But it was too late to turn back now. Running had stopped being an option long ago. The co-op's folly had enough enemies. They didn't need to add the Jedi Order. He had run for far too long. Now came the consequences. Whatever they were. Hopefully they wouldn't fall on the people he loved. Jazz still hurt. What happened with Prin haunted him. But for the sake of co-op and the crew, he would push through it. He would protect them. Even Burr. Because that's what family did. You stood by them, no matter what. The Enclave was not what Jazz expected. He assumed Monder would take him to a Corellian Jedi temple. Contact the High Council from there. But no. The Enclave was close to the Coronet City spaceport. It looked like it had once been a warehouse or office building. Now the Jedi had claimed it. The roof was removed from the main chamber. Sunlight poured into what had become a small park. Trees and plants tended by Jedi students between 8 and 12. The children looked up as the newcomers entered. Jazz sensed their curiosity. But it wasn't for him or co-op. It was for Monder. Shadows did not reveal themselves often. Jazz remembered that from his own years in the temple. When a shadow appeared, something significant was happening. Jazz paused a moment. Breathed in. Let the force wash over him. Peace filled his lungs. Calm. Familiar. Once, he had been like these students. A youngling beginning his path. Being here stirred something inside him. A melancholy ache. What would his life have been if he hadn't been lost? Would he be a knight now? Would one of these children call him master? An intriguing thought. Jazz. Coop whispered. Yeah. Where are all the green-robed Jedi? The Corellians. I don't see any here. Jazz frowned. The question was valid. And the answer made sense. Corellians don't follow every tenet of the Order, Jazz explained. They're still family. But they have their own ways. The Order agrees to disagree, as long as they don't cause trouble. Ah, Co-op said. So they're like the guy who refuses to marry the girl the rest of the family likes. Still loved, but doing his own thing. Jazz smirked. Something like that, yeah. Like the guys in green even more now, Co-op muttered as they stepped through a set of large double doors. Jazz paused. His eyes locked on the center of the room. The masters were already gathered. Waiting. He took a deep breath. Here we go. The masters stood in a semicircle. Robes of brown, tan, and soft cream. Faces young and old. Eyes calm, assessing. Waiting for Monder. Waiting for him. Jazz swallowed hard. The last time he had stood in front of a group like this, he had been 10 years old. A child. A hopeful. Now he was something else. Something they might call dangerous. He kept walking. Monder slid off his back with surprising lightness and stepped forward, bowing. Masters, he said, returned, I have. Brought before you, Jazz Darbin is. Jazz stood stiffly. Coop at his shoulder, steady as a pillar. One of the older masters, a human woman with silver hair braided over one shoulder, took a step forward. Her gaze softened as she looked at Monder. Well done, Shadow, she said. Then her focus shifted to Jazz. Padawan Darbin. We thought you lost. Jazz forced himself to keep his voice level. I was. Another master, a Keldor with a deep, resonant voice, folded his hands. You were found adrift at 10 years of age. Your escape pod destroyed. Your beacon silent. Your brother believed you dead. Jazz nodded. Miraculously, the Keldor continued. You survived. Jazz didn't know what to say to that. The silver-haired woman sighed. We feared this day would come. When one trained in the Force returns after so long, the balance of their heart becomes uncertain. Coop stiffened but said nothing. Monder stepped into the center of the semicircle. To stand judgment today, he does, Monder said gently. But respect, he deserves as well. Lost he was. But alone, he did not fall. Faced darkness, he has. Resisted it, he has. The Keldor turned to Jazz. Is this true? Jazz swallowed. I did not fall, he said quietly. But I came close. A ripple of murmurs moved through the masters. The silver-haired woman lifted a hand, silencing the room. Your actions on Corellia were brought to us by Shadow Monder. We also heard of your years among independents. Your battles, your choices, your victories. You have lived a life separate from the Order. A pause. Then? But you have not become our enemy. Jazz blinked. Relief. Fear. He couldn't tell. A younger master stepped forward. A Togruta woman with orange skin and white facial markings. Her voice held firmness, but also warmth. You carry a lightsaber. You have taken lives. You have walked among smugglers and criminals. Coop stiffened again. But you also saved a queen. Defended innocence. Stopped the red eclipse on Bantoon. And you refused to kill Merrick's fallen star, even when the darkness tempted you. She tilted her head. That choice matters. Another master, older, with deep lines on his brow, spoke next. Padawan Darbin. You left us not by choice. But the code does not ignore time. The galaxy moved on. Your brother became a knight. Your place was lost. Jazz felt something twist inside him. A void opening. The older master continued. We cannot simply return you to the Order as though the last 10 years have not passed. Jazz lowered his gaze. I know. Monder stepped closer, his small voice firm. But abandon him we could not. Lost once he was. Again, must not be lost. A moment of silence. The silver-haired woman turned to Jazz fully. Tell us, Padawan, do you desire to return? To recommit yourself? To rebuild what was taken from you? Jazz opened his mouth. But nothing came out. What did he want? He didn't know. Coop placed a hand on his shoulder. Solid. Reassuring. Jazz exhaled. I don't know what I deserve, he said quietly. But I know this. I don't want to fall. I don't want to hurt anyone else. I want to do what is right. A soft murmur rippled through the council. The Togruta smiled faintly. That is enough for now. The Keldor master nodded. Then we must decide. He looked at Monder. Shadow remained with him. Monder bowed. The silver-haired master raised her voice. James Darbin, son of Coruscant, former Padawan of the Jedi Order. You will remain under the supervision of Shadow Monder. Jazz tensed. You will undergo evaluation, training, and purification of spirit. A pause. You will not be imprisoned. Jazz inhaled sharply. And you will not be exiled. His legs almost weakened. You will walk a middle path until we understand the shape of your future. We will not abandon you again. Jazz closed his eyes. He hadn't realized how badly he needed to hear that. Coop squeezed his shoulder. The Keldor finished. And when the time comes, we will decide whether you may walk the path of the Jedi once more. Coop still hurt. What had happened to Prince still preyed on his mind, but for the sake of Co-op and the rest of the crew, he would work through it. He would protect them. Even Burr. Because that is what you did with family. You protected them. And stood by them. No matter what. The Enclave was not what Jazz expected. He had thought Monder would bring him to one of the Corellian Jedi temples, then contact the High Council from there. That was not what happened. The Enclave Monder led them to sat close to the Coronet City spaceport. It had likely begun its life as a warehouse or administration building. The Jedi had taken it over and shaped it into something else entirely. The roof of the main hall had been removed, turning the interior into an open-air garden. Trees and plants filled the space. Younglings, children 8 to 12, tended the greenery. They looked up at the arrivals, curious. Jazz sensed why. They weren't looking at him or Co-op. They were looking at Monder. A Jedi shadow did not appear often. Jazz remembered that from his own days as a youngling. When a shadow arrived, you knew something serious was happening. He paused, breathing in deeply. Letting the force flow through him? finding a brief bit of peace. Once, he had been like those children, a youngling beginning the Jedi path. Standing here again felt painful and bittersweet. What would his life have looked like if he had not been lost? Would he be a knight now? Would one of these younglings call him master one day? It was an interesting thought. Jazz, Coop asked quietly. Yeah. Where are all the green-robed Jedi, the Corellians? I don't see any of them here. Jazz frowned. Coop had a point. But the answer made sense. Corellians don't follow the full Jedi code, Jazz said. They're part of the Order, but they do things their own way. The Council lets them, as long as they don't threaten anyone else. Ah, Co-op said. So they're like the guy who refused to marry the girl the family picked. Still loved, but staying at a distance. Jazz smirked. Something like that. That makes me like the green guys even more, Co-op said as they stepped through a set of double doors. Jazz froze. The masters were already there, waiting. He took a breath. Here we go. Jazz paused, his eyes drawn to the center of the room. It seemed they were expected. The masters were already there, waiting for them. He drew a deep breath. Here we go. Chapter 24. The Verdict. 4 Jedi Masters had been assigned to carry out the hearing. Yet only 2 were actually present in person. The first, appearing by holo, identified himself as Orgus Din, a tough-looking Jedi Guardian. Jazz had never heard of him, but judging by the respect the others showed him, this warrior was already well regarded. The second was one of the Corellian Jedi, a knight named Ormond Shadowstone. Dark-eyed, shoulder-length black hair, and a cool, careful expression. He watched Jazz closely. Jazz could almost imagine the Corellian probing outward with the Force, testing him, searching for signs that the young man before him might be a danger to this world. Jazz would have offered reassurance if he could, but he doubted Ormond would accept words at face value. Shadowstone looked like a man who believed actions spoke louder. A third master stood nearby, a small Jedi with pale white skin and silver hair. At first, Jazz thought she was a Padawan assigned to Master Orgus. But when he reached outward with the Force, he realized he was wrong. Very wrong. This being was likely stronger than both Orgus and the Corellian combined. She gave Jazz a polite nod and a soft smile. He returned it, unsure what it meant. She offered no hints. The 4th Master, another holo presence, was a familiar face. One Jazz had not seen in many, many years. Master Venery. Jazz's breath caught. Master Venery smiled gently. Hello, young Jazz. Jazz felt something warm in his chest. It had been so long. He managed to smile back. It is good to see that you are still alive, and that the Force has brought you back. Actually, Jazz said dryly, it was the Shadow Monder who brought me back. Monder chuckled. Merely doing my duty, I was. Time it was that Jazz Darbin returned to the Order. Jazz almost frowned at that. He still wasn't sure if he was truly back, or if the Jedi wanted him back at all. If he was headed for hard labor, he would have preferred a choice in the matter. But the Masters would decide. Not him. Behind him, Co-op leaned in. He had been quiet the whole trip, but curiosity was overtaking him now. I take it you know this Venery guy. Jazz nodded. He wanted to be my Jedi Master once. If I had stayed in the Order, I would have been his apprentice. Had I stayed, he silently corrected himself. If life had gone differently. Venery spoke again. I ended up taking your brother. Sai has been a good student, though I believe you would have excelled under my tutelage. A small, regretful smile. It is a shame that I never got the chance to teach you. Jazz shrugged. My loss is Sai's gain. Perhaps so, Venery agreed. Jazz hesitated. Is he with you? Does he know about this hearing? He does, Jazz. We are at the temple on Coruscant. He sends his regards, and his gratification that you are alive. Please give him my regards, Jazz said softly. It has been far too long. I will, Venery promised. But Jazz sensed something beneath the surface. Something about that answer was not complete. Not false, but not the whole truth. Why wasn't Sai here? Had their roles reversed, Jazz would have wanted to be at his brother's side. He could only guess at the reason, but he didn't dwell on it. Not when another brother stood behind him. A brother of choice. Coop was here. Coop understood the meaning of family. And Jazz was grateful. Master Venery called the hearing to order. Jazz and Co-op introduced themselves. Monder explained how he found Jazz, how the hunt had gone. Then Co-op gave his testimony, 10 years of life with his clan brother, laid out for the Jedi to hear. After that, it was Jazz's turn. The masters demanded answers, and he had to give them. He took a slow breath and began. He told them everything. Clan Nuna, Targo Say, the Sunset Collective, the attack on Kui Drive Yards, his life aboard the Folly, everything he could safely share, everything he hoped would make them understand. He told them what he needed them to know, that the path he walked had been one of survival, loyalty, and necessity. Not selfishness, not corruption. Some things he chose not to reveal. Char Valentine, Prin Peller, his desires, his weaknesses, his longing for a life the Jedi could never accept. Those were his, and he would not share them. They were too personal, too intimate, too real. The Jedi listened. Hours passed. Questions came. He answered each one. He hoped, truly hoped, that they were hearing him. As the afternoon drew on, the weight of years settled on the chamber. Finally, Venery spoke. Yours is an interesting tale, to be sure, young Jazz. Jazz managed a small smile. That is one way to put it, Master. And he hoped, quietly, desperately, that this hearing was not already decided. That he still had a chance. I do hope you can make us understand your reasons, Venery said. Understand why you stayed away. Accept that your choices were for the best. That remains to be seen, he added. He leaned forward. His expression was stern. The facts appear clear. You continued your studies without guidance. You caused harm by those choices. Walking the path toward power alone is dangerous. Many have lost their way that way. And when they fall, others suffer. Jazz felt the rebuke. Even wrapped in calm language, it stung. I only did what I deemed necessary, Master. I did not seek power simply to gain power. So you say? Orgus Din replied. You admit you heard the call of the darkness. I have, Master. He bowed his head. I was tempted. Yet resisted. He did, Monder said immediately. Tempted is not fallen. Yes. Jazz almost smiled. The irony was still surreal. Monder, the one who dragged him in, was now defending him. Wisely said, Monder, Vealo murmured. Her soft, musical voice carried through the hall. Monder dipped his head. Thank you, Master Ve. Always welcome, your praise is. Jazz turned to the alien woman again. A sudden realization struck him like a cold breeze. Ve Elo. Ve Elo. History whispered her name. He stared. By the Force. Ve Elo. You're Ve Elo. I am, she said, amused. You have heard of me. History has heard of you, Master. He still couldn't believe it. Her reputation spanned centuries. Padawan of Aden veteran of the War of Exar Kun, witness to the fall of Revan, survivor of Kader, refound by Mira the Jedi Hunter, a living legend. And she did not look ancient. Not even close. Timeless, yes, but not old. To stand before her, to have her presiding over his case. It was overwhelming. The questions resumed. Orgus and Venery led most of them. They spoke only to clarify small points. Ormond Shadowstone did not speak at all. Jazz caught the Corellian's gaze a few times. But the green-robed knight kept silent. Jazz had no idea what that meant. He tried to stay calm, to remain centered. But his heart hammered whenever the masters leaned forward. He feared their decision was already made. Perhaps this was all for show. Orgus finally spoke again, turning on Monder. I still cannot believe you allowed this to happen, Shadow. Despite your mandate, You allowed a dangerous Force user to slip through your fingers. Monder bristled. Jaz Darbin is here, is he not? Slip through my fingers, he did not. I'm not referring to him, Orman Shadowstone said sharply. He seems in control. I am referring to the renegade Padawan you let escape. Merrick's fallen star. He didn't even try to take her into custody. He didn't alert us. You let a killer with undisciplined powers roam my world. The Corellian's eyes narrowed. He was angry. Properly angry. Jaz understood that anger. He had fought Fallen Star. He knew what she was capable of. Monder folded his arms. Troubled, Fallen Star is. But moral code, she keeps. Saved the kidnapped girl. Aided Jaz Darbin. Jaz felt a twist in his gut. She also tried to kill me. But he said nothing. She was dangerous. Unstable. Twisted by loss. And very capable of falling further. Shadowstone's voice cut back in. What happens when she does fall? What happens when she blames the Order? Or starts taking Jedi bounties? The thought of a Force-sensitive Jedi Slayer running free. He left the rest unsaid. Veilo finally intervened. That is not fair, Ormond. Fallen Star is not the first Jedi to drift. She needs guidance, not condemnation. Monder nodded. Pursue Fallen Star I will. Offer help I shall. And if she refuses? Ormond asked. Monder did not answer. The silence was telling. Venery cut in with authority. We must return to the matter at hand. Fallen Star is a future concern. Jaz Darbin is here now. We must reach a decision. Orgus wasted no time. An easy choice? Jaz Darbin used his powers for personal gain. His lightsaber should be taken. He should go to the labor corps. Jaz's muscles tensed. There it was. The sentence he feared. Coop stepped forward. Masters, my first officer has done little to warrant punishment. Coop. No, Jaz. I'm speaking. He faced the Jedi again. You know what Jaz did on Kuat? How he tried to save lives. Again on Bantoon, he risked himself for the Queen and her protector. We only helped because he asked. Were you convinced or compelled? Venery asked. Coop's eyes hardened. He didn't need to compel me. He is my friend. My brother. A valuable member of my crew. Coop exhaled. If you must take his sword, fine. But let him remain where he is. We will watch him. We will keep him on the right path. Venery sniffed. I am not convinced smugglers are the best caretakers for a potential danger. He has resisted temptation so far, Ormond said quietly. Jaz blinked. The Corellian was supporting him. If he stayed on Corellia, Ormond continued. My people could train him. We would take responsibility. Venery glared. Your branch has always been too ambitious. Ormond said nothing. But the glare he returned said plenty. Venery turned back to Jaz. If you continue your studies, you will only grow stronger. Temptation will return. We risk creating a future enemy. They spoke gently. I think you underestimate him. She looked at Jaz with warm, ancient eyes. He reminds me a bit of Zane. That stunned the room. And stunned Jaz. Zane Carrick. A mythic figure of Jedi history. A survivor. A hero. Jaz never saw himself in that light. Coop leaned in. Who's Zane? A hero? Jaz muttered. A real one. Monder spoke again. Changes, I feel. In the galaxy. Something stirring in shadow. Vey agreed, her voice growing soft and dark. We have lost something. The ability to move where Jedi are not expected to tread. We are too sure of ourselves. Orgus shook his head. The Republic is strong. Surely we would sense any danger. Vey's voice became ice. Exar Kum. Ulik Keldroma. Revan. Malik. We sensed none of them until it was too late. A long silence filled the chamber. Jaz swallowed. What were they building toward? Orgus finally spoke again. Aren't you making our case, Vey? If Jaz walks the fringes alone, he could fall. He could, she agreed. But he could also walk where we could not. I am not asking we make him a knight. I am asking we trust him. Ask him to be our eyes and ears. Monder nodded. Move freely he can. Hear what Jedi cannot. See what hides from us. So you want him to be a spy? Venery asked. I want him to continue as a smuggler, Vey replied. He already knows the life. Sunset Collective agents would hide from Jedi. But a smuggler. They might speak. He might hear things we miss. Jazz stepped forward. Masters, I already left anonymous tips when I could. I tried to warn the Order whenever I learned anything. Vey inclined her head. You see, he already understands the assignment. Then she faced him fully. Jazz Darbin, would you be willing to help us? Jazz froze. She was asking him, not ordering. Asking. And then he sensed it. A flicker through the Force. Veylo had been the one. She had sensed him on Corellia. She had drawn Monder here. She had wanted this meeting. If he is willing, she continued, I would see him offered the same status given to Zane Carrick. Acolyte of the Order. Independent. Watching. Listening. Reporting. Not infiltrating. Not pretending to be something he wasn't. Living as he always had. With a new purpose. Venery frowned. Risky. Ula Keldroma tried something similar. He fell. Vey shook her head. I am not asking him to infiltrate anything. Only to observe. To be present where we could not. To warn us early if shadows move again. The room fell quiet. Monder finally spoke. Investigate the Sunset Collective, the Shadow shall. The one they call the Hand. We must learn more. Orcus crossed his arms. I remain unconvinced. Jazz is strong. Alone, he could be tempted. Without a guide, he might lose his way. Then we assign him a master, Orman said. A mentor. Someone who can advise him. Someone who can keep him grounded. Venery considered. It is possible. He looked to Jazz. Are you willing to accept this charge? It would allow you to stay with your crew. Jazz swallowed. A lifeline. A future. A chance to stay free. And yes, a leash. But compared to exile or prison, I am willing, masters. I will take up this calling. Vey smiled, genuinely warmly. Then it is decided. Orgus nodded slowly. We must assign him a master. Who among us would take such an unusual case? Monder raised a hand. Willing I am. Studied him, I have. Advise him, I could. Vey laughed. You would do well, old friend. But the shadows need you. If darkness moves again, we need our Shadow Knight free. She faced the others. I made this proposal. I will take the responsibility. The hall froze. Venery blinked. You. Vey, you have not taken a Padawan in decades. Orgus looked stunned. You would train him. She gave them a serene smile. The time has come again. And I think my new student will be interesting. She turned to Jazz. Do you accept me as your teacher? Will you allow my guidance? He almost forgot to breathe. To study under Veylo. To learn from one of the greatest Jedi in history. Yes, master. I would be honored. Then this matter is settled, Venery said. Jazz Darbin will serve as an acolyte. Veylo will serve as his master. He turned to Co-op. Captain Cooper, he will need a means to stay in contact. You may expect him to leave your service at times. I'll arrange something, Co-op said. Though there is another matter. The bounty on Jazz's head. Hunters found us once. They'll try again. Understood, Orga said. We will speak with the Kuidi. Convince them to pull the bounty. Inform them, we shall, Monder added. The one they seek, gone, he is. Relief washed through Jazz. Thank you, masters. Vey bowed her head. The Force moves in mysterious ways. But I believe you were meant to return. Perhaps we will learn as much from you as you will from us. Venery nodded. I will inform your brother. Expect contact soon. For now, may the Force be with you. And with you, Jazz replied. The meeting ended. The holos vanished. Only Vay, Monder, Co-op, and Jazz remained. Ormond approached. Stop by our temple sometime. You may find we are less restrictive. More flexible. I will try, Jazz said. The Corellian knight left. Monder looked up at him. Trust Vay, you can. Knows much, she does. Understands more. Vay smiled. And I like a challenge. Your training will not be simple, but it will be worthwhile. Coop clapped Jazz's shoulder. So we won. The Jedi fixed the bounty, and we're free to leave. Vay nodded. And Jazz is free to continue his training. He has the best of two paths now. Jazz wasn't sure. He felt the invisible leash already. His days of searching for a normal life were done. The Jedi would not allow it. He sighed. Good thing he and Prin had ended. He would have needed to end it himself. Once again, Jazz Darbin belonged to the Jedi. He straightened. He pushed the ache away. He let go of the dream of a simple life. The code rose in his mind. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. His path was set. Duty first. Always duty. He accepted it. He was Jedi. And it was time to act like one. They stepped closer. Your path will not be easy, Jazz. But you will not walk it alone. You have your crew. You have me. And you have the Force. Jazz nodded, though the weight of everything pressed hard on his chest. He felt Co-op looking at him. You holding up? Coop's voice was low, quiet. Jazz forced a breath. I will be. Eventually. Coop clasped his shoulder again. Then let's get moving. Folly's waiting. Crew's probably pacing holes in the deck. Monder chuckled softly. Go now you should. Rest you must. Journey ahead, long it will be. Vay's gaze lingered on him. Ancient and young at the same time. Deep as the ocean. Gentle as a candle flame. We will begin your training soon, Jazz Darbin. Not as the Jedi you once might have been, but as the Jedi you must become. He bowed to her. Yes, Master? The hearing chamber door slid open with a soft hiss. Light from the outer hall brushed across the floor, warm and clean. Jazz took a single step forward. He paused. He felt it. The shift. The quiet turning of something inside him. Acceptance. Resolve. Duty. He let out one more long breath and stepped through the doorway. Coop followed. Monder hopped behind them, humming to himself. Vayalo walked last, silent but watchful. Her presence steady, reassuring. The door slid shut behind them. Jazz Darbin's fate with the Jedi was sealed. His freedom reshaped. His mission chosen. No more running. No more drifting between worlds. A Jedi once more, but a different kind. Walking a thin line. Half shadow. Half smuggler. Caught between two lives. Serving purposes larger than himself. He lifted his head. He would honor his duty. He would serve the galaxy as best he could. He would walk his path without fear. The Force whispered, and he answered.